Power. To some, it may come naturally. To others, it's the drive to attain more that brings the power for them. Power brings competition. Competition brings glory. And then glory is going to bring you back full circle to receive that power to lead through others. Folks, welcome to week number 7 of the NACE Starleague. We're going to see who exactly is going to be a little bit closer to attaining that power at the end of it. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Cruz. We're going to bring you through this action. Cruz, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. We got some bangers of some matchups. At least our first one is going to be a really, really good matchup here today. And I mean, it's week 7. We're getting down to the nitty gritty. 3 weeks left, technically, if you count this week and the next 2 left into playoffs or into our play-in. And it's looking like we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. And it's really all to play for this week.
It really is. Week number 7. Closer to the end. Playoffs are not too far away, everybody. So this is really where things become important. Let's take a look at that schedule and see exactly what we're looking at. Because our match number 1 of the day, it's going to be a banger. It's going to be Old Dominion University up against Lebanon Valley College in the Eastern Conference. Both of these teams looking to lead the division after this one. And you might as well, I mean, if Old Dominion didn't get a forfeit at the start of the season, things could be a little bit different, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Let's look at the rest of the schedule as well, Cruz, because in match number 2, we got Kaiser University going head-to-head against Midway University, followed by Adrian College and Ferris State University. Then you're looking at that match number 4 to close things out, Spring Hill College versus the great St. Mary's University. So plenty of good matches. These teams are neck and neck, and I mean, we talk about neck and neck. Let's bring it back to match number 1, Cruz.
I mean, I'm really excited for this one. Kind of like you were saying, we'll kind of break it down right now. Old Dominion University, it's 5-1. It might as well be 6-0 though. They basically got a forfeit week 1. They weren't able to play their matchup, so they ended up getting an 0-3 loss on their record. But outside of that loss, it has been smooth sailing for them. Only 3 losses in maps all year long, 1 in each mode. Been a fantastic team. And then talking about only 3 losses, I mean, they haven't lost to Search and Destroy yet. Lebanon Valley College. I mean, what else can you really say about this team? 6-0 to start the season off so far. Big wins over a lot of the big matchups. And I mean, it doesn't get much bigger than this matchup so far today until you look at the rest of our schedule. I'm sure we'll go over that a little bit later on within this whole division here. But I mean, this Eastern division, man, it is really, really all to play for still. And I'm so excited to get into this one.
It really is. There's plenty that could reach the top, and there's plenty that are already at the top. And that's what I'm talking about, at power and being driven to reach that power. Because some of these teams, they're already 6-0. They're the good team that you know are going to be in that number 1 position or the number 2 position. But it's who has that drive to dethrone the champs, dethrone the top of your divisions, because this is where we're starting to see them make that climb, start to see things get chopped up, Cruz. And especially with these 2 teams, I mean, there's plenty of implications, because you have Old Dominion University 5-1, tied for 2nd place with Akron, and they're sitting there like, oh, we don't even care about Akron right now. We have no worry in the world for them. We're aiming for the top. Forget about that tie. We want that 1st place against Lebanon Valley.
I mean, hey, they could say they're not worried about Akron all they want, but let's not forget, Akron needs to play Lebanon Valley and the likes of Old Dominion University in the next 2 weeks after this week. They got their bye this week. And I mean, you got to think, man, like all these teams at 5-1, like if Old Dominion comes out today, they win this match, that's going to drop Lebanon Valley to 6-1. Old Dominion's going to be 6-1. With the way the bye weeks work in this league, you're going to have the likes of Akron also at 6-1 going into week 8. That could be absolutely insane, with Akron having to play both these teams still. So many win possibilities that can happen, and so many different things. And let's not forget as well, going into this, yeah, 1st place matters in this. Like in really a lot of times you go and you're like, oh yeah, 1st place, whatever, they'll just play the last place seed. Not in this league. You get 1st place in your division, you are getting a bye past the 1st play-in round. That is huge. That means like you don't have to play that 3rd or 2nd place team right away. You need to watch them play first. You can watch their VODs and then bring that into your matchup up the next week. Huge advantage over anybody else playing.
You can just sit back, relax, and prep for the match to come. And that says everything right now. The fact that you're able to relax and watch the 2 teams battle it out, it's enough to get you into that advantageous position, pushing into that 1st place matchup to bring you into the playoffs. But let's get into the map set now. The maps and modes between Old Dominion University and Lebanon College. We have Checkmate, Moscow to start this one off for those search and destroy hardpoint combos. Garrison Control for map number 3. Then Apocalypse and Raid if this goes the distance. Cruz, not too shabby of a map set to lead the way.
5 modes, 5 different maps as well. I mean, something we absolutely love to see. I think one thing that really stands out to me is that Apocalypse map 4. I think that one should be a really interesting map. Just looking between these two teams, I think it's very clear cut what team is kind of better at what modes right now. You've got Old Dominion, 7-2 hardpoint team, Lebanon Valley 5-2. Both well-respected teams. You would say that they would probably be able to take it to each other in either mode, but the big difference comes in the search and destroy. Lebanon Valley College 6-0 in search and destroy over the likes of Old Dominion University, coming in at 4-2. So you got to think that Lebanon Valley, they're going to have that clear-cut advantage in that search and destroy mode. But I mean, how clear-cut is it really, though, when you have two top teams? I think that any one of these maps could go either way. It's just, this is kind of what we have to kind of look at going into this one.
And you can't forget that, I mean, Old Dominion, they had that forfeit, so one of those losses for Search and Destroy, they didn't even
It's
get
a
to play
forfeit
the map.
loss.
They didn't even get to play that map. So you can't really tell the two of them when we're seeing who's better at what mode. Yes, the stats do tell, and I'm going to be looking at LVC to have the advantage going into that search and destroy, but that just, it tells me that this checkmate is a lot more to play for when you're Old Dominion. And I think that going to checkmate, having your assault rifle players take the front seat on a map, it's going to be a lot better for you rather than going to probably a lot more of a run and gun map like a raid or an apocalypse, something that can really be dictated on the spawns a whole other time. I think checkmate, you're going to be looking at these power positions. You're going to be looking at the ARs to get your rotations locked down for you. And this seems like a map that Old Dominion could find their comfort place in.
I think the only thing that I'm worried about for Old Dominion going in towards this map one on checkmate, if I'm being completely honest, is remember the last time we watched Lebanon Valley College and it was Dunder. Dunder was the one player on LVC that was constantly just kind of turning up, and he is their AR player. So if you give that player too much open space on this map and he finds a good streak, like that's when your team could really start to run into some problems. So I'm expecting him to be a player who's really going to pop off for LVC, at least in this map number 1. And then that's why I think that the Apocalypse hardpoint, I actually think might favor the likes of Old Dominion University a little bit more if we do end up going the full distance, getting into that hardpoint 4, because you have some really good submachine gun players on this ODU roster. Revan, probably their best player in my opinion after watching them the last time we watched this team play. I mean, it's going to be tough. I think that really, like I kind of said leading in towards this, is that either any of these maps can really go either way. It's most likely going to be who shows up today. But I mean, I'm so excited. I just want to get into it.
It kind of implements the question on garrison control now. Like that map number 3, you're looking at Old Dominion University as they need to sneak something away. If you want to get to that apocalypse for map number 4, you have to push this the distance if you want to get to a map that your submachine guns can have a playground on. And that map number 3, from what you're implying, I think that they can also have a great showing on garrison, something where your submachine gun players are definitely going to be looking to push the advantage, push the line of skirmish for the spawn, and try to spawn trap those defenders in. And you talk about a player like Dunder and the assault rifle player. I think that garrison control can have a favorable spot for an AR player like Dunder, but if Old Dominion University subs are going to come out and they're going to eat, garrison control is going to be the map to push them to distance.
Absolutely. I think another big kind of thing looking at this overall map set, I think that the back half of the map set is what really kind of favors ODU. So it's really getting there is what's going to be the tough part, right? So like Lebanon Valley College, I think it's all to play for here in these first 2 maps. I think they want to come out, they want to take these first 2. And I mean, if Old Dominion can really take one of the first 2 maps, I think that only helps them as the series goes along as well. So it's going to be a really, really good one. I think it just really comes down to, is Old Dominion University going to be able to take one of these first 2 maps?
Well, talk to me a little bit about checkmate for Old Dominion. I mean, what do you want to see out of them to find something out of this checkmate hardpoint?
So I think it all really comes down to controlling Dunder. You need to make sure he's not kind of popping off on the side. You need Nevermind to really pop off with the AR. If I remember correctly, he was running the AR the last time for this Old Dominion team. And I mean, if you can have Nevermind kind of just even answer the call of what Dunder's able to do with his AR on this map mode combo, I think it's really just going to kind of slow down the pace that you're going to get from Lebanon Valley College. You're not going to allow your submachine guns to get up into those positions. And if you're LVC and you can get your players up into those positions, I mean, it should be a lot easier for you to get it done.
Well, a few little win conditions out here for Old Dominion. Lebanon Valley College looking to lead the way here on your map number 1 for a hard point. Let's head over to checkmate, Jesse. Let's see exactly what these two teams have. Hard point, checkmate. Lebanon is going to be starting on the less favorable position. Let's see if they can take over this plane and flip spawns early.
It's going to be a really, really quick break off here as well. And Revan already going to be the player inside the hill for Old Dominion. And I mean, I don't think you could have asked for a better break off there. All 4 players going to fall for the likes of Lebanon Valley College. And I mean, Old Dominion, that's exactly the start you need from the good side.
I think if we're kind of talking about favors in this plane is going to be the best place where we're going to see Old Dominion shine. The SMGs can really get down and dirty here, but Dunder, that AR you're talking about, trades inside for 2. Able to disrupt ODU for the time being, giving Lebanon College a little bit of time. But you still have the spawn favor here, so you're looking at those red arrows at the bottom. They actually spawn player number 7, never mind, in the opposite side of this map, and it's going to be a race out here. Can they disrupt Noodles in the back? Tries to swap over to Tenacious. Not going to happen. And that's Lebanon Valley successfully spawning ODU out.
Yes, they do spawn them out, but the big thing here for ODU is they're not worrying about it too badly here. They get a 40-second gap pretty much right off the rip of this game. You still have Rebin in the back line as well. They're sneaking through the bottom side of the map, and they have a very good chance now to break this into Hill 2.
Noodles. Early shots. Veritas going to go through. Doubles down is ODU. Can they find the third? They can. It's Nox to lead the way into the site. Nobody collecting time right now, Jesse. And in fact, Tenacious sneaks through the cracks. Is going to be in behind to try to disrupt some of his own. Lebanon Valley on the counterattack. Noodles tagged up and dropped. A big 3K to bounce Lebanon Valley back into this hill.
Break after break so far as Tenacious. He's able to find 3, like you said, just kind of makes his little sneaky play in through the plane, and nobody turns around to be able to get those team shots in on him. And look how far out they are spawning these Old Dominion players. Nobody can really get close right now. And actually, Lebanon Valley pushes so far forward that Noodles is going to spawn up in the back. He actually finds the kill. No way that they were expecting him to spawn up there, but easily enough to turn around the rest of the Lebanon Valley College players. They will get the rest of the time there. And we're going to be virtually at a tie game here heading into Hill 3.
Veritas playing control. Lebanon Valley can thrive out of here. If they take over plane, then they're going to have the sight lines and the routes open to get control of these next 2 hills. So far, so good. They find 3 down, send Old Dominion packing back to their spawn, and with the climb, this is where Nox inside this plane. To have to look to get in behind, drops down, is going to find 1 on Diminity. Finds the second. 3 from ODU, and they break back into this hill. Can Veritas stay alive long enough? He used to be in the hero raid here, Jesse. He is the AR that they need at the time being, and Veritas does just enough to allow Lebanon Valley to take the engagements, get back into the hill, and basically leave nothing to the hands of ODU.
It's been very scrappy so far, but kind of a controlled scrappy in a way for Lebanon Valley College here. Is they went into this with what it was a 2-point lead. They've now stretched it out to a 30-point lead here for themselves. They really haven't allowed Old Dominion to touch any of the time on that hill alone by themselves. And you can see Old Dominion, they are putting full focus now on trying to get the rotation over towards this new hill. Nice wins by Revan on the site reset. But Veritas will still be here for Lebanon Valley College, at least contesting the time for the time being, giving his teammates enough time to get towards that plane and get back into the hill.
Still scrappy, and Lebanon Valley, they're okay with a scrappy right now. It's Old Dominion that really needs to start collecting time. Noodles is able to double down inside the hill. Time is being collected by ODU now. With 40 seconds into this, they can take a tie game and push for an advantage right now. When you're looking at the flip side, Lebanon Valley, slow roll into this plane. They're going to overwhelm Revan. Look for the next. It's Nox on the chopping block. The route, it's going to be contested right now into the hill, and Minty is actually going to take this over. So Lebanon Valley find the break through the plane, and Old Dominion still stuck in a position where they need to focus on holding these spawns.
It's kind of crazy too, because Tenacious and Dunder started off very, very hot for their teams, and now basically just 1 over positive. Tenacious is only 2 over positive right now. And I mean, the slaying line doesn't really reform towards the score of where we're at right now, because Lebanon Valley are still sitting with over a 30-point lead here through the first 4 hills. They've been off to a very good start. I mean, right off the rip, you're going to get a split spot now here into hill number 4 as well. They can now set up a little bit of a pinch, and I mean, it really hasn't seemed like this lane has been that much inside their favor, but the scoreboard tells us otherwise.
No, you actually have Tenacious still inside comms room. Finally gets cleaned up. Never mind in the plane. What a snap onto Veritas, as he's starting to heat up as well. You talk about players looking to go even. Well, never mind, a second ago was 8 and 7. Now 12 and 7. Finds the artillery strike. Actually doesn't have the cruise missile applied to his loadout, so not going to be able to have a chance to find that secondary score streak. But 101 to now 100. Old Dominion have found their way back.
I think the big thing that stands out for me in that first set of rotations has got to be Hill 3. It's just the way that Lebanon Valley College was able to play off of Hill 3 and kind of keep Old Dominion out of it completely. Old Dominion didn't get a second of time on that third hill, and that's really where you saw Lebanon Valley be able to bring it back. This Hill 1 was where we saw Old Dominion really pop off in that first set, but they also had the right side of the plane. This time through, they only have the left side. They need to play for it all right now, and it's going to be a little bit tougher to hold it.
Oh, this is where Raven, though, can really make a difference. Looking to push the advantage. It's Tenacious for 2. You still have plane presence for ODU. It's going to be a lead change right now, and a few players going to spawn up in the backline. Veritox looking to go big, hold on to these spawns, but 4 in the kill feed for Lebanon Valley to send Old Dominion back to the left side, and so far, holding on to their lead.
And everybody on Lebanon Valley, they all push through the plane just to make sure that those spawns from Old Dominion University spawn up on the left side. They want those rotations. They want the spawns on the right so they can get a good amount of time here on P2 once again. Last time we went to P2, it was a little bit of a split feed. We saw multiple breaks come in from the back, players able to sneak through a few times. And this is looking very similar to the last rotation where we saw Old Dominion. They got full control of the bottom of the map. They were able to make their way through. This time, it's only Revan who's left, though, for Old Dominion down towards the bottom of the map.
Yeah, Jesse, this could be a lot more of a money hill if Old Dominion isn't careful right now on this break. So they're starting from the bottom. They're leading to the top. Tenacious hops over the side, is able to find Nevermind from behind, but the trade's in the blue favor. It's Noodles back into this hill now for a little bit of time. Back to ODU. They have the spawns. Now, can they convert this to time?
I think the big thing right here for Old Dominion is that they are going to continue to spawn up in the back either way. And you really haven't had that player sneak through yet. But speaking of that player, it was Tenacious the last time that was able to do it. Revan will shut him down, though. No sneaky plays happening out this time through. And I mean, I think if you're Lebanon Valley here with how dominant you were on Hill 3 last time, you're just going to chalk this up. You're going to allow them to take these last 10 seconds. We'll allow them to get back to within 10. And we're going to go for another dominant hold here on Hill 3.
It was the next little bit that we're favoring Lebanon. They have plane control. They have yellow. But they're losing players fast. 2 kills to the way of ODU. Another flawless break almost with the loss of Nox. Basically, even now is going to be Old Dominion as they break into this third hill. It's Noodles solo holding underneath. The rest of the team to lock down the off angles. Revan's going to find one early trade from Tenacious. Lebanon Valley on the brink of a break. Minty waiting for the call to strike. Nevermind hunts him out. So you're going to lose that forward pressure. Never mind, looking to push for a little bit more. And look at the kill feed. It's lighting up with red. Revan is nowhere to be found in Hill 3. So Lebanon Valley are going to hop right back on, look to bring their lead back.
It's really weird watching this right now because it kind of feels like that the more chaotic the map gets, that's when you're starting to see Lebanon Valley really start to play at their best. Every single time we've had a very contested hill, it seemed to have been them coming out on top. Every time we see them in a position where they need to break and they need to get in towards one of these new hills, that's when we see this team come out on top. But when they're inside the hill and they're holding onto it, that's where we're seeing them struggle right now. So I mean, that's something to keep your eye on as we head towards the back half of this game.
You know, you're totally right. I mean, Old Dominion, when they look composed, when they look controlled, they just take over these sites flawlessly. But as soon as they have a little bit of doubt inside of them, you can see Lebanon Valley takes that doubt and they just stomp all over it. But Old Dominion, they're starting to find their strides now here in this fourth hill. They went out on 2 battles, looking to push for a third battle win. Revan gets into the spawn, finds Veritox, should slow down this counterattack for now, but look at Revan actually gets the spawn in behind, so Tenacious might open up this hill, but this is huge for Old Dominion.
It is. I mean, they basically get the first 30 there. They get the spawn flip exactly when they want it towards the back half of the hill. And I mean, we saw them be pretty dominant on this hill in the last set of rotations. It's really what brought them back after the bad Hill 3. It was very split on Hill 4 in the last set of rotations, but you can see Lebanon Valley, they put way more focus this time through. You thought that Old Dominion were going to hold on to those spawns, but no, they say, hey, you know what? We have no chance if we're going to give them this hill again. They know they lost a big chunk of time here in the last set of rotations. They don't want it to happen again. They get a good control of the left-hand side of the map, and now they can look to get some more time here on Hill 2.
A split feed. Revan stacks up onto the staircase. Nice shots onto Dunder. We still have the reinforcements at LVC looking to lock down the site and reinforce it so that there's no way that Old Dominion can crack the code. And so far, it just seems like they have the impenetrable barrier that Old Dominion can't break through. 28 seconds. Jesse, this might not be a hill that you want to contest now.
No, it's absolutely not one that you want to throw a lot of bodies at either, because you don't want to give up streaks in case we have to go back towards that second hill. And let's not forget, I can't remember exactly who it is on the likes of Old Dominion, but I do believe there is a player that has streaks. I mean, you got to think right now. If you're Old Dominion, you basically are going to need a hold here on hill 1, exactly like you had in the first set of rotations.
Never mind, spawns out. 3 go down. You look at the presence of
perfect
player number 1,
rotation.
Veritox, and it's going to be forcing Revan to once again have a pinch into this hill. Dunder gets overwhelmed. Revan from behind, they don't expect it. Minty drops Veritox, the only one to win their gunfight for Lebanon Valley, and this is Old Dominion holding on to straws. They can't allow Lebanon Valley to find even 10 points because that will be the end of the map.
The remainder of this time could really end up bringing Old Dominion right back into this game, but Dunder and Minty, they'll break in, they'll find all 3, and they can now just sit inside this hill. I don't think anybody on Old Dominion can even get close enough to get in to tie this game up and contest again, and it's going to be Lebanon Valley College stealing map number 1. I really thought Old Dominion had a good chance to bring it back there.
That was brilliant out of LVC. The patience to pinch at once. As a conjoined squad, they collapse into that hill, take 4 separate 1v1s, and they win all of it. I don't think Old Dominion were ready for that pinch one bit. They were set up, but they didn't have time to set up into their comfortable power position. So by the time Lebanon Valley set up for that retake, it's just flawless. That whole take, they get into the site. Like you say, not enough time whatsoever to get back into that hill. It was smooth sailing once that break came through. So Lebanon Valley, they pull away with map 1 here in Checkmate Hardpoint, lead the series now after our first map. And that is starting to stir things up for the rest of the story.
Yeah, and I believe it was Noodles right at the end of the game there that made that big flank play in from behind. He basically goes through the bottom side of the map. He finds a little area where he can sneak through and just get inside that hill. But honestly, what a map number 1. I really thought that Old Dominion, if they were able to hold them off on that first hill, having those spawns for hill 2, really, they could have brought that back, especially because they had that streak still on Nevermind. If Nevermind gets that streak, you know how useful that can be on that second hill. There's so many different places where you can drop it in and find a couple of kills. Unfortunately for him, though, they didn't have enough time. They weren't able to get it back. And you got to think that really the place where Lebanon Valley ended up winning that game out is on that rotation. The second set going in towards the final hill, it looked like it was going to be Old Dominion Universities, but Lebanon Valley College, they were able to break right in. They found 3 kills in the back. It flipped those spawns out, and they did not allow ODU to touch that hill one time. And that gave them that big chunk, giving them so close to that win condition where they were able to close it out within 10 seconds as soon as they broke into hill 1.
I think you highlighted the story perfectly at the start of this series. When we were talking about the highlights for Checkmate, it's an AR-driven map, and you highlighted Dunder. Well, Veritox as well stepped up to the plate for LVC into the later ends of those rotations. Those 3, 4, and 5 were heavily contested from Lebanon Valley. And you can really see that Old Dominion, they were definitely having more of a comfortable position in the Hills 1 and Hills 2 because those submachine guns can really sneak their way through. And even in Hills number 3, you saw that Revan was able to kind of get in and out with Nox and try to just make sure that Hill 3 was contested. But when you started to get to those long corridors, those long sight lines in Hills 4 and 5, that's where Lebanon Valley, towards the later end of the game, were starting to put together 50 points, 30 points, and taking their lead over Old Dominion where they just weren't able to contest. So, I mean, that is scary when you're looking at a Moscow Search and Destroy and a Garrison Control coming up next. If those AR players can really determine the pacing of this game, what does that mean for Old Dominion?
Yeah, I mean, it's scary for Old Dominion. That is absolutely for sure. I mean, I would hate to be hyping up this match as much as we are, as close as that map 1 was, and to come out and see a 3-0 here. That's why it's so important for Old Dominion to try to take one of these next 2 maps. You absolutely want to try to take this Moscow. The hard part is you're heading into Lebanon Valley College's best game mode right now in Search and Destroy, 6-0. This is going to be a hard fought victory for you to be able to take one of these 2 Search and Destroys, and let alone take this one, so that we can get towards the later half of the series where we think that's where Old Dominion University can kind of pop off, is in that back half, in that Apocalypse Hardpoint where it's more controlled chaos. It's going to be very, very tough for this team, but a Search and Destroy win or that control win on Garrison, it needs to be on the ledger if they want to find the back half of the series.
Well, on the flip side, you do have a lot of strategies that can favor SMG players on a map like Moscow. I mean, if you are on attack and you're pressuring out that A site, you can just cut through escalators, take control of checkers, and then rotate over the B side. That apartment building, it's very close quarters. It can be a blitz inside there for the submachine guns to take over. So, I mean, it's totally not out of the picture for Search and Destroy, but Lebanon Valley definitely looking like the more favorable position here in map number 2. But We hop into it. We're going to be on board with Old Dominion's attack. Revan with the bomb in hand. 3 players towards A, 1 lurking through Old. And these players can't get over Minty. That's going to force some rotations out. Now you're looking at Tenacious on the back end to make a play.
What a double challenge there from Revan and Nevermind. The way that they sneak out and have the second player swing wide to be able to break inside that hill. And Dunder does get a huge answer there, but I mean, it's just all now. It's so tough on the players once you get into these situations. Old Dominion, as soon as they find that first blood there, every player just pinches together. They stay together. They play for the trades like a pack of dogs. Look at these players just challenging and re-challenging together. Every trade was in succession, and it just makes their lives that much easier for themselves to be able to close that round out and win that round number 1.
Yeah, they play the trade game perfectly there, just going pound for pound with every single damage that they did get done, with Revan leading the way. I mean, that bomb was dropped in a pretty peculiar situation out in Gardens, but I mean, as long as they're just neck and neck able to trade each other out, and Tenacious making that flank, he was there, but you had that player number 3, Noodles, lurking inside gold and just moves up escalators, catches a player on the rotation, and it's going to be the first round out to Old Dominion. Lebanon now on their attack, looking for the A site. This is where things are going to get interesting.
Both teams just putting everybody on this site right now. And I mean, it is the absolute bloodbath at the moment at Lebanon Valley. They will come away with the man advantage. Oh, but Nevermind almost finds that 1 kill. Nade will back him up. This bomb should be able to go down here.
Yes, it will. And I like that Veritox isn't getting aggressive here. They know if they lock down this crossfire, Nevermind has certain avenues that they're going to have to walk out into. So if Nevermind was going to have to find this, actually, it is going to be that 1v1 against Veritox on that brick wall that will find it, because Minty is able to play this position and just check this bomb over and over again and make sure that Nevermind isn't going to be there. You have 22 seconds to find these 1v1s, and here's Minty making the play to back up Veritox a little bit better. Recovers the submachine gun, takes the gunfight, but Veritox is going to find the kill. Lebanon Valley string their first on the board and find an attacking round of their own.
It's almost a pound-for-pound hit, right back the exact same way almost that we saw that first round come in. They get the first blood, everybody just pinches together, and they play the trade game to get site control, to get that bomb down. And that huge nade as well from Noodles to be able to back the player up. From Dunder to be able to black the Old Dominion player up and just get that bomb down for absolutely for free. And then, like you called out, they just get the beautiful crossfire set up. Nobody can stop what they're doing there in that situation. And Old Dominion University, they just had no answer for that push. But it looks like, once again, ODU taking the bomb over towards this A site. They will have player 3 sitting back watching that flank. And already a better answer here. Tenacious was completely ready for that push through Eskies.
So what do? You lose that first round. Things don't go your way. The changes this time around, you allow Tenacious to peek out first with that AR rifle, take first and second blood, but Old Dominion, they don't give up that easily. They're going to answer back with 2. It's Revan to pick that bomb up, wrap through escalators, now in a 1v2. Actually going to slip in behind Minty. Might be able to get caught off guard if they're not looking the right way, and he does slip on the opposite side. So it's once again Minty and Veritox together, this time making a 1v1. Veritox able to pick up where they left off, and the shots are solid. He locks down that kill, and once again clutching up for LVC.
And it could have been an ace for Revan there as well, but Tenacious, I believe, actually will end up... I'm not sure if he finds the ace there, but I believe that's 5 in a row now for him as well. I don't know if he found the kill onto Noodles there in that round, but he definitely found the last kill. Maybe I'm completely wrong. Maybe it was Veritox. I might be completely wrong there at the end of that round. Tenacious found the first 2. I thought that he found the last as well, but it was actually Veritox indeed who's on 4 in a row. So it's, I mean, very interesting play call there from Old Dominion, and just a good answer back from Tenacious, just to kind of sit back in towards that A site and just wait for them challenge out, as opposed to letting them get the 2 challenge on them. And this time through, he will get all that information and Nevermind, and that's why you're seeing this big rotation already coming in towards the B side, but everybody on Lebanon Valley is already over here at B.
Yeah, the second AR Noodles, he's going to take the long way around. Actually catches Tenacious off, able to throw some damage downrange. So advantage to Old Dominion right now in the numbers. And they have the rotations going to be here. Bomb getting planted by Minty. Revan's going to peek on in. Caught with the bomb going down. Minty drops the bomb inside apartments. The collapse is solid from Old Dominion. Only Dunder left in front of this round victory. And they drop that last one out. Go 2-2. Old Dominion with a flawless retake.
So here's the thing. When you push towards the B site, you kind of need an all-out commitment towards, hey, you know what? If we're going to go to B and we're going to force the player out towards B, we need to just hit it, and we need to hit it fast. And they sent all four. They had nobody watching middle of the map. They could not really answer back, and that just allowed so many different pinches from the likes of Old Dominion to be able to shut them down and close that round out for themselves, and really just win a 4-on-4 fight where constantly Lebanon Valley is having to check their backs, look different angles, because they just didn't have enough players to watch every different angle there. Lebanon Valley, if they're able to do that push again, they need to push into the site a lot faster, get that bomb down quicker so they can get out and kind of play some different angles to give themselves some advantage there in that round.
Look at the changes made every round. This time, Nevermind is going to be sent first with the AR versus AR. Tenacious is picked, but Veritas the slow push through bricks. Another trade. This time it's Revan for Old Dominion. A 3v2 now. Minty has to wait for the rotation out of Dunder just to get into this mix. They're going to look to give up this bomb plant, and as soon as it does, I expect them to start making their move. But Dunder cuts this a little bit early. Minty's still looking for the information. I see nobody right now. Minty finally finds somebody inside Nevermind. That's going to be in Garden. Loses their next partner inside Dunder, so he's going to be all alone. They know exactly where he is, and Nevermind is going to close in the round. 3-2. Old Dominion string two together.
Absolutely needed round here too, and you got to think that it's pretty much all on the back there of Nox being able to find that kill in from behind. As soon as he finds that player at Eskies, it makes it that much easier for the rest of the players on ODU to be able to pinch onto that final player. Otherwise, Minty probably has a chance to win that round there with just the fact he got a good amount of damage on his Nevermind, finds the kill, and if they end up winning that gunfight, it's a 2-on-1 the opposite way. So
yes,
big wins from the likes of Nox to be able to give them the 2-on-1 win, the 2-on-1 towards the end of that round.
And you have to be kind of think that that's because Minty sees the player inside Garden, calls that it's actually going to be an A hit, then you rush through escalators, you didn't see the player garbage, so you don't check behind you, and that's Nox finding it. Again, first blood, Old Dominion. Early trade from Tenacious leaves us even, but back and forth these teams go with 2v2, make it Nevermind to split the difference. It's a 1v1 versus Minty. He's going to cut alongside, expect Nevermind in the back line, and Lebanon Valley keeps us even. Another clutch round.
It's Minty again. Minty has been the player right now in the Search and Destroy for this LVC team, who is really popping off, and a 1v2 at the end of this round ain't no slouch, and a very easy round for him to be able to close out there. Just 2 1-on-1s, takes it both ways. I mean, what a round, and what a Search and Destroy that we're having right now. I'm so interested to see what we see from Old Dominion University here in this round. We have seen 3 different pushes towards this A site, 3 different times. We've seen kind of a different angle hit from Tenacious, and this fight inside of Eskies has been everything so far in these early rounds.
This time they are going to be putting the aggression on for Lebanon Valley. They're going to send Tenacious right to this pillar with this SMG. Looking to play for this first blood, and Old Dominion actually a lot more passive than the last. So it's Noodles swinging out. Tenacious is going to find that in the backup from Veritox. It's stellar. They knock down 2. It's 3 down in a row, and Revan is sent to the hills packing all alone.
How many times have we seen that for Revan 2 so far today as well? And I think Veritox may have just spotted him on that cross. And yeah, Veritox is completely ready for Revan here. Revan just constantly being left alone in these one-on-one situations. He's going to get spotted if he crosses here as well from Dunder, and Dunder is completely ready for him. Not going to win the gunfight though, so Revan will make it a 1-on-3. But I mean, it's still just such a tough situation for him to win. Maybe if he can find one more, he might be able to do something here, but he's rotating this bomb back completely the wrong way.
No, Lebanon, they haven't broke a sweat here. They're expecting Revan to either plant at B, they can retake the site, or he's going to challenge to A. 16 seconds left, and you're going to have to find all of these kills. Luckily for Revan, they're all here. So Minty's going to be first contact, and he's not going to even get past the front line. So 4 rounds to Lebanon Valley. They string together 2 of their own, take back their lead. And now what does this mean? I mean, in this sense, now that we're towards the later end of the game, if somebody can find a 2-round advantage, that could be the map.
It really could be. I mean, we've seen it a few times where teams have been able to string 2 rounds together here in the Search and Destroy, but I just have a really weird feeling that this one's going to go right down to the wire. Both these teams are just constantly making small adjustments to win their rounds out for themselves here. I'm really loving the battle over towards A on every one of Old Dominion University's offenses. It's a 2-2 right now. Lebanon Valley, though, they will split back, go towards this B site, but they might just be trying to bait out a rotation here from the likes of Old Dominion University with how they're playing this.
Yeah, again, Old Dominion have Nevermind on that half wall, watching for the cross through courtyard. They are going to have Tenacious lurking in behind, just waiting to try to spot out that flanking player, but Revan swings the shoulder, sees Tenacious back there, knows that it's not yet committed to B.
See, it's almost like LVC needs to commit a couple players so that Nevermind sees the cross, calls it out, and then that should spring the rotation for his players to move on over. It's exactly what happens as Dunder makes that play. They've baited out the rotation, but now Lebanon Valley, they might be just committing a little bit too much towards this B site because all the rotation is coming in here. It wasn't a bait. And okay, now the rotation comes on in. I was wondering when it might.
Now it's just Nox. It's only Nox here. And you have Tenacious still in the back line. You know that there's nobody behind you, so really you just have to keep your eyes out for this brick wall. Nox gonna peek out. Tenacious spots him. You lose a player off board. Tenacious wins the 1v1, so a 2-player advantage. And now Lebanon Valley looking to put this away. You're looking for the clutch. At Old Dominion, they're already gonna find Minty, so what can they get here? Veritox in behind. 2 players on the site. And here comes that flank. They're able to take down Noodles. They're looking to overwhelm Nevermind now. 1v2 on board. And if you're Lebanon, you really just need to play this crossfire. You don't need to challenge Nevermind here. He has to get into the side. The shot punch. We're a little bit too close, Nevermind. I see what you're going for there, but
was that a shot punch or is that a panic melee though?
Maybe. You don't have Commando Pro here in Cold War.
Very unfortunate there, but I mean a perfectly played round there from Lebanon Valley College to get the 5-3 lead. And it was exactly what I thought they were doing off the rip of the round. They push enough players over towards the B side to bait the rotation out, leave Nox all by himself over towards A. They find the easy pick, they get the bomb down, leave them in a 4v3 bomb down, and with the positioning that they were in, Old Dominion just had no chance to retake that site.
Especially because Veritox was able to sneak through checkers still and find that player sitting platform. This time we can see Old Dominion take their shots to B, or at least for mid-control. They know Minty's out here. That nade's going to be chunky. They overwhelm him. They find 2 as well. Out from Dunder, who is sitting on that globe. That's 3 down in the kill feed, and it's going to be Veritox last alive. Over to B. It's going to look flawless out of Old Dominion, barring a sick 1v4 out of Veritox. But with Nevermind watching that, I was going to say it's going to be a tough one, but I mean, who else but Veritox?
I mean, it starts with a sick one-on-one win for him right there to really kick that off. Really the first offensive round that we've seen from Old Dominion that they've gone anywhere other than A off the rip here. Veritox will win another one, so makes it a 1v2. This could get interesting, but not with Revan. Not with Revan. Why you gotta spoil the fun, man?
No.
Like Revan just knows. He's just like, okay, you know what? He's gonna push this side. I'm gonna sit on the angle and I'm gonna get the kill. Okay, it's just as simple as that. It's 1, 2, 3 for Revan. It does not matter.
There's a reason why there's Infamous in front of his name right there. He doesn't lose those. Lebanon Valley, they might be in the lead now, though, but Old Dominion, it's still a chance to send us to around 11 here. A chance back on defense. I mean, now, what have we seen out of Lebanon Valley? I mean, they've had success to A. They've been snuffed out at B totally, so you have to think that the only option that they have is the A site.
What you can see Old Dominion University are kind of prepping for here as well. They are ready completely for this A hit. And all those stuns and nades is just going to slow down and push back this Lebanon Valley team, but they're not getting scared. They're going to continue to make this push all the way forward, and they have a 4-on-3 on the site right now.
Oh, Minty, out of no man's land. He's able to find Revan, but that trade's so swift from that. When the dust settles, it's a 2v2. You got the bomb down and open. Tenacious sneaks up on Nox, not expecting that front line. And it's Noodles in between Lebanon Valley going 2-0. And the game going to round 11 is able to take down Tenacious. Bomb still down, Jesse. But it's a 1v1 Veritox, the Iceman. 12-6 against Noodles, the Prodigy, 7-6, looking to overcome their opposite AR player. So Veritox is going to have to travel over. In fact, they're actually going to be overextending right through Garden. I don't think they're going to expect this. In fact, Noodles is going to be expecting it, and he shuts him down right where he stands. Round 11, Jesse.
Yeah, and Veritox is in a rough spot there. He's just sitting on the, like, kind of hoping that Noodles might be playing pillars, waiting for a cross there. You can see he checked every angle, and he just wasn't ready for the likes of Noodles to be playing in behind that wall. And like you said, we will get a round 11. Once again, though, Lebanon Valley College on offense here. They went towards A in their last round. It did not end up working out for them towards the end of that round, but it looks like another very fast and heavy hit towards this A side here for the likes of Lebanon Valley College. Only 2 players here, though, this time for Old Dominion University. I don't think they were expecting to have another full hit coming in from LVC.
They weren't. Revan's going to have to back up, too. They were hand in hand on that electrical box. So right now, Nox is kind of stuck. They know exactly where he is.
You rotate out here if you're LVC.
They are. Noodles Doesn't catch anything on the nade. In fact, Veritox now has an opening. Noodles is going to go down. That's going to open this B site up and give advantage, Jesse.
They make the play call through Eskies. They go down in towards the apartments. They get the kill. They get the bomb down at B, and now they've got the man advantage and all the positioning in the world. This is LVC's round to lose.
This is 100% LVC's round to lose, especially because you don't have that. But Nox now through checkers finds the first thunder around the corner. Is he going to expect it? He does not. Still that player advantage over to Lebanon Valley. It's a 2v3, 28 seconds to make this yours. And Nevermind isn't really in a position to help Revan with this push inside the apartment buildings. When it gets down and dirty, it's going to be that submachine gun to really make that difference. Revan's going to swing out behind, sees Tenacious on this block, but Tenacious is running to the hill. They have no time. They really need to get into this and get into this fast because there's only 8 seconds left. Thunder's going to check that. Spots Nevermind, but the teammate's there. Revan for the 1v1, but no time to defuse. It's going to be Lebanon Valley going 2-0 right now, Jesse, in the series of a huge push to be.
Absolutely insane stuff there. And I mean, I love the play call. They push everybody over towards the A site. What that does is as soon as those two players from the likes of Old Dominion, they see the LVC players come in, they're like, oh no, we need to reinforce on this site. That's why you see who was it? It was Revan who was in the middle of the map. He rotates off middle map, goes back over towards that B site to help them reinforce, because every time you've seen LVC hit that A site, what have they done? It's been a full force hit. This time through, though, they let the nades and stuff kind of back them up. They slow it down. They notice, they're like, hey, you know what? We might have played enough for a rotation. It's pretty much a mirror of what they did in their last offense, or in the offense from 2 rounds before, when they went towards the B site, wrapped it over towards A. This time it was kind of a mirror, an opposite play. They go towards B. They allow the rotation to come in. They get the quick wrap back towards the B site, and once they get towards B, they find 1 kill and they get the man advantage, and they just play it so perfectly. They give Old Dominion absolutely no time to close that round out.
And after this, what do we see? It's Lebanon Valley going 7-0 now in Search and Destroys over the season, undefeated in the game mode.
And you're seeing why.
Yeah, you're 100% seeing why. Plenty of rounds that went down to 1v1s that were cleaned up from Lebanon Valley between Minty and Veritox, both closing out the rounds constantly. You would have maybe seen something different at the end there if Noodles did catch somebody with that stun through the middle of the map, but because Noodles doesn't get anything off that stun check, backs up, looking over towards screens, and just caught from behind from, once again, Veritox, who ends that map 13-8, finding so many clutches to close out rounds and so many first bloods to open up the rounds.
And you got to feel bad for Revan as well. 14-8 for Old Dominion University. Played a very good map. Just unfortunately, they just didn't have that last round in them to close it out. But they did bring it back. They were down, what, 5-3 at one point. It would have been 3 rounds in a row to close that game out, and it would have been very impressive. But it's the mid-game adjustments for me from LVC. Multiple times we've seen them do very different things on their offenses, where whether or not it was, hey, the first time they hit towards B, what do? They send everybody in. It was a failed attempt. It did not work. Second time, they push enough people up to make it look like they're going to hit towards that B site. It was just a complete bait, though. Everybody on the likes of Old Dominion, they rotate over. What does LVC do? They sneak back through middle of the map, go up through Eskies, find 1 kill onto Nox on the half wall, get the bomb down, make the easy round win. And it just felt like every time they got a first blood, they were able to close the round out by just playing together, slaying out, and just playing that big bully game, the pack of dog mentality, and just able to close every round out.
It seems like you're a prophet, Jesse, because the front half of these vetoes definitely favoring Lebanon Valley. It got close in that Search and Destroy, but Checkmate seemed like their playground just battle it out on. Now, with the later end, we're heading into map number 3. It's do or die for Old Dominion University, and you're starting to get into those smaller maps where the submachine gun players, such as Revan, can start to take control of these maps and really take over for Old Dominion University. And when you're looking at Garrison Control coming up next, I think that Revan's just the guy to do it right now, to bring back the squad.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think a big thing too, and I mean, not something that I fully hinted at when we got in and we looked at the whole map breakdown and the and the series breakdown, but kind of what I was hinting at was that either one of these teams could take any of these maps, right? They're both very talented teams. It's going to be who shows up. Those first 2 maps very much so favored the likes of LVC, and I think we saw it in those 2 maps. These next 2 maps, I think this is where Old Dominion University can really bring it back, like you were saying. You have, in my opinion, 2 subs on this old DU team that can absolutely compete with any of the players on the likes of Lebanon Valley College. Now, whether or not they're able to close it out, it's still yet to be seen, right? That's what we're really going to need to see. Can Revan pop off to the point where he's really taking this team to another level? Because that's what they need to hit if they want to beat LVC here in this Garrison Control. Because Garrison Control is by no means an easy map to win offense or defense on anymore. It just really comes down to who's popping off on that day and who's going to win these rounds. And it could just even come down to just the breakoffs. If you win the breakoff, you could end up closing out that round.
It's a lot more than just the series, just the map. It's the standings too that really gets a little bit troublesome for Old Dominion here, considering that Akron Zips are sitting in that second place right now, Jesse. They're sitting there above because of the map differences that we do have between Old Dominion and the Akron Zips. And the fact that you're sitting 0-2 right now, you need ODU to kind of string together a few map wins, because you have Akron coming up in the last week of play for NACE Starleague before you head into those play-ins, and you want to make sure you are as close as you can be to that team. You don't want to give them any advantage, because then that's where the fourth team in the standing can start looking and preying on these teams that are starting to lose at the end of it, barring Old Dominion losing out in a 3-0 fashion here, or Akron starting to fall behind in their own sense. It's very possible that these next matches could be the means to the ends of some of these fourth place or fifth place teams sneaking their way into a play-in spot.
It's scary to think that if it really does all come down to an Old Dominion end up losing this match, they fall to 5-2. Stockton's on their bye this week. They get an automatic win. They're going to be 5-2 off this week. That's going to give them right back into the chance to be able to play into this. And with Old Dominion having a really tough matchup against Akron next week as well, like you said, or in the next 2 weeks, it's going to be really, really tough to see who ends up coming out and able to take that last spot. And it could end up coming down to the fact of Old Dominion University. If Stockton wins out and ODU loses this match, ODU might end up missing playoffs due to a forfeit loss in week 1. It's something that
it's going to hurt.
Hate to see.
It's gonna sting. But right now, standing in their way of lost here in this best of 3, it's gonna be Garrison Control. You need to look at all the stops being pulled out here for Old Dominion University to go up against Lebanon Valley. This match is the number 1 and number 2 team. You want to see it go the distance here, so let's head to Garrison Control. Let's see if Lebanon Valley are gonna close this out, or if Old Dominion has a little bit left in their tank.
It was a fantastic breakoff for Lebanon Valley, though. 3, make it 4 kills already for them on this site. And I mean, the B site is already done. It is no chance that anybody's going to contest into this. Minty's going to take some extra shots just for the in case. But I do like the way that Old Dominion are playing this. After finding out and figuring out, hey, you know what? They're going to get this B site. They got a better breakoff. Give it to them. Let's get a full setup up towards top green and not give these guys an easy transition from one side into the other.
And a couple kills go their way, and it's a 24-24 life differential, so staying even is Old Dominion even after losing that. So minute 46 to burn this clock and take this defending round. An opening in the backline. Minty, Tenacious, they find 3. Lebanon Valley have their opening, and they have that site. They're going to stop the clock at 139. They're going to stack the site at 139, and you can see the rest of Old Dominion grouping up for one push here. Time's going against them. They need to get into the site. You need to get in this now. And Veritox, Minty, they find 2. Noodles is the closest one in here. He's going to find 1 in the back line, but Tenacious is going to find a big one. Minty overextends and shuts it down. Lebanon Valley, what an explosive round 1.
All right, well, Lebanon Valley decided, hey, you know what? Let's just take this momentum from barely beating the map 1, barely beating the map 2, and let's just come out and let's just stomp them on offense round 1 here on Garrison. As, I mean, what a first round. Did Minty even die in that round? I'm going to need to check that right after, because I don't think he did. He had a fantastic break-off at the very least. I mean, no, okay, so he did die twice in that round. I'm not sure when that was, because every time we came to him, it looked like he was in a power position with that submachine gun, just holding down an angle, shutting down the team of Old Dominion. But just a fantastic round number 1 there from Lebanon Valley College. Great break off. They get the B site. Great transition over to A. They find all the kills. They get a hold, and they just make their lives that much easier for themselves.
Pretty flashy as well. Lebanon Valley eccentric in the way that they took that site. What a nade from Nevermind. Minty now looking to go big through the vents to get in behind and shut this attack down. Is able to find Nox. An early trade from Nevermind, but the damage has been done, and it's going to slow down this attack towards B. Allow Lebanon Valley off spawn to get back into the site without losing a whole lot of damage, and now you need to take these gunfights. However, ODU, they find 3 in the feed, looking to find the 4th is Dunder, and that's a big shutdown now to collapse onto this B site.
And it's an easy rotation right now as well, over towards that A site. But here's the difference, though. They're not stacking B, so this B site's not coming in as quick. They want to keep their map positioning as opposed to really putting their full focus on trying to get this B site right now. And that's where they could end up falling into some trouble here, because they just don't have enough players to reinforce and hold on to A right now. And that's just going to leave Revan in a rough spot. Revan just needs to play boxes, play in this square right now, and just keep his life while waiting for the rest of his teammates to come off spawn to give them a chance to be able to break into this one more time.
You see the blue arrows of Old Dominion. Gonna be taking control of the platform, but the call comes out. Dunder reinforces it from bricks. Old Dominion, not a whole lot of map control right now. Looking to win their 1v1s to get them where they need to be. However, Dunder still a thorn in the side of him. Nox overwhelms him. Old Dominion up 22 lives to 16. Really, they can start throwing some lives out here, going for the trades, and they can win in the trade battle. But first, they need to take over some of this map. Nox is going to slip in to go down. Big one. Now, Veritox is up next. And they know that he's going to be sitting on this back radar dish. Some nice shots from Noodles, and they're going to get this A site.
Looking like the offensive round right now with Minty's positioning, pushing on to Noodles, who's already in the site, but this time completely ready for them. All of Old Dominion University inside the site are able to find a couple of kills there, but that nade's so huge, it gets the player off those boxes, and it leaves an opening for the rest of Lebanon Valley to be able to push in. They find the kills, they get to get positioning back inside A, but still with a minute 12 left on the clock and 5 life lead. Old Dominion, they still have a very good chance to close this round out.
It's always fun when we switch over and we just see like a nade get stuffed into an open box out of that one. Now able to slip back into their comfort zone. Lebanon Valley back on the defense here through bricks. Old Dominion need to take another swing at this. They're double the lives of Lebanon Valley, but they don't have control of this site. Revan finds Tenacious. Dunder keeping it split. Nox finds the difference. So never mind now. If he can find Veritox in the backline, it's going to give up this A site, stop the clock, and provide a lot better positioning for Old Dominion to take advantage of. Minty now slipping on in, is going to take that one. Nice transfer over, but the help of Tenacious is going to be what keeps Old Dominion back. 3 lives to 8, 35 seconds. Old Dominion just need one solid push here to take these last 2 players out. I'd like to see them group up, Jesse. Veritox in the back line. Noodle's going to find that. Dunder now alone, 1v7. It's only a matter of time before they find him, and you have to it just seem Dunder needs to go big, and it's such a hard thing to do.
Felt like so many times there was chances where LVC could have just kind of grouped up and played together to close that round out, but it just led to multiple one-on-ones where they were just losing them out to the likes of Old Dominion University and ODU, man. I mean, the way that they slayed in that round is absolutely what ends up closing them out the round. I mean, obviously they end up killing everybody on the opposing team, but I mean, just the constant pressure and overwhelming the likes of Lebanon Valley off spawn over and over and over again. I don't recall a time in that round when Old Dominion was trying to break onto the A site where they weren't either inside a square or inside of bricks in some capacity and just overwhelming the LVC players off spawn.
Thunder. Floating take. Oh, Noodles! That's a wake-up call and a half.
Took his noodle, that's for sure. Just completely took him off that head glitch.
Never mind, too, but Lebanon Valley, they find 2 of their own. Veritox splits the difference, and now that's going to be the B-side. Nox just needs to kind of step in and out of the site, but Minty's going to be holding the close angle, doesn't check it, so that's 4 down for Old Dominion, and they're giving up B again.
And it's the break-off. It's once again the break-off from LVC. I mean, it was a much slower job this time, but I mean, as soon as they find that first blood on top of green, and then they push out and they find a few more kills through the middle of the map, it just makes their life that much easier. Now they have 2 minutes once again, 1 life lead, make that no life lead to try to break back in towards this A site. But I mean, LVC, we've seen them do it before. All they do is they wait, they group up, they make a big play in from behind. It's exactly what we're going to see them try to do again here. See how Old Dominion kind of tries to answer this time.
Ooh, Minty caught in the open there. Noodles is able to double down, so Lebanon Valley once again kind of backed up on this attack. They're going to have to go back to this drawing board and group together again to overwhelm these players. Never mind force out of the position. Dunder's going to take that kill. You need a little bit of backup, and that's going to be Revan. So you can see that Old Dominion just waiting for these players to flood on into the danger zone, and the trap's been set over inside bricks, just constantly pressuring Lebanon Valley into their comfort zone.
this is their best chance at breaking in right now. But Infamous and Noodles, I mean, they find all 4. I mean, let alone those 2. But Noodles finds 2 throughout that 18 and 11 right now.
I like this.
In the round. And look at Nox. Nox putting full pressure on these Lebanon Valley players off spawn. It's basically what they were doing on offense, trying to put these guys in a spawn trap. It forces all the LVC players to have to turn around, have to make sure they're checking their back, playing their lives. It is such an annoying position to play and get into. They finally clear Nox, but Nox basically shaves off an extra 20 seconds off the clock there. And it basically now just leaves LVC with one more chance of trying to break this.
Yeah, he does his job. He stalls the clock. He does some damage so that when they're pushing in, now your ARs are just able to shut down the rest of this attack. 21 seconds. Dunder has the opening, forces Lebanon Valley in. He's going to hop right onto this box. You have the reinforcements. You have the players there. Minty's going to drop. Never mind. Look, and he finds 2. Really needs to go big for his team. Noodles finds the opening now. Going to contest it out. Veritox in the feed for 3. You have the players on now. Can Revan find something? He cannot. So suddenly, things have turned. Suddenly, Old Dominion can't touch. And just like that, Lebanon Valley, they find the opening through Dunder's double kill.
The more and more I'm watching this game right now, it feels like it's the AR battle. And I know I was hinting at it at the start, but the ARs are absolutely even taking over this garrison control right now. And this is usually a map where you see some machine guns pop off. And yes, you'll have your moments. You can see Revan here in the kill cam with his moments, obviously. But at the end of that round there, who was it for the likes of LVC that was able to close that round out? It was Dunder going on 4, Veritox going on a 3 spree to close that round out. It's the ARs again on LVC over and over again in this match that are just popping off and taking this team to another level. And it's crazy to think too, because Dunder's on 15 and 19 right now. He's not even having a great map because this is such a SMG heavy map, but his just one moment in that round wins them that round out for themselves.
I think it's because Old Dominion are allowing these long range gunfights to really draw out. You know, just like Nox in the later ends of that round having to pressure out that garbage hill. I'd like to see more of that from the submachine gun players if they can force it to another defending round. But now you see Tenacious going to hop out of green, finds Nevermind, should slow down this attack even more. And this break-off, a lot different than the past 2 attacks that we saw, or the past 3 attacks that we saw. Old Dominion really needs to kind of dig deep to find this. Nox in a big 1v1 against Minty on this one. Minty's not giving him anything. He's just gonna sit pretty and wait. Allows his team, Tenacious, to push through these vents, get in behind, and they're gonna have a pinch now. So Minty finally get overwhelmed, but Tenacious is back there. He's able to strike fine. That Revan's there for the trade, and Old Dominion, as slow as LVC, they get into this point just like that.
Yeah, the pinch was just a little bit too slow there, and it was just perfectly timed from Old Dominion University. I mean, you talk about COD timing at its finest, so I mean, that was just good timing at its finest there. And they'll go another 3-for-1 split now here in the feed. Veritox is just going to contest this for the time being, and he does have that trophy down, but he can't defend from Nox from behind. This should be the B site. You should expect LVC to just give this up and try to play for the new side.
Yeah, and now that update came on, I know it's been a long time now, but once they added that extra little bit of control to the top A platform, you can't have Nevermind just stack over there, can start contesting it so that Lebanon Valley are forced to get aggressive onto the A side. The only thing is, though, they find the kills. Dunder now on that radar dish, and if you're Old Dominion, it's forcing you to take control of bricks and take another avenue, and this is where the submachine guns are going to come into the mix. Tenacious is going to double down inside there, really spread Old Dominion thin, and now it's only really Nevermind that can make a difference from bricks, and he's going to be cleaned up by Minty.
We've seen offenses won completely different ways by these two teams. Lebanon Valley both times have bullied their way onto this A site, gotten in after getting B, and just held the site for a time. Old Dominion, they've won their first round by slaying out. It looks like they're trying to do that much again here by just trying to slay these players out, not really playing around the objective too much, but actually they have a 4-on-1 right now on site. They will find that final player. A perfect pinch in from the back. I did not even see that developing, and they could just stack this site now and close this one out for themselves.
Oh, Veritox gets driven out. No flank, no front line. The time's going through, and Old Dominion force a round 5. Noodles having a little bit of a Dunder moment out there in Briggs as he's able to find the opening with a double kill. And then Dunder in the back line just all alone. You said it yourself, a 4v1. What are you going to do in that situation? Absolutely nothing. Veritox was there for the flank. Old Dominion sniffed it out. They take him down. No more flank pressure. They can just take their eyes out to Bricks and really hunt down the rest of the players.
Oh, and Old Dominion, they get the slight advantage in Slain, so they get the final round. And I mean, you can see it. You got to think that's on Noodles. Noodles with 29 right now in the game, giving his team that little bit of an advantage to get that offensive Slain numbers up. They get the final round here on offense for themselves. Now we'll just have to see how this round can close out. Both teams just trying to jar for position here through the middle of the map.
This has been only attacking rounds, Jesse.
That's why the attack getting here in this final round is so huge for Old Dominion.
And I think this is the first time that we've actually seen a round 5 here in NACE Starleague control maps. So this is going to be a big one. Dunder a little bit whiffing on those shots onto Nox. You have Revan trying to turn up big with a huge 2-piece. Give him full streaks. He's on a 6 spree. And now over to that A side, looking to collect a little bit of time. However, sniffed out by Veritox. He shuts it down. B side's gone. You now have 2 streaks in the hand of Revan. This is where things are going to get dicey.
Well, we said it in the last game, that it was LVC's game to lose. Old Dominion now, 2 minutes on the clock. Life's lead in their favor. 2 full streaks on on the likes of Infamous Revan. This is in their favor now. If they can get into the right position to follow up this streak usage, this is their game to lose.
The blue arrows, once again, their sight. Looking to take out and win the submachine gun battles inside of bricks. Never mind, finds the second one. Revan takes out the third. 4 go down. Old Dominion now let those big boys rain. Here comes the streaks, as I'm expecting them to just rain down off those spawns, but I don't think they're even going to put anything through. You're going to have one last contestation, a team kill to say goodbye, and Old Dominion take the control.
And it did not look like they were going to take it before that round number 4. That was a very tight, close round that just at the very end of it, they're able to sneak out that offense, give themselves the offense for the final round as well. And in that final round, it's really this play from Revan. He finds 2 kills through the middle of the map, pushes through, he finds him, and then right after that kill, he finds the extra kill through Dark as well. Or not through Dark, sorry, through Bricks as well, and finds the 4th kill in a row for him, and finds all those streaks. I mean, just a wonderful round there. And that's just the great case of Revan just taking over and winning a map out for Old Dominion University at the end of that one.
And you're talking about the differences in the Search and Destroy, the changes that Lebanon Valley were making. Well, let's highlight the change that Old Dominion made at the end there from Revan especially. Instead of going and focusing all 4 players in the break off towards B, see Revan goes to A, finds Veritox, a sick double kill to give full streaks off of that first one. And finding all 3 of those players, it forces Veritox off spawn to go clean him up again. So it's just lacking players on B. It allows them to take control of that opposite side just like it was nothing. Big changes out of Old Dominion, Jesse.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think Old Dominion, they know how important this matchup is for them. We were talking about it before, how important this matchup is for the standings. They win this matchup, it could practically force us into a 3-way tie for first place with everybody being at 6-1 after this week. We said it before, it's absolutely all to play for. And with us heading towards Apocalypse Hardpoint, I mean, Old Dominion, with their submachine guns, you got to think this is their chance to bring this series back.
It's a big chance indeed, folks. Apocalypse Hardpoint coming up next over the flip side. But right now, you're watching NACE Starleague Call of Duty on your Wednesday night. Stay tuned for some more. Quick little break. We'll be back. And welcome back, everybody, to the NACE Starleague Week 7 for your Call of Duty action. My name's Seymour. Alongside me is the dashing Cruz himself. And Jesse, after the break, we're heading into Apocalypse Hardpoint for this map number 4. Finally, we get some spark out of Old Dominion University. However, into another respawn and another map, another hardpoint, Lebanon Valley. They looked good last time around. Talk to me about the differences this time.
Well, welcome to Revan's hunting ground. That's what I want to call this map right now, because it's absolutely going to be. I mean, we're heading towards Apocalypse Hardpoint. It's a submachine gun heavy map. This is probably one of the only maps in this game where you're going to see a 3-1 split, where you're going to see most of the players running an SMG. You might see a 2-2 split on certain hills. Maybe you'll see off the break, you'll see 2 ARs being run just to kind of hold down those long lanes of sight right off the rip. But for the most part, I think you're going to see some very fast, heavy gameplay here coming into this one. I think that only favors Revan and the likes of ODU here in this map.
Yeah, when you look at the flip side of this whole best of 5, we got Apocalypse Hardpoint and a Raid Search and Destroy if this goes to a map 5. And you're looking at Revan, just, it's been lights out. Even on the AR maps, he's been stellar on the submachine gun role. In a map where you even said yourself that is AR dominated, or in a series that you said was AR dominated, Revan's still being very relevant in the whole topic of question. Now when you're moving over to Apocalypse and Raid, this is really where he can make his name a lot more known right now into this matchup. And I think this is a good chance for us to head to a map number 5.
I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Now, barring that, heading towards map number 5, I think is going to be a completely different story and a very hard match for ODU to be able to win that with how we've just seen LVC in Search and Destroy.
That's fair.
It's going to be tough, but they need to get there first. This is a great chance for them to be able to get there, like you're saying. I think the big thing in that map number 1, though, and the biggest mistakes that I saw from ODU in that map number 1 is that when things got kind of chaotic, that's where you saw Lebanon Valley College really kind of take over. They had a really good situation on hill number 3 in the first set of rotations on that checkmate hardpoint, where it was very controlled chaos from LVC. It just felt like they were hitting from every angle multiple times. It didn't feel like ODU could really get their feet under them on multiple situations and spots in that rotation. So from ODU in this map, I think the big thing we need to see for them is just finding a way to control the chaos from LVC. You know they're going to come at you. You know they're going to fly fast. It's just a matter of playing your positions and not giving up too much position to give LVC that chance to really just get multiple angles and break in on your team and just really pick you apart from the inside out.
I think we're putting a lot on Revan right now for ODU. I don't think Nox has had too bad of a series either. When I'm looking at the opposite SMG, he's been a lot quieter in that sense. But I think Nox had so many turning points inside, not just the checkmate, but also the garrison control as well. So there's going to be a lot of pivotal different places that you can see ODU take advantage of into this one. I don't disagree with you at all. I think that this is definitely going to be the rotation battle on Apocalypse inside this map number 4. And that's going to be the big case for the ARs. That's where Lebanon Valley really can show their AR power on a map like Apocalypse. It's going to be in the later end of the hardpoint rotations where you can set up back hill 5 and really take control of the long sight lines. So I'm curious to see what I can see out of both teams. I think that Lebanon Valley, they can show their goods, but I think this is a good spot for Old Dominion University to be in, though. Jesse, talk to me a little bit on that end, because like Lebanon Valley and their ARs, do you think that they are going to be prevalent?
I think we will see 2 ARs from them still. I mean, I know that we've seen Tenacious and kind of Dunder maybe flex onto it a little bit throughout the series, but I think there's a chance, especially off the breakoff. I think that if Lebanon Valley are on good side off breakoff here, I could see one player holding down Ruins with an AR and sending one player to middle map with an AR, at least off the rip. Maybe we might see 2 subs come out as we get towards some of the hills where you need to kind of just send full 4 in and try to break inside. But and if if LVC can find a way to use the 2 ARs to a good success on this map, I think that could hurt ODU just running around with 3 or 4 subs. But I mean, I think it's all to play for here. I think it's really what we'll see. Can ODU just come out and do it, because they absolutely need to. We said it coming into that last game, the Garrison control, they needed to win it. They found a way to do it there. They need to win this match. Can they find a way to do it here?
Yeah, I mean, we apologize for the wait, everybody, because we did have a few lobby issues. However, we're back into it, and Apocalypse is ready to go. So let's hop over to this map number 4. Let's not wait any longer. Let's see just exactly what Old Dominion has if they can push this to a round 5. But right off the rip, you can see that Lebanon Valley, they have the better spawns inside that temple. It's going to be Old Dominion that has to push really through that, and you can see that's player number 7, Nevermind, trying to do exactly that when he loses the 1v1 to Veritox, and now Old Dominion now can soak up this time in Hill 1 and trying to just get as much as of a gap so they can have a little bit of comfort pushing into this Hill 2.
Well, it does appear off the break-off, Veritox will be running that sub once again, but it's been Tenacious and Dunder on the ARs, holding down the long-range lines of sights. I called it coming into this one. I knew you had a big feeling that they were going to try to set up in the position very similar to this. Tenacious has even found an AR for himself here in this game as well. But that's 3 down now for Old Dominion. They can break into this hill in for at least a little bit of time here, get it some time back for themselves. But you can see Lebanon Valley, they're like, hey, you know what? We got 25 seconds on Hill 1. We've got the spawns for Hill 2. Job done. Let's just continue to kind of build onto this lead.
Oh, Dunder takes the wide swing, allows Tenacious to play patient, and it pays off for Lebanon as well. The 2-for-1 in the back of the map.
One spawns out.
You still have Old Dominion here, and they can still overwhelm these last 2 players out here. It's going to be Tenacious again, looking to make a difference. Is able to transfer for 2, make it 3 for Tenacious. They shut down Old Dominion, and they send them packing.
Well, we talked about coming into this one, that Revan needed to be very good for Old Dominion. Starting off 1-3, not the start he wanted here, but it's also hard when you're always being that player that is trying to be the first player in, breaking in towards these sites, especially when you've got Tenacious on the other side, who has been a very good submachine gun for himself here for the likes of Lebanon Valley College. And the situations that he's getting himself into and the angles he's playing right now are just helping him so significantly. But Old Dominion University, they make the smart play. They say, hey, you know what? Let's just push back. We'll get the full rotation towards this new hill. Let's set up, give our players the best chance to be able to win some of these gunfights.
Tenacious again slips in, finds Nevermind. It's not really going to stutter Old Dominion too much. They're still in control of this, but ODU, they gave up a full 60 over on that hill too. They were already down, so they need to turn up big here and convert for this for time. But right off the rip, you can see Lebanon Valley in their retake. They find 3 kills. They make it 4, and you see the spawns from Old Dominion top left on your mini-map. They need to run back. They need to rush into this because you know how nasty Apocalypse Hardpoint can get if you allow this time to get out of your hands. And Minty and Tenacious are just not allowing Old Dominion to get into this whatsoever, Jesse.
I'm already seeing some mistakes from ODU I'm not liking to see so far in this game. Whenever they get inside these hills at the moment, they're just kind of sitting inside of them, playing very stagnant. They're not pushing out right now. They need to be playing with a little bit more confidence. You get inside that hill, you need to push out spawns so that you don't allow the teams to just push back in and force you to spawn out consistently like we've seen so far here. Doesn't help they're getting 3Ps consistently from Tenacious, but if they can find a way to just kind of force out these spawns, not allow Lebanon Valley to get these strings of kills together, that's how they're going to bring themselves back into this game.
A really quiet game out of Evan right here. He has a chance to turn up now with this chokehold that they have. Turtle's locked down right now from ODU. Nobody's in the hill right now. Here comes the flood. Revan goes 1-for-1. Veritox, though, is able to find that difference maker, so he's still in this hill finding time. Old Dominion not too far out of this, but Veritox 2 in a row now. Can he make it 3? And he's not even going to try. He has the reinforcements behind him just to back him up, and there they are to allow Veritox to just sit nice and pretty into the hill. Once again, Old Dominion forced off of a hill by Lebanon.
And Lebanon, they hold on to those left-hand side spawns as well. This game could really get out of control here for Old Dominion University. They need to find a couple strings of kills. They need to try to make this rotation over towards the new hill, and it's going to be a 3-man hit in through the bottom of the trenches.
Here comes the collapse. Look at all that damage done by Veritox. They don't even check the corner. Minty slides out. Is able to find all 3 players. Holy! And the 4th one not even anywhere close to challenge that. Noodles just needs to wait for the retake.
It's absolutely the worst case scenario there for Old Dominion. Not only do you give up the first 15 seconds for practically free because Minty finds that 3-piece, you get him even closer to streaks. He's not going to find them. They send another full 4-man hit in through trenches. It didn't work once. It's not going to work now. Dunder shuts it down again with the help of his teammates. And I mean, it's been, contested for a little bit, but this hill has practically been all Lebanon Valley College. And what I once thought with ODU, with how strong their submachine guns have been today, I once thought this match could really go in their favor. But the way LVC are playing this match right now, it is going to be very, very tough to bring this one back. We've seen some crazy comebacks on Apocalypse Hardpoint throughout the year. This one will be one of the most insane if it's able to happen.
Oh, we have, but you gotta highlight the elephant in the room right now. Nox 6 and 12, Revan 6 and 10, both negative in this. Both players we needed to see turn up. That's a good way to start Revan. Nice two-piece outside of this, but it's a 2-2 split right now. Tenacious slips by, allows Veritox to get the spawn in Deep Temple, and now they're converting this spawn into kills. Minty chimes in for a third, and that's going to be the break into the hill. Almost flawless, a seamless transition off that split spawn. And Lebanon Valley are going to be in a striking distance of putting this away.
Tenacious has just had everybody's number in this matchup with the submachine gun so far. I mean, we haven't really seen him to his full effect yet, and you got to think that now that we're on a submachine gun map, this is where we're really starting to see Tenacious pop off, and why we're seeing him pop off right now coming into this one. But nonetheless, it's not over yet. Old Dominion, they do start to bring it back a little bit. This is a much better hill one than what we saw the last time through. They're only going to be down right around 100 points heading in towards our second hill. They do still control the spawns as well as we look towards heading in. And I mean, those big gunfights wins in the back are so huge. It leaves Minty all by himself. This is a chance now. If they get a full 60 here, they're right back in this game.
Yeah, he did not know where to look at that. This is kind of flipped around now. This is exactly where Lebanon Valley were last time around, and you saw how that went. It was a full 60 in that hill to the red side. Old Dominion closing in the distance now. Revan locking down Temple. Noodles on that half wall. Old Dominion almost a flawless right now hold so far. They're just losing a couple players, but they're dealing with this aggression so smart. No rotations out just yet, Jesse, so they are still turtling into this hill too. You got Stilts coming up next, and that seems like where Lebanon Valley are going to start putting their eggs into.
Love this play from LVC. They don't want to feed streaks, so they're just all going to rotate over, kind of set up for Stilts, like you said. And it's really just up to Minty now. He needs to find a couple kills here on the rotation just to shut this team down. But Revan finds streaks. That's 7 in a row. We said we needed this player to pop off. He's coming alive here in the second half of the game.
Bruce Missile not going to be online. 3 go down. LVC hold. Is this where we're going to see those streaks come out, though? It doesn't seem like Revan wants it just yet. Because that flood, the spawns are actually considerably close to Stilts right now. Only a 50-point advantage, but Lebanon Valley are climbing every second that passes. Revan finds the opening, is able to find 2, breaks them off the hill. You have to back up, 3 are down, so another break from Old Dominion. They're keeping themselves in this with 31 seconds. They can put themselves at a 20-point deficit.
Yeah, it's hard to really get the streaks to fall in towards Stilts, so I understand why we don't see the streak usage there, and they also want to save those streaks for that Turtle Hill. It's really a good chance for them to be able to get an opening onto that hill if they absolutely need to. But what was once, what, 150-point lead for Lebanon Valley College brought all the way back. It's, what, right around 40 seconds now. But Lebanon Valley, they still have the win condition in their hands. They can still get a lot closer, a lot quicker here, especially because they have the rotation here over to Turtle.
Since Revan being 6 and 12, he's now 19 and 13. Let's highlight the elephant in the room once more. Can he make it 20 around the corner? A little bit of damage, and there he's going to clean up Dunder. Nobody in Hill just yet. Snaps over to Veritox. He's coming online.
The streaks came in. They didn't find anything.
No, the artillery strike did keep them off the hill for just now, but not for long as LVC still there. Finally, the break from Old Dominion, 233 to 187. This has to be flawless for Old Dominion, but look at the mini-map. You have the collapse out. They win their gunfights. Now it's Nox to make a big play, and he does, Jesse. Just that allows for this respawn to come in exactly as fast as it went down. And now you need these 1v1s in the back line. Tenacious needs to die here if you're Old Dominion.
He has snuck through. Tenacious gets all the way into the back lines here, and he's up in this top house. And he has been the thorn in the side of Old Dominion throughout this entire map. Maybe not the series, but this map has been all Tenacious. 24 and 19, absolutely popping off. They've got control of the new hill. This is where we saw them get a good chunk of time on the first set of rotations. We need a better answer here from Old Dominion.
Revan slides in. Finds the first, the second. Gonna be collapsed on Noodles from the top line. Takes him down. That's a teammate, buddy. You need to clear the hill. Tenacious still alive. Inside alley, but not for long. The spawns for Lebanon Valley right on the tail of Noodles, as he needs to be the hero of this story. for Old Dominion. The double shell and the AR's not able to find those kills. Minty, though, however, he's going to drop in. Old Dominion still inside this. The spawns for Lebanon are going to be right through the middle of the map,
Old
and they're
Dominion can win
hightailing
here
back
too.
into it. It needs to be a collapse. If you're Lebanon Valley now, you need to contest the point.
Old Dominion, they can close it out here. Who would have thought, with the way this game started, that Old Dominion could bring this one right back here for themselves?
Oh my word, Jesse. 4 seconds left and they do exactly that. Minty's gonna fall. Dunder can't touch. We're headed to a map 5 just like that.
I have no words. I mean, we have seen some ridiculous comebacks on Apocalypse Hardpoint throughout the year. That was like a 160-second lead for the likes of Lebanon Valley College going into the second set of rotations. What an incredible comeback for Old Dominion University to bring that one back. And it's on the back of Revan. It 100% is. Tenacious had his number in the first set of rotations. But the fact that you called him out at 6 and 12, and what was the next number you called it? It was like 24
19
and 13.
and 13.
Yeah, it was something ridiculous like that. I don't know exactly what his final stat line was there, but hopefully we get to see some replays or something just so we can kind of get a good hint at where that finished off. But absolutely ridiculous comeback there from Old Dominion University. They just controlled the spawns better in the second set of rotations than they did in the first. And on that map, spawns are key. You hold the spawns, you get your submachine guns into the right positions. That's why they can pop off. Revan, it's a lot easier to hold a head glitch than it is to run into one with a submachine gun. That's for sure.
Oh, that is one true statement that you could just never counter argue when it comes to Call of Duty. I mean, those head glitches, especially on Apocalypse, are so deadly. And to Revan, they just felt like nothing towards the second half of those rotations. You got to give props to Old Dominion for what they just saw there. That was absolutely insane. Let's take a look at some of these replays and see exactly what happened in that map number 4, because Tenacious was lights out.
Ridiculous.
Like, he was 8-1 in that clip, but now looking back at the end there, Minty finds his big 3K. That's where things looked a little bit dire in my eyes. But when you add into the second set of rotations, here's Infamous 22 and 14, but Nox as well. I called him out 6 and 10. He might be 13 and 8, but it's enough just to support Revan in that end. And you have Noodles 23 and 21 as well. I mean, just across the board, you had some really highlight plays from Old Dominion University. Noodles was positive. You saw that Revan was positive. And you had those last 2 players doing enough to make sure that they can support Revan and Noodles when they weren't alive. So it's just Old Dominion grasping at straws, and they held on tight to the end of it.
That Nox 2-piece there on Turtle as well is probably what saves the game for themselves.
It really was.
Because Lebanon Valley, they had the forward positioning. They would have had the third player coming in from Temple side as well. And they would have just been able to kind of sit up on head glitches and win those gunfights as the players from ODU came off spawn and were trying to push in from the left. And that really could have won Lebanon Valley College the game. But Old Dominion University and Nox, he popped off when he absolutely needed to. He found that 2-piece. Yes, he falls right away after, but it just left them into such a good one-on-one situation. And, I mean, Revan in a one-on-one, he's not going to lose it very often. He wins the one-on-one. They get the remaining time there, brings them back. They get the rotation. I mean, what a wild comeback. And now we have to go back into a game number 5. We have to go towards a raid, search, and destroy. It's going to be crazy.
Went to round 11 last time. And we talked so much about that map 4, we didn't even get a little bit of time to talk about this map 5, Jesse, because you're going to raid, and again, a map where these ARs can just start finding these first bloods already. Dunder doing just that. Snipes, never mind out there. Minty follows up, and just off the rip, a 4-on-2 for this retake.
Just me, or does LVC seem a little angry after losing that last game?
I'd be angry. I don't blame him. Revan spotted out, Lebanon cleans it up, and
a little bit of a flawless from round number 1.
Yeah, it was pretty simple off of that. I mean, not really too flashy, not anything just like that. I mean, Dunder off that nade that just like launched on there. That's why trophy systems not being there in round number 1 are so dangerous.
I think that first round ended so fast. I don't think anybody's going to have trophies here for round number 2 as well. So it's still going to be quite a hot and heavy round off the rip. We'll see what Old Dominion decide to do. Old Dominion, I mean, they came so close to winning that map number 2. It's really coming down to this AR battle once again on the right-hand side, and Old Dominion, they are bullying them off the site. They should be able to get this bomb down if they try.
They need a kill, though, to feel comfortable to get this bomb down. Thunder's laying some shots down through mid, peeking out. It's Nevermind. There's that first blood drawn. Revan wants to hop up there. Stuncheck's going to leave it open. Here's the flood now. Going to find Tenacious on the exit, and that's 3 players down just like that, as fast as Lebanon Valley did in the first time. Not going to be flawless, though. Veritox finds a present to send them packing, but Old Dominion not staying down for long. They're going to follow that one up. 1-1. It seems like deja vu.
Yeah, Lebanon just didn't get enough positioning up inside of Ring in that round, and it's really what ends up hurting them because Revan can kind of just push up and just continue to play off his life and kind of bully them inside close quarter combat, and it's kind of what closes out that round there for Old Dominion University as they bring it right back with a good offensive round of their own. We should start to see trophies starting to come into play now, though, so nades and stuns not going to be as much of an issue here.
I feel like I've seen this before in a map 2 that we just had. Just going
maybe a Moscow?
Just going shot for shot, Jesse. Like one round, both attacking rounds as well. So that's interesting. Wait, going back to A again. Tenacious this time with the AR.
How many times are we going to push that and just allow Tenacious to get a free kill, though? That's going to be the next question I ask. Because now we're already in a 3 versus 2 here for Old Dominion. Nevermind's going to need to back up and try to just play his life. We need to start seeing the submachine gun players on Old Dominion start to play their lives a little bit better here.
When Noodle's finding Dunder now, Minty's going to have to find the escape. You have Veritox sitting inside courtyard, so any rotation that cuts a little bit too thin from Old Dominion is going to be spotted out from that lurking player.
This is such a free plant.
Yeah, with this information that Veritox has, they know they can get this bomb down.
Well, they don't trust like that, though.
No. We've seen constantly, Jesse, that the player's just sitting there. You go to plant the bomb goes down. Just like that. But ultimately, they respect it. They allow the bomb to get planted. And
oh, they're going to set up a crossfire.
So Veritox is watching Minty's back, and Minty's watching Veritox back. Really. But actually, Veritox isn't here. So if Minty gets overwhelmed, Veritox isn't going to see it. Here comes both players through basketball court. Call out, not yet there. Minty's going to find them first. Nevermind's going to get the trade. 1v1. Veritox really just needs to burn this clock. 18 seconds left, and he is hiding.
Nevermind is so
he has an
ready
idea.
for it.
Yeah, he has an idea, but once again, Veritox just doesn't want to show him. 9 seconds left. He's playing this perfectly. Here comes the nade. He just needs to peek up and kill Nevermind, and bada bing, bada boom. That's a round 2.
Yeah, it's a perfect finish to the round there. You have 2 ARs left alive. Why even play over towards the site? Let's just say, hey, you know what? Let's make this full wrap. We know they've got a lot of pressure over towards B. They make the wrap over to A, make it that much easier. And I mean, we've seen it so many times this season, just how powerful the positioning is up in that top bedroom. It's very, very hard to lose a 1v2, let alone maybe even a 1v3, 1v2s in that situations up inside that hill, let alone a 1v1. You're not going to lose that up there. Now, heading back into this round, we saw Old Dominion the last time. Going towards this site, it's where we really saw them pop off, but another first blood to Tenacious. I think that's all 3 rounds.
Bomb. Sneaks in front of launch rates. Revan actually has a way in behind, and neither player is going to be watching this. He's going to find Minty from behind. Can he get the second one? He can. It's Tenacious. Drop that bomb all the way in behind. This is going to force Old Dominion to chase this down. Tenacious on the head glitch. He's going to find 2. Not able to find a third one, so 1v2. And in reaction, Dunder's already on this pillar. He knows where Noodles is. It's just the collapse from Lebanon Valley. And they can put away 2 rounds in a row. However, if you're Noodles, you can really take this into 1v1s, 2 separate 1v1s. And that's exactly what he does, Jesse.
I love that play from Noodles, too. He pushes out. He doesn't play complacent inside that top laundry room. Because he knows if he stays there, that a pinch will develop and it will come in. And with that stun coming up over the top, you got to think he has some sort of an idea of the positioning of Veritox. And he needs to get this bomb down. He's only got 19 seconds to work with here. The bomb will go down on this A site. And Veritox right now, very much so, just playing and waiting for information. As soon as this bomb goes down, he knows where to wrap now.
When he sees the cross, too. Noodles plants it at the front of the bomb. He's got 2 trophy systems left. Veritox doesn't have any nades, so it doesn't really matter. But the protection is definitely going to be there. And Veritox! What were those shots? Say goodbye to Noodles' head. As I know it's spooky season, but now Noodle gets to go for Halloween as the Headless Horseman.
It's the ARs, man. Back-to-back rounds for Lebanon Valley College. The ARs are who wins the rounds out for themselves. Tenacious, he's been on the AR this game as well. And it has just been him and Veritox just taking over. But can we talk about Tenacious for a second here? I mean, in the last map, he was the player on the submachine gun that popped off for them. This game here, he has at least 3 first bloods that I've seen him get for himself with the Krieg. Running that flex role right now to perfection for Lebanon Valley College.
Some man of many talents. Can he do it again, though? First blood, maybe? Nox thinking he wants to run through that alley, but yeah, I feel like they've learned their lesson by now in this, but you can see it's just ready to spring on through. Tenacious spots that he's going to disengage. You even have the backup from Nevermind this time. Look at the mini-map. Revan sneaks up to Zigzag. You have kitchen control, but no real flank presence. So player number 1, Veritox, is going to be very disconnected from this attack.
It just kind of feels like he's sitting back there to wait and play for a flank, but not really doing too much in that situation. And now in a 3 versus 2, I mean, they're not in a great spot on the site, but they will actually find one. So, I mean, it gives them all the chance in the world. And now Veritox coming from behind. This could actually open up a lot for them. They find the 3v2. Bomb should be able to go down here, and they should be able to play for our side.
And Patience plays off for Kid. Anything I just said. And Tenacious looks to push the aggression right into the alleyway. So he's going to find another one. Now Noodles last alive again. Another 1vx situation. Inside Laundry is going to catch Tenacious checking the wrong way. Now they know where they are. Minty's going to run out of the site. Minty's actually looking to make the marathon all the way around the map, so as soon as Noodles gets into this 1v1 against Veritox, Minty can just clean it up.
As soon as Veritox spots it out, he wraps off, not giving Noodles an easy time at all. Now the crossfire set up. Noodles is just in no man's land, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he's going to find the gunny there from Lebanon Valley College and a 4-1 lead, and it has not been nearly as back and forth as we saw in that Moscow Search and Destroy early on.
No, it looked a little bit like Deja Vu at the start. Doesn't look like that anymore. It looks like a massacre out here on Raid. I mean, I knew Hollywood was punishing for the talents, but I didn't know it was this punishing. 4-1 for Lebanon Valley. Back on the attack is going to be Old Dominion. And they take it over the B-side this time. Under inside Tiki. He's going to get all the info and actually able to live there. That's huge.
I think what's even huger is that they actually already have a lot of pressure over towards this side of the map as well. And player 4, Tenacious, finding all those first bloods is making the long wrap through. And he's actually going to check through this. If he checks behind this, it will be an easy kill. On to Nevermind. Boop. And we'll see you later. Nice little assassination coming in there from Tenacious. He's got some cojones for that one right there. But he does find the first blood once again. And I mean, this should just open up the round so much more for them to be able to get towards this site. But Noodles will answer back with one of his own.
Yeah, Veritox in money. Revan's going to put this bomb down. So they know where the flanker is. They know that there's presence inside money. They just need to find that exit now. Nox is going to be sitting inside pool steps. Players to the right, players to the left is Minty. So looking for the bait and switch out here, but no follow-up from that player. It's going to be Tenacious off this this flank, but Minty's actually going to find Nox through this pool staircase. And look at the last blue players from Old Dominion. They're stuck.
They don't have
inside
anybody top
Tiki.
bedroom.
Nobody's going to be able to be ready for this push. It's just winning those 1v1s. Veritox is going to drop with the instant trade from your teammate. Minty is going to be there. Now the collapse on this last player. The tags up from Tenacious. The cleanup from Minty. 5 rounds for Lebanon Valley. They're one step away from putting away the series.
When they were in a 3v3 there, Old Dominion, yes, you know that Infamous was in behind you at one part. Or sorry,
Tenacious.
Tenacious, thank you. Tenacious was in behind them at one point in that round. But, I mean, you got to hold onto your position, and you need that power position to win this site. Otherwise, you just get picked apart, and we've seen it happen later on in this round. And because Tenacious re-wraps back in behind, goes past the waterfall, he notices, hey, there's nobody top bedroom. Everybody's at Tiki. So Tenacious then gets the power position that they gave up for free. There was no positioning there from Old Dominion University, and it's just, you got to think that's a misplay from them at the end of the day. And ultimately now leads to a 5-1 lead, and Lebanon Valley College now on to match point.
Okay, so we saw the comeback on Apocalypse. We see the complete turnaround on Raid. Noodles is good for 2 through the middle of the map, but Veritox is actually going to give Dunder that swift opening right into Kitchen. I don't think they know Dunder's here. Nevermind's gonna have to clean that, check that, and Nox is able to actually get the bait and switch for Nevermind, playing their life perfectly. 2v1 against Veritox, the clutch master of Moscow. Damage goes through, Nox peeks on out, hops up to the rock, it's a little bit awkward, but if I was Nox, I would just play the time. I mean, you don't need to challenge this. That's a good call, though. Good call from both ends. Veritox could catch Nox off here. Checking the wrong way. Nox is now sent to the ground inside ring. This is getting close, Jesse. I mean, constantly Veritox is one bullet away from finding Nox. And Nox is playing with fire.
He's just doing a great job of finessing his life and staying alive. And what this is also doing is it's just burning so much clock. And Veritox is going to have to make a decision at some point here on whether or not he's going to make a play for the kill or make a play for the site. And he finally finds the kill. It felt like it took forever there in that round. But Lebanon Valley College, they close it out. 6-1 victory, much more dominant than the Moscow Search and Destroy. And with that victory, they now improve to 8-0 in Search and Destroy, and 7-0 on the season.
I mean, Nox just fumbled the bag, Jesse. You fumbled the bag so bad there. That was perfect for that. You just needed to sit in that ring, wait for Veritox to close the distance, and then peek out. But constantly just taking those long gunfights with the submachine gun. I know the 74U is a good gun. I know that it can completely map people in Cold War, but against a player like Veritox, who's been so good all series long, it's a little bit questionable. Take a look above my head. It's a 3-2 victory for Lebanon Valley College in this opening match of the night. All the way to map 5. It was a burner the whole time through, but once we got to Raid, that's where the stop came out, and Lebanon Valley said enough is enough.
They absolutely did. Lebanon Valley, I mean, I think we say it all the time here, but in Search and Destroy and in Call of Duty, it's very obvious, but Search and Destroy wins championships. And I mean, I think you're seeing why right here from Old Dominion or from Lebanon Valley College.
Oh.
And that poor man getting assassinated in the middle of the round there. And I mean, in this final 1v1 even here, you see Veritox, he plays his life for so long, and Nox, all Nox needs to do here is slide back away, play his life a little bit longer, try to stay alive. And that's probably one of the kind of not favorable 1v1s that you could have found yourself in on a head glitch versus head glitch against Tenacious, who has just been on fire that entire series for Lebanon Valley College. I mean, that's definitely series of NACE Starleague that we've had on stream so far.
That was absolutely insane. I was not disappointed. I mean, Old Dominion, they start out 0-2. They bring this back to a map 5. Almost complete the reverse sweep. Like I said, Lebanon Valley, enough is enough. They pull out all the stops there inside Raid. Tenacious looks good on the sub and the assault rifle. I mean, Lebanon Valley is dangerous. Now 7-0 in the NACE Starleague. 8-0 in Search and Destroy. Hey, can anybody beat this team? Like, who's gonna beat Lebanon Valley one day? That's gonna send Old Dominion a little bit farther down, and it's gonna bring to light your talking point on the fourth lead. I think it was Stockton is gonna have a chance now for that third place.
Yeah, so I mean, the kind of the weird situation that happens now is Old Dominion University, they obviously now dropped to 5-2. With Stockton being on a bye this week, it's an automatic game win. They improved to 5-2 now as well. And I mean, Stockton's end of the year schedule is a lot easier than what we're seeing for this Old Dominion team. I mean, Stockton goes up against the SSU Bears, who we've seen all of the top teams get wins against so far. So you got to think if they're able to win that match, that then improves them one more time. And then in their final match, they go up against West Virginia University, Potomac State College, and we've also seen some of these teams get wins against that team as well. So a much easier schedule than what we're seeing from at the very end We see ODU, they get their bye next week, so that should be an automatic win, but it could really come down to the final match of the year of Akron versus ODU. And if Akron wins out that match against ODU, that could send Old Dominion out of the play-in spot. And it all comes down to that week one forfeit from them that could end up costing them a spot in the play-in.
So many storylines coming into the light, but before we hop into the interview, I have a little bit of a note to tell you all, because since 1949, LLS has invested $1.3 billion in groundbreaking research, pioneering many of today's most innovative approaches. They work tirelessly to find cures and ensure patients can access the life-saving treatments they need. When someone experiences the fear and uncertainty of a cancer diagnosis, LLS provides hope, compassion, education, and support. So just like LLS is making an impact in the cancer community, the LLS hero of the game represents the player who has made the biggest impact in the match played. Whether it's a clutch play, a sacrifice, or provided strong leadership when it matters most, the LLS hero of the game is in fact Veritox, your assault rifle player that you highlighted so often in the game. Congratulations on the map 5 clutch, Veritox, and welcome to the booth.
Thank you. That was a little intense there for me.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Well, it was intense for us too. I mean, that slip up on Apocalypse, you guys go to a map 5. It got a little bit close there.
I know after we lost that, we were like, we're not losing this next map. It's like, we choked that. It's like, we can't let this happen. We had to like push it and make sure we got that win.
You guys looked way better on Raid than you did on Moscow. Was there any preparations, any changes you made to going into Raid than you had on Moscow? Anything that you were expecting?
Actually, I used to run a sub, and we like switched me to an AR to just like change stuff up. And I mean, I think it works good right now for us. We look pretty good, and we didn't like go over like Raid or anything like that much, but we knew we could do it.
It's a popular map. I mean, it's only been there for what, like almost 8 years now. So
yeah,
I don't blame you guys. You didn't have to prep for much. You know what you're doing, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seemed like the switch up in that raid worked out really well for you guys, having Tenacious on the AR there. He was finding a ton of first bloods for you guys. Kind of just a question going in towards those Garrison Control and the Apocalypse Hardpoint, obviously, with those 2 close map losses for you guys. And possibly having to play Old Dominion University again as this season comes down. They could end up being the team that makes it out through the play-ins. What are the changes that you guys are going to be focusing on towards the controls and towards that hard point to kind of help round you guys out? Because clearly you guys are an amazing search and destroy team.
Yeah, we just had to make sure we close out the games more, because obviously, as you saw on the APOC, it didn't really like do good for us. Like, we just choked that bad. We were up 150 points, and then that Garrison control was just like a mixy battle. Like, whoever got the 4 down was winning that round on the 8 point. So, I mean, Old Dominion is a good team, and that's it.
We're gonna see some battles between you guys for the rest of this year for sure.
You guys could just kind of chalk that off as just Apocalypse things. It happens.
Yeah.
It really does.
It's one of those things that you can see, but I mean, definitely for the rest of the season, I mean, you look at your standings. Are you guys feeling pressured by anybody? Is there anybody on your radar that's really pressuring you out of this first place spot?
This game right here was probably like our biggest game that we thought we had to play, and for like now, I mean, we still have to win. It's like every game is going to be a battle, but we just have to make sure we win and stay in first.
What about some hypotheticals there? If we can play around, you make it out into playoffs now. Is there any team that you want to play outside of your division?
I'm not sure like any of the other teams, but I mean, I'm just ready to play any team.
Love that. I mean, it might be hard. You're just trying to get one step at a time. You know, the future's the future. It'll come later. But before we let you go and celebrate your victory, anything you'd like to say to the stream?
Shout out my team. Shout out my friends watching, and thanks for supporting.
No problem at all. Congratulations, Veritox. Go celebrate.
Thanks.
Jesse, match 1 done and dusted. Map 5, though, it goes the distance. You know, it wasn't looking like that at the start, but as the kind of as the series kind of close to an end, I mean, you truly are a prophet. You guessed the whole thing.
I mean, I'm the best there is. Simple as that, right? Like,
Wow.
no, I'm
Humble.
just- I mean, very, very honestly close series, and I mean, I don't think me and you could have hit the nail on the head any harder than we did throughout that series. To be completely honest, we said those first two maps very much so favored the likes of LVC. They absolutely did. Second, the back two, they very much so favored the likes of Old Dominion University. It looked rocky off the start of both those maps. They were able to bring them both back, just weren't able to bring back that last search and destroy. And you got to think Lebanon Valley College, man. If they can keep winning S&Ds like that, and all they need to do is take one respawn with how good that team is, it's going to be very, very tough to beat that team.
Oh, it's going to be tough indeed. And you look at the future between both of these teams. LVC, they play Akron next week. Old Dominion, they have a bye. So while LVC plays Akron in this week, Old Dominion can sit back, watch the VOD, change up a few things, and they can come back stronger than ever for the play-ins, or to play Akron to get a little bit more of a comfortable spot into those play-ins. So that's going to be interesting into the future. But coming up next, it's going to be Kaiser University against Midwest University. We got that right here on the NACE Starleague Week 7 of Call of Duty action. We'll see you on the flip side, everyone. Welcome everybody back to the NACE Starleague Week 7 here for Call of Duty. We're heading into our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Kaiser University up against Midwest University, and this is going to be a big one. Both teams 3-3 in their respective standings over in the Southeast. Jesse, let's take a look at this head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both these teams, like you said, sitting at 3-3 right now, and very interestingly, they almost have, I mean, not identical records in terms of Kaiser sitting at a 12-9 map count and Midway sitting at a 10-10 map count, but almost the exact same records in terms of they have played each team kind of 1 week after another. They've had identical schedules. They've lost to pretty much the same teams and won against the same teams so far, outside of having one match difference here and there to start it off. I think the most recent one that we can really talk about is both teams have played University of North Carolina Wilmington quite recently, and for the likes of Kaiser, a 3-2 loss to them. Midway, it was a 3-1 loss. So, I mean, both teams played them very tight. And obviously that North Carolina Wilmington team 6-0 in the division, very good. But these two teams are two of the only teams who have been able to take maps off of University of North Carolina Wilmington. So, I mean, even sitting at 3-3 right now, you never know. You need to play every match out at your hardest. They have the smallest chance of being able to make it in the playoffs still, but a chance is still a chance. You need to take it. You need to run with it. So this match still has everything on the line here.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the University of Central Florida versus University of North Carolina Wilmington matchup in this one, because both of them are sitting at the top of the Southeast standings, 6-0. One of them's got to lose eventually, and it's definitely gonna seem like it's at the hand of each other. So
it's gonna be that's gonna be week too.
Yeah, that's gonna be later on into the week, something to look out for that one. But for Kaiser University and Midwest University, yeah, you're looking at the middle of the pack for each of them. Who can just be on top of the other one? Let's kind of get into the nitty gritty now for this one, because the maps, they're going to be an interesting standpoint for this one, Jesse. When we're looking at both of these two teams, I think it's definitely going to be who can separate the other one. Like, where's the differences been when you're playing the same teams, when you're winning at the same teams, when you're losing to the same teams? What are the differences when you're playing each of these two teams? Because I think Midway and Kaiser really need to kind of find those differences.
And the differences kind of come in one situation over the other. The hard point and the control records are exactly the same between these two teams. The one big difference right now is search and destroy. The search and destroy record for the likes of Midway University has been a 2-4 to the likes of Kaiser, who's been 4-3 in the mode. It's been the difference maker. That's why you're seeing Kaiser being able to win a few more of those maps, and it's really where they're finding a lot more success. We can see the maps here, though. Moscow hardpoint to start us off. Then we head towards standoff, search and destroy, a raid control, and if we go the full distance, it will be a raid hardpoint and a Moscow search and destroy. So a Moscow sandwich nonetheless here to start us off.
Sandwich, I like that.
And it's kind of interesting too, because it's been a while since we've seen a Moscow hardpoint here in NACE.
It's been a while since we've seen a Moscow hardpoint in general, I'd say. We don't really get treated to this very often for our first maps. And you say it every single time we get it. A standoff search destroy for map 2, that's usually the closer. Usually you get standoff as the closing map for a series, but into maps 2, I think this is an interesting start to the series that we do have. And I want to kind of get your takes on these two to start us off.
Yeah, well, again, I kind of think that the automatic S&D advantage goes towards Kaiser, so it's really going to come down to Midway and needing to win their hard points on their controls. And I'm not saying they don't have a chance to win a search and destroy, because it's any given Sunday usually in Call of Duty. That's what you say during the championships. Well, in this league, it's any given Wednesday. Anybody in this league can take maps off of anybody else, but it's going to be much harder for them to win S&D than it will be for them to win respawns, and it's just going to make the respawns that much more important here for the likes of Midway.
Well, starting off on Moscow, I think it's kind of the same as their story for Checkmate last series. You're looking at the assault rifle players really play a big part in this. I'm not too familiar with the assault rifle players for either team. I don't think we've seen the Kaiser University Lakeland team. I know we've seen.
Did we see Midway?
I don't think we've seen either of these two teams now that I'm thinking about it. So it's going to be a surprise once we get in to see the roles of each player. But I mean, what are your thoughts on this one? Assault rifle players, I definitely think will have a big factor here in Moscow.
Yeah, I mean, it's Moscow. It's going to be super long range gunfights for a lot of the maps, for a lot of the games. We'll probably see a 3-3 split of, or a 3-1 split of subs to ARs off the break here, I would imagine, just because of how hot and heavy and contested the first Metro hill really can be. But as soon as you leave that hill, every other hill is going to be long range gunfights. You've got hill 2, you need to send a player up, set them up in top of the police station. Hill 3, you got to sit players back in library. You need to win those long range gunfights. Hill 4, you're in the boulevard, all long range. It's all going to be on the ARs in this map.
Well, AR is going to be big. Some machine guns. Let's see what they can find out. Let's jump to the motherlands. Let's take a fight over to Russia. Let's get right into the mix for this hard point. Hard point on Moscow to lead the way, something we don't get to see too often. So let's take it in one step at a time. Kaiser University, we got Daily Leak, Sad Sinister, Lude, Troitsky, and Poncho Johnson up against Midway's D Nazi, Audit, E-Man, and Iceman. No Prizone.
Poncho Johnson. What a name.
Iceman, no Prizone. What do you mean?
Oh, we're just calling him Iceman here today. I don't know about the rest of that, but nonetheless, right off the break here, it's going to be a 2-2 split, but Midway will get control of the first hill. Kaiser, I don't think they're really too worried about this first hill. They want to contest it a little bit, but the main focus for Kaiser here in this first hill is they want to really just hold on to the spawns here on the right-hand side for the second.
Sad's interlude is going to be locking down Globe, watching that crosshair. Is able to find Got It from behind. Lets Poncho know that Iceman's in behind, so it's still a three kill streak for Iceman. You get the break into this hill too. Midway flips the map, and off that break, it's just not looking good for Kaiser anymore.
No, it's really not. I mean, like, you get a great break off for Midway. You get a good amount of time on Hill 1. You get the perfect flip into Hill 2 as well. E-Man can now hop in the hill, start soaking up some of this time, and Kaiser is just in a rough spot right here. That will help, though, with Sad. We're just calling him Sad right now. Sad able to find 2 kills and just able to break back into the hill.
Yes, he does. Troyski finds Iceman. They know D-Nazi as well as that last player inside police is going to be there. It's really just D-Nazi now. Having some nice team unisons there. It is going to be cut short by Sads. Audit finds the break. So Midway's back into it. You still have a 12-point lead, and they're going for another hit at this. They want this last little bit of scrap time. The collapse coming through from Kaiser. You got Sads in the back line providing a little bit of overwatch. They're going back for back in each one of them. The break comes through for Kaiser for the scrap time, and now Midway, they're going to say, okay, we'll take that. Let's go over to Fountain.
Yeah, and with Poncho Johnson inside the hill, it's going to be practically a tie game at the end of the second hill. But this is the hill where it can be really, really tough to break if you get a good setup. And that's why you saw Midway with 10 seconds left. They said, hey, you know what? Screw it. We don't really need this time. Let's just get a full setup over here. Try to lock down the full 60. They need to be careful, though. Nobody is really watching in towards middle of the map right now. So there is a chance where a player could sneak through.
Yes, they can. E-Man has that overwatch. Calls for Iceman to pop up. Midway, so far so good for this hold. 3 go down for Kaiser, and they can really start putting a difference in between this, put a wedge between both these teams when it does come to that score line. You still have a presence in the back line for Kaiser. It is going to be player number 2, Sads. Will Audit find him? Looks like he's going to walk right in front of Audit. He's able to clean that one up. Poncho Johnson gets called out, so Kaiser just stopped at the door so far. Nobody really getting any time just yet. You got 16 seconds, and this is finally where Kaiser get a condition.
And it's just not enough. That was just a beautiful hold from Midway, and they're going to give up the last 10 seconds as well. They don't really care to try to get it. They want to try to win this rotation over towards this new hill. Troyski will find one on the outside to at least break this off, and now he's just going to grab a powerful position up top statue. He's going to be overwatching his players laying down inside that hill right now, but both teams, I mean, we're getting 50-50 spawns right now. This is going to be a bloodbath.
Yes, it is. Audit. We're going to get that. Goes 1 for 1. Sads turns up big. Able to double down inside this hill. Daily League hops in for some time. Can he find a kill, though? No, he's going to take some damage down to 18 HP. He's got to run and hide. And still, those assault rifle players for Midway. Raining terror down onto this hill. Daily Leak with the opening. Trying to get behind. Can't snap to D-Nazi. Still alive in the back line. Audit's on top of this for some time. Kadesh is going to be in board for this hill number 4. Finally, the cleanup. Sads here. Shots onto E-Man. Good for the kill. And you can look at that mini-map. The spawns out from Midway are going to be coming out through Bank. Iceman has control of gold. And this last 10 seconds looking to go the way of Kaiser unless Audit finds that kill with D-Nazi, so nobody gonna get that last little bit of time. Midway for a few seconds, but all eyes are on this hill 1 rotation.
We said going into this, that Midway, they absolutely need to take these respawns. It's crucial for them within this series with how good Kaiser's Search and Destroy has looked throughout this year. It's been a very tight game so far here, but Kaiser, I mean, it looks like they might be able to start to take an advantage here in the second half of this game. If they find some more time and are able to hold on to these spawns, they could absolutely spell disastrous. Luckily for Midway, though, they do get those right-hand spawns. They do stay alive for just long enough. And this is good and bad for Midway, because now Midway can set up for the new hill. The bad part is you've very much just given up a free 60 seconds to, like, a Kaiser University.
I feel like Kaiser had a really slow start, but starting to heat it up now. E-Man doesn't catch Daily Leak, so the opening is here to break through this pressure. E-Man gets cleaned up. They still don't know Daily Leak's here. He's going to pick up that Craig. Iceman's down. It's nice snap to Audit. Great transition. 3 players are out, and the flip is in unless D-Nazi's here. Because he's now inside prison, or police station. Leak has no idea. And now all those blue arrows, they're going to have to turn around, clean him up. Troyski's for the kill. The front line's going to go down. Poncho gets broken. The hill is opened up now. Iceman and E-Man find their way through, and nobody going to be collecting time just yet. I don't know how they broke through that front line.
No, E-Man got a spawn up in the back, a blessing from the gods, as E-Man spawns up with his teammates to help pretty much get a pinch inside that hill. It just made the break so much easier for Midway. I mean, they did the hard work. They broke from the front, but I mean, a very lucky spawn comes in to help them get inside of this one, but they're not going to complain about it by any means. Kaiser will break back into this hill pretty much immediately. But now we head back over towards the fourth hill, or towards the third hill. And what happened the last time we went to this hill? It was practically a midway full 60. They rotated early. They got the setup they wanted. This time through, though, Daily Leak, he will be here a lot sooner. He wants to try to make this play before they get set up concretely.
Shots can't find the kill, and E-Man's going to punish. So Kaiser's going to be down a player for this take, and all the setups that you can imagine from midway. Opening the backline, though, is Sad's going to find that. Troyski, some brilliant shots on E-Man there. 3 go down for midway, and the break as simple as that. You still get that spot from E-Man, barring D-Nazi holding the backline, but they know he's in the back here. You know he's in library, and Poncho is going to put that through. So the instant break from Kaiser, flawless.
That's exactly what they needed. Streaks will start to rain in from midway now, though. They did have one artillery strike, I believe, on their side. It was E-Man. He drops it in. He's able to find one, but no break in from behind. He really didn't have too many players to be able to follow that up. And, I mean, that's just an easy hold there for Kaiser. Nobody inside the hill right now, though. That's a free 20 seconds. Kaiser, you better get back in and grab that.
Yeah, you might want to walk away with that. 170 to 116. Heading back into this Boulevard Hill. Last time it was very contested from both sides of the field. Midway, the first one's here. Can they win the gunfights to the bus? Here comes the kills. E-Man's going to find the first one for Midway. Can they find the second one? Poncho playing a little bit of ring around the Rosie, but it's Midway with their pockets full of Posey, as they're going to actually transfer a third one, 2 out on Daily Leak. Not able to put their feet into the hill just yet, but still with control. E-Man starting to convert this into time, but he's got to dip in and out now as Kaiser are right on their tail.
The second set of rotations has been way less contested than the first set was. We saw around 2 minutes of clock time ripped right off the rip here, but I mean, already this time through, it's only been around 40 seconds of contested time throughout this entire second set of rotations. And now with Kaiser back in the hill, and with Sads watching over top of him, 30 and 16, double positive. I might need to learn how to say his name correctly because he is absolutely popping off here in this game.
Say it proud. Sads interlude. Going for 32. Can you make it 33? Yes, you can. Maybe 34. Sad's interlude. Brilliant 6 spree. What was that play? That is a confidence play right there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't complain about that from Kaiser and Sad's interlude. Absolutely popping off here in game number 1. I believe that streaks for him there with that 7th. Can't make it 8, though. He does end up getting dropped, but the damage is done. They have absolutely taken complete control of this game. He at least has 1 streak now as well. That should help them if they need to break into any more of these hills, but they might just be able to get the job done here. There's still a little bit of time that needs to be contested, and that may just have been enough from Audit to force us into at least 1 more hill.
Yes, it does. A 100-point lead, but Midway a chance. And a chance can go a long way. We saw that in Apocalypse in our last series. Another contention from Audit. And he's able to go 1 for 1 onto the hill, too. So Iceman can slip on in. It's this engagement, I was going to say, from Saz. That's going to be a big play to the outside, but won by Midway. They still have the spawns. The setup's going to be here, and Kaiser decide they want to go right down the middle. So you see player 1 leading the way. That's Daily Leak. It's into this hill for the contention. On it, trapped at both sides. The trades, though, favoring Midway as they are barely holding on to this hill. Sats is going to sit and wait for the reinforcements.
And we've seen them break this hill twice with those streaks, but now Sads will drop the streaks. He has the players to follow them up as well, but he might get bad timing on the kill. He ends up dropping. All the teammates around him flood inside the hill, and they just don't find anything from that streak usage. And this is looking more and more like it could be a full 60 now for the likes of Midway.
Midway make the best out of a bad situation. You hear that artillery strike, you must know that he's close in by. So they spread out, they scatter from the hill, and they eliminate the players around there. And yeah, look at player number 6, Audit. All the way in the back fountain of the map. Kaiser's going to be here as he may be trapped. A heroic island play here from Audit could be the means to Midway's comeback, but they clean him up inside library, and now it's E-Man's time to bring out the big guns. Gonna scatter along these players. Here they come, and just like Midway in the past, they're gonna spread out, take the gunfights, and win them all. 3 players go down. The spawn from Midway gonna be through the bank. One last chance, one last opportunity. Leak on the front line, contention. The contact around E-Man, 1 for 1. 5 seconds left for the win. Has to hop into this point. Poncho's gonna be here for the defense. D-Nazi goes out. 3 seconds left, and Kaiser University are gonna take your Moscow.
I mean, it's all in that second set of rotations that ends up winning them that game. I mean, it was pretty much dominated by them from hill 1 to hill 4 throughout that second set, and it's really on the back of Sad's interlude here. Just, I mean, this is the play where he finds the streaks. Yes, the streaks don't end up getting you anything, but a huge lead to be able to close the game out as soon as you got one more break, pretty much. And, I mean, I hope we get to see the end of this. This was the disgusting part with the Diamati at the very end. We don't get to see it there. But, guys, he caught another two-piece. If you guys missed it, just believe me on that one. It was absolutely insane stuff there.
I was saying it earlier into the series. I mean, some people are born naturally with that power. Sads is just one of those people with that Diamati. No worry in the world turning over there. It's just a Sads interlude montage.
It's a highlight reel right now.
It's a highlight reel indeed. I mean, you might as well just submit this to any CDL team you want, Sads. You can have a shot if you'd like. It's a nice double kill from Link instead of Police.
It's literally all Sads.
But yeah, I mean, Skyser University just finding these combinations, constantly 3 down for Midway. I mean, the breaks were so simple. And again, we just see Sads in that situation. Here's that Diamati play. Nice first one there. Shaky shots from E-Man. Gets punished by the pistol. That's 6 in a row as well for that. That is just ego shell and a half.
He had to have gone on like 2 or 3 5 to 6 sprees throughout that game before he finally found streaks as well. Incredible stuff, absolutely incredible stuff there from the likes of Sads. And I mean, you got to think that if Midway can't answer back that AR pressure that he's dropping on the map, that this series is going to be over before it starts.
Well, I was talking about when Sads dropped that artillery strike on hill number 2, you saw all the players from Midway scatter and take the gunfights. When Midway did the exact same thing, E-Man drops the artillery strike on Fountain. I'm surprised that they weren't ready for the escape out of the side of Kaiser, because Kaiser just does exactly what Midway did to them, and it works.
I think the issue for E-Man when he dropped that streaks is he actually used the streak at multiple different times, because I don't know if you guys know this or not, but you can actually drop the pings in multiple different drops. So he actually dropped 2 originally, and he only had 1 left for that drop. So maybe if you're Kaiser, you know that he only has 1 left there. I know you're not supposed to do that. He kind of broke GAs in a way, but it's just a tough situation there. And I mean, nonetheless, though, Kaiser, they do get the job done. It's a very clean game 1 from them. And now we head to Midway's worst mode as well in Search and Destroy. And if you're Midway here, you got to be shaking in your boots a little bit here. You needed to win these respawns.
I was going to say, what does this mean now? You're going to Search and Destroy. Kaiser University a lot better on Search on paper than they are on Hardpoint. And the fact that we just saw that blowout on Moscow to the later end. I mean, Midway kept it close a lot of the way through, but towards the end of it, that was Kaiser's game to lose. And they did not lose it whatsoever. Now, moving into Search and Destroy, I think it's interesting that we're going to Standoff. I think Standoff could be a thorn in the side of Kaiser, maybe a wrench in the plan from Midway. Something a little bit more comfortable for Midway that Kaiser might not expect. You never know. Standoff, just one of those maps.
I mean, I'm just thinking about Sads with an AR down middle of the map on this map, and I'm just scared for Midway right now. That's my big thing. It's just like,
I forget what I said.
Yeah, you just need to find a way to answer him, and it's going to be very tough heading in towards the map now, and it's already a first blood to the likes of Kaiser. Troitsky finds an opening through the middle, and yeah, I mean, some machine gun pressure, it's here. Daily Leak finds another one, and it's already falling apart right now for Midway.
Both subs find it. Leaks actually caught out inside that hotel room. Yeah, a little bit too aggressive, and now from a strong start, Kaiser gets kind of backed into a corner now. 2-on-2. You have Sads on this middle statue, so you have the crossfire checked off. If you rotate out, you're walking to your death. E-Man finds that out very quick. What do you do with this bomb if you're Iceman? I mean,
I would not ever want to run into Sads. He is absolutely terrifying me right now with that AR play. But as Iceman here, you need to try to solo this out and making it into 1-1-on-1 to give yourself the best chance of winning this. He absolutely does. He finds one, but Sads finds it through the wall bang into Delhi and closes the round out.
Just enough damage from Troitsky. Enough damage from Troitsky. Look at the tracking from Sad's interlude. Through Delhi. Through the little thin garage door, wall, screen, whatever you want to call it. Finds the kill. Finds the round. A turret in the middle of the map. Sad's interlude. Doing everything they need to in that 2v2. Midway almost clawed their way back with those kind of overextensions that you saw out of Troisky and Daily League, Daily League and Poncho, but not this time around. Again, Sad's first blood through the middle of the map, like you were calling out what you were expecting, but in the feed, it's a 2 for 2.
It absolutely is. They might be able to get some positioning on the Sads here, but no, it's Troisky again in the back. And this AR duo is just turning up right now for Kaiser. Sads will find the final kill once again.
Why did you push that?
Like, what do you do?
I don't know why you
How do you
like
win
push
that?
out of that situation. I mean, they were actually in a very strong position on the
They
side
were.
of Midway. The fact that they overaggressed there, that was just a round that they kind of gave up.
It kind of felt like Sads was in a position there where they needed to push up and they needed to be the aggressors, and Midway just did not play it right at all. You
No.
are completely correct there. And look at the positioning from Sads already. He's going to push over towards the tractor side of the map. He's the solo player here. They might be able to get him off his streaks here and drop the best player from Kaiser from the lobby. And they absolutely do, finessing their lives. They get the first kill to get the bomb down. And this is going to be a very tough retake for Kaiser with only SMGs left.
You see, Sads was ready for a fight. He was not going down without the movement as he was finessing around Tractor, but you're right, Daily League, 1v4, what can you do? Finds the first. Snuck on Tractor. All three players there, Eban taking contact and taking the life. Midway put themselves on the board.
It's that whole round is opened up because they completely solo out Sad's interlude on the right-hand side of the map, and they're able to find that kill with a 3-on-1. So, I mean, maybe if you're Kaiser, you don't leave him alone in that situation. Again, on the next defense, maybe you play another player over there just to give him a little bit of help if they're going to continue to hit that A site like that. But not anywhere near similar to what we saw from the first Midway offense. Much better that time through. Kaiser, looks like we're going to see a different hit from them as well. 3 men going in through the middle of the map.
Sounds like a good time. For Troisky it is. Can you find the trade? Nazi trying to take it out. Look at your minimap, Jesse. 2 players are actually on the flank here. Audit's in behind. And here we go. Reap that reward. Players all over the place. That's bomb down. Audit finds 2. Can't find a third one. It's Leak to escape. He actually has recovered that bomb as well. If Saz can find Audit in this corner, spots the gun. There he goes. 1v2 for D-Nazi. And suddenly the tides have turned here for Midwest. Nazi alone at Tractor, and they should know exactly where he is because those early shots that he had.
That's a free plant as well. Sad's just going to set up in the middle here. And as soon as those shots go down, I would expect we see a reposition and him just play his life. But no, he's actually just going to sit in that corner, wait for the player to have to push out. He's expecting the deli push, and he is just completely ready for it. Sads has had... I'm not sure if he's going to catch that timing there. I don't think he did, so...
Nazi
might get a good chance to get the inside here.
wraps all the way through, but
doesn't
he
see
doesn't see
Sads.
Sads! Jinx! Kaiser! What a round there. I mean, Audit had the play right here. Finds the first, the second on a Poncho. Not sure if he saw Daily Leaks laying on the ground. He definitely didn't. The gun might have been blocking that, but that was a perfect start from Midway with Audit wrapping around the way they did. Kaiser had no idea whatsoever, but again, they kind of throw away their lives.
Yeah, it was just like, it's so tough because you find those 2 kills from Audit through the top. It makes that round so much easier. And oh my god, the positioning that Kaiser has in this round right now, Midway could be in some trouble. And that teammate is not going to help Audit.
Oh no! Audit! That is tough. That is tough. Now Nazi, what can you do here? Can't even find the second one. Kaiser basically gifted that round 4-1 off that team nade from Audit. We're gonna get to see it here. No, it's just a little bit after actually. As Poncho was able to clean up this round, hunting down Nazi through that alley. Good pre-fire there, but shots a little bit shaky. 1 HP, 1 shot lands on the Poncho, and that turns into a 1v2.
Before that, before the team nade came in there, though, Kaiser was in just an amazing position to win that round out for themselves. The way that they set up inside that site, just to have every single person just kind of sitting back, set up, ready to go, and just pushed up and took up so much map control. They basically just had Midway all pinned back in the back of Bakery. Sad's just doing Sad's things, wins a huge one-on-one to open this up. He will end up falling here. I mean, the last time he fell in a round, they did end up winning the round here, so this has got to be Midway's best chance of taking a second.
Audit. Long wrap around farm. Oh, he saw Troyski. Now he's out to hunt.
Yeah, but if he climbs, he's going to give up the audio, so he's got to go the long way.
He knows that. Oh, but he doesn't get there in time. E-Man.
The timing.
Where's the communication there? I mean, he should have known not to push that. Audit had a free kill. And now because of that, a 2v2 is now a 1v2. You got Poncho underneath in the front door. Here's the drop. Audit takes the 1v1. He was ready for it, but Kaiser was too. 5-1. They're ready to take standoff.
Audit has been such a sneaky player throughout this game, too. I mean, I got to give my props where props are due right now. He keeps finding just any little lane that's open and makes it work for himself to be able to break in, find a couple of kills. It's worked out very well for him so far. We'll have to see if he can continue on with the pressure that he's putting on right now.
Let's see it.
Oh, very fast hit from Midway.
All three players inside. Nate's gonna land, so
Hey, it's not his teammate that time.
yeah, Daily League's gonna be there. Troyski and Poncho looking to make plays, but only one being taken off the board from Midway. Sats is back into this position that we saw him in round 1, and you look at both positions for the AR as Troyski was able to get that long distance fight onto Audit. Now Sats caught backwards. Midway makes the wraparound. They're able to put 2 on the board now, Jesse.
The timing just doesn't work out for Sads in that situation, and E-Man, once he finds this kill, this is what stops Sads from being able to look on that left-hand side. As soon as that player falls, he knows he needs to start checking multiple angles, and as soon as that comes in, that's when he looks to his right, and unfortunately, Sads gets the worst COD timing of his life there. 8-3 now, though, still having a fantastic game for himself. We'll see what they decide to do here on offense this time through. Last time it was a much faster hit over towards this B side, and it looks like we're seeing something very similar coming through right off the rip. And Sads once again. Middle of the map, just give this man the first blood.
Answer back. Iceman shots are solid, but
I thought I was going to stick with how these nades are in this game.
might have been, but the trophy system was there to back him up. So Leaks
I didn't even see that.
is going to get inside the bomb site. Sads doubles down into the rounds. So nobody inside a position to flank from Tractor. You got Audit again, make the long wrap around. How many times has he done this? I mean, I'm sure Kaiser are expecting this one. Iceman from the front opens up, finds Leaks, the trap from Audit. But Poncho is able to snap. Iceman now 1v4. Can he get the ace? Sads locking down this position. The shots are there. Iceman has the escape there. Diamante, he's running right into it. 93 HP. He's got to dance around this van. Things are going to get interesting. This is for Midway to keep themselves in it. That's going to be Iceman. I am fumbling here. Iceman just finessed him.
And he's on a 6 spree right now. Ice in his veins. The Iceman living up to his name there. Closes out the round. And that was a huge one-on-one against Sads to close that round out. Did he find all 4? Because that was the first one. I think he found all 4 in that round. That's an ace as well. Because here's the 2 onto the next players. And then he finds the final kill onto Sads as well. Huge round there from Iceman, bringing his team right back into this one. They're still down 5-3. It would have to be a collapse from Kaiser to lose this game out. But the big thing right now is we need to watch on Iceman. If he can find streaks here in this round, that gives him a fantastic chance of coming back into this game.
Sads. First blood menace. Can he do it again? No, it's Leak this time.
Oh, and there's the streaks gone.
Streak's gone. Bombs down. 2 players off the board. Midway, they need to claw their way out of a deep, deep hole. Poncho around the corner. He's going to challenge it. And he's actually going to find Nazi as well. So Audit 1v4 to keep Midway in this.
And you got to think if you're Kaiser here and you're wondering where Audit is, just turn around. I'm sure he's behind you somewhere.
Honestly, though. Honestly. Audit doesn't know what to do here.
I mean, what do you do here? You're in a 1v4. You don't have the bomb. It's down in a terrible spot. He needs to make a play for that bomb first, solo out a couple of these gunfights, and try to win a couple of one-on-ones here. But as soon as he picks up that bomb, I'm sure they now have all the information in the world on where this player is. He only has 28 seconds to get this bomb down, too, and he's getting hunted.
Oh, leak. It does go down, but the trade right behind them. Kaiser's going to come out with standoff 6-3. You see this opening here. E-Man pops his hat out, and pop goes the weasel. 6-3 on standoff, Jesse. I mean, it's definitely as commanding as I expected from Kaiser University on that, but Midway were able to sneak a little bit away.
Yeah, it's just the S&D woes for Midway. They just continue on here. It's tough. It's tough when you are having such a hard time winning search and destroys, and Kaiser's beating and Kaiser's beating University of North Carolina Wilmington in search and destroys. That's where it gets tough, right? It's like there's so much differential between these two teams in the mode, and I mean, it's going to be very, very hard, especially when you have Sad's interlude, the way that he's playing in this game right now. I mean, like, look at these wall bangs. Like, what can you do there? You're already one shot. You're just trying to get away with your life, but this man's shooting you through the wall. There were so many little rounds there as well that you got to think that Midway, a couple different timings or a few different situations, they probably could have closed the game out for themselves there. You even had Iceman ace around, get a 6 spree. It just wasn't enough. They just didn't have what it took inside that game to be able to shut down Kaiser, and it kind of worries me going in towards this raid control as well, because raid control is a map where an AR can still just absolutely take over, and you got to think that Sads is going to be a very, very annoying player to play against on this map.
It's definitely not going to be the most comfortable position. I can agree with that. I mean, raid over inside bedroom, you see how dominating that position can be, even on a defender side. If you get Sads into that bedroom position, he could just solo hold from behind. Basically, you just need a couple players to play coy on that site. Make sure you contest it, because Sads is definitely going to be the Grim Reaper out here inside this control. But Midway University, I mean, highlight a few things, because we saw some success early inside the hard point. We saw some success later on in the search and destroy, but it's just the niche things that they're just not able to escape the sights of Sads. They're not able to get down and overwhelm the other 3 players. So what do they need to do out here?
So I think it's as simple as answering one of your ARs is going to need to step up in this game, and they need to go toe-to-toe with Sads. You need to not allow that player to do what he's doing, because what happens when Sads is going off in the way that he is with the AR, and you see it even up in the top levels of Call of Duty, is when he's going off with an AR the way that he is, it allows his submachine guns to get into so much better positions because they have him overwatching them. He's constantly dropping players in front of them, which allows them to push up, get into annoying spots to shut down the team. That's why I'm very worried about this control. It's another spot where if he's playing in the right angles, his subs can get up into really annoying small little angles, nooks and crannies, shut down Midway. So if you're Midway here, your number one job is you got to shut down Sad's interlude. And then after that, you need to have your submachine guns absolutely popping off and winning those one-on-ones against the Kaiser University players.
It's a tough one, but again, you're in the spot that Old Dominion was in the match before this one. Reverse sweep against a team like Kaiser that just has your number. It's the recipe to kills. I mean, you're right. The recipe for the kills has to be the way. If you're looking at the rest of the series, I mean, you have another Moscow Search and Destroy later on in that, and Kaiser, looking at the way that they played Moscow Hardpoint, they had the rotations on lock a whole lot of the time, so I imagine that they know their way around Moscow. If this does go the distance, this is really Midway having to pull out all of their stops here, show what they're made of in NACE Starleague, because, I mean, it's the whole storyline that we started out with, Jesse, is that both these teams have lost to the same teams and they've beat the same teams. So it's really, this is going to divide the middle of the pack, I'd say.
It absolutely is. This is really going to be a defining marker for the standings in the Southeast Division right now as well. I mean, if you look at the standings right now, both of these teams at the moment sitting at 5th and 6th, both at 3-3. You have a couple teams ahead of you. You got Full Sail at 4-2, has already beat both of these teams. Full Sail in a great spot to be that team that if one of the top 3 do end up dropping out, Full Sail is right there to try to take advantage of it. You've got the University of Tennessee Knoxville at 5-1, one of the only teams who has lost a map inside the top 3, because your other 2 teams are Central Florida and North Carolina Wilmington, who are both 6-0, and they will probably not lose a map until they play each other in the final, or lose a game until they play each other in the final weeks. So it's a tough spot right now if you're Kaiser. Like, you can even 3-0 Midway here, but because of how rough the start of your season was, you might not even make playoffs with only having 3 losses the entire year, which would be quite tough with how good some of the teams are in this division.
I'm impressed by the University of Central Florida. I mean, looking at the standings, 15-1 map count. I think that's the best map count I've seen so far in the NACE Starleague. From what I've seen, it's incredible to see that. But we still have the match ahead of us right now, heading into raid control coming up over the flip side here. Midway University looking to bring this one back, Jesse. And you're right. I mean, this whole starts with Sad's interlude. You need to get a player to go match. Really, yeah, exactly. You need a player to match Sad's interlude right now. So let's head over to raid control. Let's see this map number 3. This could be the means to more. This could be the means to an end.
And right off the rip, I mean, I would expect to see Kaiser just go full force towards the A side off the rip here. I think they want to bring the action to Midway as quickly as possible. They will be on offense first. First team to win 3 rounds here in control will be the winners. And it's exactly what happens. A full 4-man hit over towards the A site.
Actually, Stats is going to drop. You still got some players from Kaiser turning up big. You got 2 kills from Retaliation. But the collapse from Midway, they're here. They're right on the toes and they're right high on the heels. Poncho is going to find one Troy to double down. The Kadesh on board. Players inside the ring for Midway. Here comes the collapse. Iceman's going to open this one up. But as the players fall, they're rotating over to B.
That's the hard part, right? With raid control, it's really zone tag. Whatever site you are on, you kind of, as soon as you fall, you just kind of get up and rotate over towards the new site. And this is a really, really rough spot now for Midway, because the A site is a lot easier to break towards the second half, especially when you have the ARs like Kaiser does on your team. Sads is going to be in behind them as well, so this could absolutely spell disasters if these 3 players are able to win these exit gunfights and get into a position where Sads can be a difference maker on the left-hand side of the map.
Oh, if E-Man can find a few kills here, it'd be great, but here comes Kaiser. Few kills inside this point. Audit's going to clean them up. Off spawn. They're going to be inside garage. So they got to make their way back through Art. You actually have the collapse here in the crossfire from Midway. They're hunting down a few ones. Troyski's going to fall. Nice double kill on either side, but it's Midway to open things up as they find 3. And I mean, Daily League is going to be the last player standing, but rushing out on the site alone is just not the means to success.
Midway's doing a great job of really taming the beast right now and just kind of not allowing all of Kaiser's players just to be able to push out at once. They're taking a lot of little individual gunfights right now and just losing them. Very small life lead now for Kaiser as well. Only 14-13 in the lives. But they do finally find that player in middle pillar, so this should be at least be able to open them up to be able to get in towards the site. But Audit again, man, I said it in the search and destroy. If you don't know where this player is, turn around because he's behind you. He finds another flank kill from the back. They put them back in their spawn. And the life lead now very much so into the way of Midway.
12-8. Saz is going to find that opening, though. So they have control of Art. But the chokehold from Midwest is hard to break through. Leak and Troyski lead the way. E-Man the next up to the chopping block. 3 go down from Midway. Can Iceman turn up when his team needs him? He's actually going to be hunted from Poncho coming off spawn through Zigzag. So now you got the stack from Kaiser. They can put this away. Who cares about the life lead when the objective is they're calling? No respawns for Kaiser, but they have the backup. It's Troyski alone with the rest of the team watching over his shoulder. Iceman's going to look to get into this, but nobody can touch right now. Honest, the last player able to, and he can't. So Kaiser, even with the life disadvantage, they find 4 down and they stack the site.
They stole that round. Absolutely stole that round. Audit gets dropped there, and as soon as Audit goes down, there's no more pinch potential. Everybody on the likes of Kaiser know, hey, we can just look forward, continue to find these players. And again, it's Sads, who is just opens it up. He finds a couple of kills. He finds the last couple of kills. He is 12-7 on a 3 spree once again. And if you can't shut this player down, like D Nazi is doing his absolute best right now for Midway, and they are still not winning these rounds out.
Yeah, 11-8. He's actually been great throughout the whole series, but they haven't been able to take a map, so that's where the struggle comes through. Off the break, Midway attempts for a B push, but they get caught a little bit short. Trying to claw their way back, though. They find two. So they are going to stop the clock at 1:15. Sad's inside money. He has the sights over, but nobody's really throwing anything. Nazi comes out from behind. He's able to collapse into them. The player inside, Wilbury, not even reacting. That's Troisky caught dead. B-site's gone, Jesse. Add a minute to the clock.
B-site absolutely is gone. And now we're going to see if Kaiser can find a way to shut down Midway the way that Midway did in that first round. But Audit again, man. He is such a sneaky player. Turn around because he's going to be behind you. Audit finds two more from the back. Sad should be able to trade that out. And he absolutely does. That will at least slow the position down. But he's all by himself over at A right now. He's not in a great spot. But he finds another one. This player is unreal.
Unreal indeed. Ozzy's still alive back there. Looking to play his life. There's the break. Poncho in behind. Can he find these two players? They're extremely damaged up, but E-Man still walks away with that. Troisky to fall. 3 go down for Kaiser. Where's the closest one? It's player number 1, Leak. Coming all the way out through Laundry. Nazi's able to spot him through. You just need to stack the site, really. But here comes Kaiser. The kill's coming through. Leak actually transitions a team kill out of Iceman. Now he's all alone inside this hill on an island, and they are chasing him down.
They only had one player on the hill. They didn't stack, but they had 3 players around it. That could end up being a crucial mistake here, but if you're Midway, you need to just slow down now. You know you've got a 5-life lead. There's still 1:30 left. You've got all to play for and everything to lose here, so just kind of slow it down. You don't need to make some big heroic plays. You just need to play as a team like you've been doing throughout this entire control so far, but they are just getting picked apart one after another right now, and that life lead that was once so large has come down to just 2, and you've got a lot more map positioning now for Kaiser.
Poncho tucked away. Are they going to check it? No, Iceman turns his back. 3 go down again, Jesse.
And it's 9-9 now.
Now Audit's just going to run out here willy-nilly, throwing his life away. As Midway takes too many 1v1s, and it's costing them. They're absolutely throwing away this round, and they need to just dig deep and clutch up right now. Audit's going to turn around. Poncho's... Audit, I don't know why I ever doubted you. Can Leak get cleaned up? That's 3 down for Kaiser. But they need to get through Sads. They need to get through Sads. And they force him off so they can get onto the site. They stop the clock. Now they can stack the site. Can Kaiser get there in time? They cannot. So Midway clutch up when they need to. That got dangerous.
I mean, that's 2 rounds in a row now that we've seen between these two teams where the offense has taken the B site first and has looked fantastic, and then rotated over to A. It got shaky. And then they clutch it up and close the round out for themselves here. I think if I'm going to say one thing and see one difference in between these two teams is I think you need to start playing a little bit more for the B side. You can't give up the B side as easy as we've seen so far because clearly the A side is just not easy to hold even with life leads.
It's a stack though from Kaiser right off the break. We use the word perfect a lot, Jesse, when we're talking about things, but this break from Kaiser is the epitome of perfect.
And Sads is also playing for streaks right now. He's on 6, could not find the 7th though off screen, but the A zone is done. They're going to try to pinch these players in, and I love that play from the Midway players. What that does is it basically just forces them to have to make a off-spawn play, but they actually didn't have anybody in position to block the spawn, so everybody on Kaiser now can make a full wrap over from the water side. They spawn up super close, and it's just going to make the wrap that much easier. Just a good defensive play, but unfortunate that they had nobody in the right spot to block spawns.
No. Troisky, or Leak, foot down on the site. 3 down again for Midway. A chance for Kaiser to put this round in the books. Can they clean up Nazi on the point? Yes, they can. Sats leads the way back in, so time to stack for Kaiser. Off spawn, coming from Laundry. Midway do their best, but their best just isn't enough to get onto the site. That's the round done. I mean, Nazi is going to be caught here from Leak. Nobody can touch whatsoever. That was insanely strong from Kaiser. That was just an electric push from start to finish. Even though Nazi picked up that double kill at A, like you said, nobody was there to block spawns. So as soon as Kaiser just spawns up inside a poolside, it's just, that's it.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's not even a bad spot because I really did like the play from Midway as well to just pinch onto the old hill, get those exit kills. It's just free kills at that point where you allow them to get the hill, but you don't allow them to get out with their lives. But kind of like we keep saying is they just didn't have anybody in the right positioning. If you have somebody top bedroom there, what that does is it will force the spawn out of all the players to just spawn up in the garage. But unfortunately not the case there for Midway. Midway now, though, on offense, it's going to be right back towards this A site like we saw in the last round.
We're going to run Rosie again. Inside this A point. Gil's going the way of Midwest. They find 3. They shut down the first attack. Well, actually, their first attack looking pretty good. It's Troitsky trying to stump them from behind. Nice transition over to Nazi at this point. Audit's finally going to clean him up, but Iceman needs a little bit of help here. Sad's going for a little bit of hunting, and there's Audit to help him out. So 2 players now, 2 ticks gone. Rotations from Midway not getting there in time, and Kaiser just get back and find a nice 3-pick to shut down that attack.
But they've completely left themselves vulnerable over at A. At B, everybody on Midway spawns up in the water side. They can just push right over. There's only 1 player here right now.
B side's going fast. You look at Kaiser, they're slow to the rotation. Second tick's gone, working on the third, but Troitsky and Sads, they shut it down again, just fighting their one-on-ones here. B-side getting extremely close, but E-Man is stuck. So the spawns actually got blocked by Poncho. He's got a little bit of a task out over at the A side. He's going to spot Iceman. Shots aren't there just yet to clean him up. Nazi trying to sneak away with the B side, but it's not going to happen. Midway throwing themselves at point to point right now, trying to get away with A. They do. Add a tick now, or add some time to the clock here. Lives just a 1 life advantage here. 2 minutes on the board.
And D-Nazi finds the furthest player pushed up in Kaiser. So really all they have to do now is find a couple of kills and it should be an easy transition just onto the B site. But is it really ever an easy transition when you have Sads in front of you with an AR? Or a Diamati? He pulls it out. He finds that kill as well. 30 and 19 again in this game for himself. Just
Midway just need a
turning
good
up.
Midway just need a good 3 down. Iceman finds an opening now. If they can overwhelm Sads inside a basketball court, that should be the job done. And
yeah, they were stacked again. They had no chance.
Nobody touched. We're going to round 5.
Colin, I mean,
Controls have been extremely close today, Jesse.
Controls have been extremely offensive sided today, too. We haven't seen a defense 1 through 9 rounds of control today yet.
I think a lot of these teams are just having trouble figuring out what to do on the transitions. A lot of time, just the 4 players, that they all go down at the same time, and then that's it.
I think if I'm Kaiser here, I think what I'm playing for right now is just give up A and make a full defensive B hold. Because both defensive rounds that I've seen from Kaiser so far, they have just given up way too much pressure over towards A when they're in a situation where they're not going to win it. Like here, you're right here. You are already down 2 lives there. Stop throwing lives at A. Just hold on to B just to give yourselves the best chance of being able to win this.
Well, first tick's gone. They're going for seconds here, and wow, those seconds, they eat it up.
And watch the transition now from Midway. They're going to make the wrap over towards this B site immediately. This is what they do so well every single offensive round so far.
Ooh, Pacho, caught from behind. A little 360, trying to get a little bit fancy there. On site over at B, Troitsky is able to shut down this next attack. Daily League makes the wrap around. 3 go down for Midway, and Kaiser, they can just set up now on these power positions. You got 52 seconds. Unlike the other breakoffs, this is no time added to the clock.
That was a big shutdown. They at least stopped them from being able to get back over towards B. And I think that needs to be their main plan of defense still as this round continues on here. But now, with Midway finding that player up in the top right-hand side, now the chance to move back over to B once again. It's completely on here, and there's only 1 player here. It's Sads for Kaiser, who needs to go absolutely massive.
Oh, Leak wraps around, and Sads transitions to a kill, so Kaiser has the backup when they need to. On it now, alone on this hill. Poncho looking to clean him up. as Midway almost swinging the favor into their advantage, but now they need a last-ditch effort over to the A side. Iceman leading the way. This is for a 3-0 victory, or are they going to send it to a map number 4? 3 go down, 13 seconds left. E-Man, he needs to go big right now for his team, but walking out to his death, Kaiser University pull out all the bells and whistles here. Here comes the big boys now, the big guns dropping on their heads. Kaiser's going to take map number 3 in round 5. And the control's going to be put away. Kaiser University today, a 3-0 in the night.
And the big defensive difference there in that round is not only the fact that they don't give up B and they don't just allow them to get onto that site, but also when they're getting all those kills over at B, Troitsky was set up at A still, which forced the spawn in towards the back of the garage as opposed to on the A site. And they couldn't just play zone tag consistently. Much better controlled round from Kaiser. Ends with the 3-0. But man, I mean, that they need to do some work on that map. That was a very rough map there in that control.
It was. I have to give some favors to Midway. They were kind of connecting the dots a little bit throughout that. And, you know, like I said, I feel like all through the night, that was the first defensive round that we've seen actually come victorious today on this Wednesday. And it's just because you realize the factor. I mean, constantly we're seeing these attacking rounds just go into the favor of the attacking team because they find 4 down as quick as ever. But Kaiser, they take a different approach to it, like you say, and it works out in their favor by just spreading out your players and really playing trades a lot better. So you got to put some favor onto both sides. Changes were made to just find some success. We almost get pushed to a map 4, but it's not going to be the case this time.
No, not at all. And I mean, could we have asked for a better series from Sads? I mean, he was absolutely unreal. He was double positive map 1. Almost double positive map 2, had a great game, and then I believe he was almost triple positive there in the last game at the end there. So I mean, absolutely unreal stuff from Sads at the end there.
Unreal indeed, Jesse. Now, coming up next, it is going to be Adrian College versus Ferris State University. But before that, we will try to get an interview for you all from the likes of Kaiser University. Talk to me about this match number 2, Jesse. What were you liking out of Kaiser?
I mean, it just felt like the respawns were really on point, at least in the hard point. It was the first set of rotations. It wasn't really... He couldn't really get anything going in the first set, but as soon as they got into that second set of rotations, they really started to take away from Midway University, and I really liked the way that they played the second set of rotations. There was a lot of rotational battles won, but also just a lot of really, really good setups that we saw from Kaiser University to shut down Midway. The breaks were good, the holds were good, looked so much cleaner in the first set. The standoff search and destroy was fantastic for them as well. I mean, it didn't feel like at any point in that standoff that they were going to lose it. I think the really only big thing that they need to focus on, and I mean, they're now 5-2 in the mode, but I think they need to focus a little bit on their control. But I mean, outside that last round, that was the only rough part of the series for them.
Well, we do have Troitsky on the line, Jesse, the other AR from Kaiser University, who had a great series. Welcome. Well, I like your flag in the back. The Akatsuki's repping it in the background. Right? Yo, congrats on the win tonight. A nice 3-0.
Thank you. We worked hard for it.
Oh yeah, you worked that one.
Yeah, that control had us it was a little dicey, but we pulled through.
You know, you guys looked good towards the end. You guys made the right changes. Was there anything you guys kind of prepared for into this match?
We actually did a lot of scrims before the match. We've been playing since about 2 o'clock, so we've been pretty warm.
They were ready to go.
We made sure that we came in at our best.
Absolutely. I mean, love to hear that. Just a quick question. Just so kind of in that raid control, what were they doing in that raid control that was kind of throwing you guys off so much? Because it had never at any point did you guys really look super comfortable in that mode as opposed to the hard point in the standoff where you guys just looked so comfortable. What were they doing that was really kind of throwing you guys off there?
They had a guy who was really good at routing, and he kept getting behind us, and he was a hazard to us. So control's always been shaky for us, but we've been practicing a lot, and we're glad that we were able to pull it out.
Yeah, Audit definitely did seem like a thorn in the side for you guys. I was calling him out
yeah,
throughout the entire series. He just kept getting in behind you guys.
We just said, well, like, if you guys didn't know where Audit was, just look behind you. That's sometimes as he's there. But I mean, starting to get to the end of the season, Troitsky, what's on your mind as a team? What are the goals as your squads to kind of come through at the end of this?
We want to win out and hope the cards play in our favor to make a playoff push still. That's
Yeah,
really
I mean,
what we're striving for.
With this victory tonight, I mean, you guys go up 4-3, so definitely in your eyes are still on the prize there. You still have that chance out there. Is there anything you guys want to improve on?
We're gonna keep improving on control as much as we can. That's one of our things we're most struggling with is the control. But good thing we got a good AR leading us.
Yeah, Sads was kind of nuts
He was
today.
kind
I
of
mean,
frying today, yeah.
you're
he
not so
fries
bad
every
yourself.
Well, I mean, not as good as Jacob. He is he's crazy. He really is. It's a blessing to play with him every day. He has great attitude. The whole team is amazing. I'm so blessed.
That's great to hear. Well, I want to just congratulate you for the win tonight. A nice 3-0 to have a quick night too. It's not going to take you forever to get off that. Well, I don't want to hold you for too long, but before we let you go celebrate with your squad, is there any shout outs you want to make to the stream?
Ooh, nah. I think I did my shouting out earlier. I think we're good.
I think you did.
We're on to Peach next or UTK, so they better watch
That should be
out.
an
We're ready.
interesting one.
We throw some shade to UTK. You got there. You got your eyes on the prize for sure. No shade at all.
Not shade. Just confidence. We're gonna give it to them.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to see what you guys have to offer, Choisky.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Jesse, moving on into the series. Match number 2 is done. A quicker one from our first match of the night, but it wasn't too disappointing there. I think Kaiser University Lakeland, first time we got to see them, and they did not disappoint.
No, not at all. I mean, what, Colin, you didn't want another 2-hour series to happen right there? A lot faster of a series. But, I mean, yeah, great first series there from Kaiser that we've gotten to see on stream. Next week, though, going up against University of Tennessee Knoxville, like he said, should be a very important match for that team. They do still have the slightest chance right now of being able to make playoffs at 4-3. You got to think that they would need to win out to finish 7-3, and they need to hope that Central Florida, Carolina, Wilmington, or Tennessee Knoxville, that one of these teams ends up losing a couple matches for them to make it in.
Yep, Kaiser University Lakeland 4-3, still a chance. Midway University, they dropped 3-4 into theirs, and you have to think that they're just playing for some pleasure to the end of NACE Starleague. There might be a little bit out of the shot for those play-ins, but coming up next after this break, it's going to be Adrian College going up against Ferris State University. You don't want to miss it. Another big game coming up now. We'll see you later, everyone. And we are back like we never left here with the NACE Starleague Week 7 Call of Duty. My name is Seymour. As always, next to me is the great Cruz himself. We're here with our match number 3, Adrian College up against Ferris State University. We look at this head-to-head because this is going to be an interesting one, Jesse. When you're looking at Adrian, they're looking to bring this one back, sitting 2-4 in their standings. But Ferris State and even 3-3, can they elevate themselves to just climb this bracket even more?
Yeah, Adrian College, I mean, they have definitely had a tough start to the season so far. I mean, they've played so many of the top teams throughout the first couple weeks, with starting off the season 3-0 losses in a row to 3 of the 4 top teams in Illinois, Trine, and Northwood. Very tough start to the season. They bounced back week 4 and 5 with 2 3-0s of their own against Cleary and LU Esports, but then coming back down to earth last week with a 3-0 loss to Minnesota. So, I mean, they've played the top teams now. Now they need to work on playing everybody else. They have 4 losses. They're going to be in a very tough spot in terms of trying to make playoffs. I can't see it really happening with the records that we see from the top teams throughout this division, but this still has so many just different little implications because Ferris State, they still do have it on. They only have 3 losses on their ledger so far. And the big thing with Ferris State right now is they have a very similar record to the likes of Adrian. They've lost to 3 of the top 4 teams in Illinois, Minnesota, and Trine. They're really trying to make their comeback right now. They beat Cleary. They've beaten LU Esports as well. So a very similar situation to what we had in our last series, where they've beaten the same teams, they've lost to the same teams. It's now time for these two to go up against each other.
And to introduce your squads, Adrian College, Vortex, Ken IQ, All Day Sergeant, and Sims up against the Ferris State University squad, which is the Burster, Karaka, Lord Shortle, and Noah Moonblade. So these two teams going head-to-head. Let's take a look at these maps and modes, Jesse, for this series, because we are going to go to Apocalypse to start this one off, Express for map 2, Raid for our map 3 Control, and then once again, if we go to the distance, a double dose of Raid, and we finish on Miami. Talk to me about this matchup, because this map set's a little crazy.
Well, I mean, I hope we get to a game 5 so we can go see some more Miami Search and Destroy. But nonetheless, I mean, you're not wrong at all. We are about to be in a very, very fast-paced map set. I mean, we go to Apocalypse off the rip. We already know what that leads to. It's carnage. We saw 150 come back in our first series of the day on Apocalypse Hardpoint. Then we got an Express Search and Destroy. We actually haven't seen too much Express inside of NACE Starleague. That disappoints me because I love this map. It's fantastic for Search and Destroy. It's a lot of hard counters, sending 4 players towards one side or towards the other, and just trying to make the best with what you have. Then obviously Raid Control, we just saw it in the last series. It's going to be very offensive heavy. Very well could end up being the situation of the first team to take a defense will win that game out. And then the Raid Hardpoint, I mean, nothing else to say about Raid Hardpoint. It's been in the game for 8 years. We absolutely love that map mode combo. And then, like I said, Miami Search and Destroy. I don't think you could ask for a better Search and Destroy map to close out the series. I think these two teams, they're very similar in a lot of their records. Yes, you do have the better map set if you are Ferris State University, but they also haven't had to play up against Minnesota yet. They haven't had to play up against Northwood yet, so you got to think that Northwood would be a very tough match for them as well, and that would probably equal out the match quite a bit. So Adrian, I mean, they tend to 3-0 the teams that they beat, and they get 3-0'd by the teams that they lose to. What Adrian are we going to see today?
Exactly. I mean, the Adrian College, they've just been very, I guess, inconsistent the whole way through, and their inconsistency has really put them where they are now. But you're right. I mean, if they turn on the lights right now, they could really show up and shut down Ferris State University. But Ferris State, there's a reason why they're 3-3. They are a good team, so it is going to be a tough one against Adrian College, but I'm excited to see what they have. We have seen Apocalypse already. You're right, we haven't seen Express in a while, and just like Moscow Hardpoint that we're saying, Express for map 2, I'm expecting that one to be a treat. But before we get there, let's head over to Apocalypse for this Hardpoint and get things going. Adrian's going to start on the better side here with that Temple spawn. So we head right into this hill number 1. NMB is going to be rotating all the way around. Ken IQ with the first blood of the match. You see Ferris State trying to put some emphasis on taking these spawns out and overwhelming Vortex, but not going to happen this time around. Adrian, so far, so good.
Yeah, really good break off for Adrian here. Not only are they getting all the majority of time, but they are holding on to the spawns 4P2 as well. Exactly what they want right off the rip here. Vortex not going to find the best timing there, but will still find the kill onto the player. And I mean, this is about all you could ever ask for off the rip of an Apocalypse Hardpoint for Adrian College.
Yes, it is. Raka is going to respect the play through that choke. Finally, All Day Sergeant does get overwhelmed, but still the trades coming out from Adrian College, keeping them at the lead that they have. What a start from this. 40 seconds on Hill 1. That's sometimes unheard of here on Apocalypse. I mean, they shut down Ferris State, and now they're looking for a little bit extra. NMB has the chance to get in behind, spawn out a few of these Adrian players, but they all spawn up on gold. They double back. They take down NMB. If they can clear out Karaka and deal with these players on the front line, I mean, this is perfect from Adrian.
Yeah, he wasn't able to get inside the temple fast enough to really be able to shut that down, but Ferris State, they do have a good chance of being able to break in here. Karaka is able to find 3 on the rotation. It's a perfect break and one that Ferris State absolutely needed. This map, I don't know if you guys remember Modern Warfare, but this map reminds me a lot of Hackney Yard, where you can find yourself down 100-0 right off the rip if you don't play it the right way. Ferris State, though, they do get a good bounce back there in this hill number 2.
I had a little bit of PTSD there to Hill 2 Hackney Yard. That is just a scary thought to have. Wow, what a time. What a time. Ferris State, though, they crawl this back. They cut the lead down to a 20 advantage for Adrian. And they actually have the rotations already there. 3 go down once more for Adrian College. They're going to be spawning on the opposite end now inside Temple, so they're going to have to trek across the map just to get back into the action. And now Ferris State starting to turn up. However, Adrian find 3 down. They get a break right away, and if they get that rid of Burster here, that is going to be time converted.
And Adrian, I mean, they're just surviving right now with only 1 player inside the hill. He will end up falling now, finally, Sims, but All Day Sergeant, he's still close enough. He can try to contest. He does not realize that Lord Shortle is in behind him as well. And I mean, Ferris State, I mean, all the power to them. A really good rotation from Hill 2 to Hill 3 there. They will finally get broken by Adrian here, and Adrian should be able to pick up these back 20 seconds, because I would expect we see a Ferris State rotation start to come on in soon.
NIQ on 4 in a row. He's going to be looking for these shrieks. Still 10 seconds left of scrap time. Karaka hops through the window. Meets their maker. There's the shrieks gone. 3 down now for Adrian. The transition from hill to hill. Ferris State going to be the first ones here. 2 turtle. But a split spawn from Adrian. They're going to collapse right in here from side to side. They have no idea. Lord Shortle, by the time he turns around, it's done. It's over. A flawless break from Adrian College.
Yeah, I could not have worked out any better for Adrian College. They get a 2-2 split on the spawns. And Ferris State, they had absolutely no idea. And now everybody on the likes of Adrian College, they can just set up inside the hill. They can try to continue to rain down Terran. The last time we saw Adrian College play, it was Ken IQ leading the way. Much the same here, 12-5 already off the start here. Was that streaks I just heard getting called in, or was that just some nades going off?
I think that was just some nades going off, but I mean, Ken IQ, another 4 spree into the map. Adrian does so well at just keeping their lead right now, but Ferris State, with all the damage that's been done, I mean, Jesse, they're right on like the front steps right now of Adrian College. A big break here could be the means to a tie game if they can find it, though. The last 2 players are going to be Sims as well as Vortex inside that hill number 5. The spawn out from Adrian. They close the distance fast. They get right back into the action. Ken IQ, Sims, they're all in the kill feed right now, keeping Adrian College here and ready to lock this down. Karaka's the only one standing in the back line. The hunt is on. Actually, Sargent isn't able to come away with that, so Karaka's still alive back here. They still have the pinch, but time's ticking away, and Adrian are just soaking this up. They were.
I actually think that Ferris State has kind of been the better team so far throughout this game. I know we were kind of talking about it and looking at these teams, but the big thing right now for Ferris State is they're winning a lot of the rotational battles. This is probably the first hill outside of Hill 2 that they haven't been set up for early on. They got an unfortunate spawn on the Turtle Hill that ended up losing them that hill, and the split spawn coming in for Adrian. But outside of that, like, it really does feel like Ferris State has been the better team so far here in this hard point. It doesn't show on the scoreline. They're down 27 going towards the second set of rotations. But if they can continue to play the way that they've been playing, I think they can have every power in the world to bring this one back.
And even still, I mean, Adrian College, you got All Day Sergeant 8-14. Ken IQ is doing good, 16-10. I mean, Vortex is double positive now, 11-5. They're finding the kills, and that's what's converting into the time. If Ferris State can start converting this rotation battle into kills, they could claw their way back into it in no time. It's just finding those kills seems to be the hard part right now. Ken IQ inside the hill on an island. Fair State, they do not put any attention there. They flood on through. They take control of the rotations, looking to overwhelm the player in the back. Number 2, Vortex. Karaka on the hunt, but swapping guns. He's going to be caught out. Tries to dance around the pillar. Things are getting dicey, and Vortex is able to come away with that. So that should be the players able to reinforce Vortex in the back. They can get rid of Lord Shortsville. That's going to be spawns confirmed for Adrian College. And look how far Fair State are.
You realize that and get rid of Shortle here in the back, and they absolutely do right away. And now the full focus goes towards the front of the hill. This is where they ran into a lot of trouble on the last set of rotations. Fair State was able to break in, overwhelm them from this front side, and you don't see the breaks from there very often. And a much better hold this time from Adrian College. They're able to shut down that push in the first shot.
Still a bit dicey though. I mean, it was Ken IQ pulling a 4K to hold on to this. On the rotation, you have Sims making the wraparound, looking to push out these players inside stills. You know, Fair State are going to start rotating around themselves. Bursters here, but not ready for the overextension from Adrian College, and now he's just going to keep running. He's not going to give this up. He's looking to flip these spawns, and that's exactly what Sims has done for the team. 3 players from Adrian are going to be spawning now on the left side. All 4 players are here. They flipped the map. Fair State get the scrap time, but now Adrian can overwhelm States and start setting up for the rotation.
Yeah, with Shortle, he is there. He finds 2 as well on the rotation. That's absolutely massive. And Ken IQ can't find anybody with that kill there. So, I mean, as good as that looked for Adrian State, as for Adrian College, Fair State has been able to make the rotation over for at least a little bit of time there. They contest the front 15 of that hill, and it at least gives them a chance now to be able to get back in towards this one.
Burster from up top. He's going to be flying on out. Number 2 is going to spot this, and actually Vortex gets him from the distance. Another 3 down, make it 4. That is just perfect right now. You got 25 seconds to soak up here. You have map control. This is Adrian College's map to lose. They just need to close it out now. 6 in a row, make it 7 for the team. Everybody's on a streak. Finally, Shortle shuts it down. And you're up 230 to 149. I mean, Fair State really needs to wrap this one around, Jesse, and they need to find some answer just yet, but it's going to start with the kills. The players are here. You got 4 overwhelmed, and that's going to be Fair State set up.
Great start here for Adrian College in this series. Exactly what they need. All day Sergeant, I'm surprised we're not seeing the streaks come in here. I mean, they weren't in a great spot to be able to break that. It was just basically him and Sims who had a chance. Sims will find 2. Make that 3 for himself as we switch off him for just a second. And now Adrian College, they can get right back into this hill. It's really only Karaka here who can do anything at the moment.
Oh, Karaka did enough. The cruise missile gets called in, but the damage on both sides. All day Sergeant looking to put this one away. 10 seconds to close it out. As the race now from Fair State. What a throw! The nade. The flood, sheeps to the slaughter. Vortex cutting them down as they walk in. 3 seconds left. Adrian College gonna throw this one away. Apocalypse goes the way of Adrian College. 250 to 167.
And I mean, I said it going into this one. I don't think that records are everything headed in towards this. Adrian College at 2-4 and 6-12 in map count. I mean, every time they've played anybody outside the top 4, they have looked very good. And finally, we're going to get to see them in these next couple of weeks. They've had such a tough schedule throughout the start of the season. And Fair State University, I mean, even same to them, they've had a very tough schedule as well with playing 3 of the top 4 teams already as well. But I mean, you're getting down to the nitty gritty. You got to play them eventually. But Adrian College, this should be the point in the season where they're able to try to win on out here and build a lot of confidence for themselves going in towards the later half of the college year.
Yeah, I mean, this is the toughest division I'd say you're going to be in, with Northwood, Illinois State, Minnesota State just topping off the top 3.
Even trying.
Yeah, even Shrine up there for that 4th spot. I mean, this just seems like impossible to crack through the top 4. But you can put a good shot into making sure that you're looking good at the end of the season. And that's what Adrian College are doing right now. I mean, this Apocalypse hardpoint seemed like it was in control of them throughout the whole way. And maybe Fair State had some unlucky spawns at the start, and Adrian were able to get those pinches off of him. But, I mean, Ken IQ, he didn't slow down. You look, he's 26 and 16 in the last little bit of the game. I don't know what he finished off on. It looks like this is going to be it, where he's 28 and 18, but he didn't slow down one bit. He was constantly on 4 sprees, along with Vortex, your second player, who was constantly wrapping around and overextending, making sure that he was that anchor AR player, just manipulating the spawns. I think Adrian College, they look good inside this. For barring their position in the standings, they don't look like they're ending off on bad terms.
Yeah, and to play hypotheticals as well, you got to think that if they don't get that one spawn out as well, Ferris State are kind of right there in that game for themselves. So, yeah, you're not wrong at all in saying that Ferris State was playing that game extremely closely. I thought in the first set of rotations, they did look better than Adrian College did outside that one spawn out, but that second set of rotations, there's no doubt Adrian College came to play. They controlled every single spawn, every single thing that they needed to do on that map in the second set. That's where they really turned up and won that game for themselves there. They looked really, really good. And I'm excited to see what they look like going in towards the rest of the series.
I am too, because coming up next is Search and Destroy, one of my favorite things to watch in Cold War. Express Search and Destroy on top of that, a treat. Like we were talking about, how Moscow Hardpoint's a treat to us. I like Moscow Hardpoint, and some people they don't, but I also like Express Search and Destroy, and we don't get to see that very often here in NACE Starleague. Talk to me a little bit about this map.
Yeah, so I mean, Express Search and Destroy, it's very much so. Let's send 4 players to the site and hope that either nobody's here or that all of them are here, so that we can win all the gunfights and take them out. And if you do get a 4-man on a site, you want to get that bomb down as quick as possible and try to hold off the other team. Play a bunch of different angles. I think the other big thing with this map that you always need to be on the watch out for is one player to sneak through and get on the flank, because that can absolutely be detrimental to any hold on your team. You also don't want to try to get kind of trapped inside of positioning. So this map is really all about your map positioning, your map awareness, and just really being able to rotate at the right times to find the right players.
I think having that 3-1 split on defense is what we normally see, unless you want to throw all 4 players down into the pit. So I am going to be expecting that on Express, like you're calling, but my eyes going to be on Ken IQ. I think the transitional play from Submachine Gun from Apocalypse to Express is going to be very prominent, and I think that he's going to have a big part to play here, Jesse.
Yeah, he definitely will. Ken IQ, though, I mean, let's be honest, he looked so good in that map number 1. I'd be surprised if we see him struggle here. I would expect to see him being that player who's going to be playing in and around those trains quite a bit.
Well, I like trains. A lot of people do too. I also like Express, and we're hopping right into that for a second map. So let's see exactly what we have for the Search and Destroy, see who's going to come out on top. Are we going to go even and set us the distance from Ferris State side, or is Adrian going to keep their success factor out of here? But we're going to highlight somebody to go head-to-head against Ken IQ. I think it's going to be Karaka. In that sense, I think Karaka had a standout Apocalypse. Let's see if he can turn up here the same way. Wait,
oh,
no way.
Are we getting it again?
No way we get this again.
Not again.
Talk about treats. This is amazing. Okay, so do you want to take it, or am I going to take it?
Oh, I got this.
Yeah,
Sims,
you got this?
Oh, yeah. Sims is looking for those first kills. Oh, we're going to see the boxing match take way underneath the middle of the map as everybody is just going down. Oh, he stopped his teammate from getting the assassination. That is tough. Only one player left. It's Nutzilla. I don't recall saying his name in the first map, so I don't know if this was a substitution into this map as well.
He doesn't even have... He has the
pistol. He's cheating.
So
he has a pistol out. How dare he?
He can't be a part of this one right now, but he's going to go for the beatdown, but actually misses the first one. This is that's one way to start this off. I can't believe that 2 weeks in a row we get this out of the whole season of Cold War, and suddenly we get matches like this. I wonder what... I wonder what leads to that.
Yeah, it's got to be because, let's be honest, both these teams aren't in a spot where they're going to be making the playoffs right now, right? So let's have some fun with it, and I'm here for it. I'm completely here for it. Adrian College and Ferris State, they come out, they have some fun round number 1. Now we get into the serious. Everybody's going to pull out their regular guns. We're going to get right back into it here, and Karaka's going to open it up with a first blood of his own.
It's exactly what I wanted to see, but off of that, Ken IQ now has site control. Can get this bomb down. I mean, we know because we can see through the walls, but they have no idea that it is susceptible to a plant. They're looking for the trade, though. They don't want to put this one down without finding that trade out, but Ken IQ is going to be forced out into this. If they can find Karaka, they have an exit strategy. Caught with the gun running and not able to get it up in time. 2 for 2 now. 38 seconds, Jesse, and you can see both players on Ferris State are going to be wrapping around the site. in 2 different ways. One from the middle, one from the back. Sims is going to have a big one-on-one here, but it seems like he's just going to throw some shoulders and play this patiently. Nate's going to land. NMB not going to get the follow-up just yet. Sun's out here. One-on-ones on both planes. Ken IQ wins his, but Sims loses there. So you can see Ken IQ is going to play the heads up and rotate off of this side. 11 seconds left, so NMB is going to have to play the kill if he wants the round, but not enough time for the defuse. Adrian Collins are going to find their second round off of an attack.
I was going to say, no way he sits there and stays on that bomb, but yeah, unfortunately for the likes of Ferris State, they had a really good plan of attack to try to break back into that, but 2 one-on-ones, each going different ways, and unfortunately, Ken IQ, when he wins his one-on-one, it's so easy for him to just kind of get away and play his life here. And this is going to be the break-off as well. This first kill that he finds on Birdster, just huge for the round win there.
That opening that Karaka had, too, was interesting. I feel like they should have known from the information they had that it was going to be a collapse to the A site, or the B site. But Ferris State, I mean, they just gave up some lives back and forth. The trades from Adrian were very efficient. They're pulling it back. Sargent on contact here. Spawns the head of NB. Shots and damage, but Burster's going to trade it out. So that should be bomb planted very quickly. Lead to Ferris State. And they find a second. Vortex is going to drop. So these last 2 players, Ken IQ and Sims, are going to turn up. It needs to turn up big, but it's all up to Sims 1v2. And he's off site. Both players are just going to be, can play for this trade now.
Yeah, it would be a 1v3 if he's able to find these last 2. He really needed Vortex to stay alive on the right side there. If they kept him up, they could have set up a pinch where they had all 3 players attacking from 3 different angles at once, but Vortex just went a little bit too early here, and with only 15 seconds left, Sims needs to make a choice. He needs to make a play for this bomb. He will find one more here, and he's just going to hop it.
Oh, this is all you really can do, but not until he knows that. Hunts him down, shuts it out, puts Ferris State on the board.
And yeah, it's just that gunfight right there for me. It's that gunfight right there. If you're Vortex, if you can wait 3 more seconds to make that push and wait for Ken IQ to push from the middle and wait for Sims to make the push on from the terminal as well. It could have made a 3-man pinch, would have made all the players on Ferris State kind of looking crazy, all in different angles. It would have been a lot easier, but unfortunately he falls and it just becomes a 2-dimensional hit as opposed to 3.
Right down the middle. Ferris State actually give up the B site this time. So Adrian Collins, they can get this plant down fast, and it's going to be a complete 4-on-4. If you look at the minimap, you can see player number 2, NMB, is going to be making the wrap around. And I don't think Sargent is going to be there in time to shut it out. So player number 2 might be able to be here, but Vortex is watching it, puts some shots down, and has the escape. As this collapse for Ferris State, it's actually very thin right now. You got 1 from each route.
Sims is actually flanking the flankers as well. So Sims putting himself in a great spot to find another kill for his team. And actually, he's just going to call them out. He doesn't even find the kill. But it's just going to leave Birdster all by himself now. And yeah, this is just an easy cleanup for Adrian there. And yeah, I mean, Ferris State, I mean, power to them. They give up the site to try to just play for a retake. It just does not work out for them at all in that round.
I heard the phone ring inside of the ticket booth. I thought it was my phone, but then I realized that
we're on
my
cast
phone's
and it's muted.
my phone's muted because we're on cast. I got completely joked around by there, and I was just like, "What? No way!" But
you got bamboozled by Cold War.
I did, but you know what? Sims made the right play there, not making any noise with those gunshots. Just playing for the callouts, and a 2-2 split out of Adrian. Sims is going to get up into the TV station right away. Nutzilla's going to be forced out of here, and you actually have a rotation from NMB. He finds the sneak in. If he can take this one player down, it gets a little bit crazy, and Sims actually shuts it down. So not able to walk away with that one. Ferris State now have to force their hand right into there. Can they double down? Well, Sims is going to be in the train. Oh, Sims is actually just going to be holding the close angle, so if they can fly out onto the side, they might be able to overwhelm him, but you got to keep your eyes on All Day Sargent.
It's been some very, very awkward gunfights so far, and somehow Sims is still alive. Vortex will also find one from behind as well, so it's going to even us up now and actually give the man advantage, over towards Adrian. Sims finally does get spotted out, but these two players are kind of trapped right now in between.
Yes, they are. 1v2. Burster. He can't get there in time for the trade. 28 seconds left. A side has to be where you do the deed. He's able to make it a 1v1, but yeah, bomb needs to go down now, and Vortex should know that. He doesn't see the dash. Vortex wasn't able to spot this out, so bomb's gonna go down, Jesse.
Yeah, Vortex was just playing the 50-50, hoping he was going to go down over towards that site, but as soon as that bomb doesn't go down, he reads the play perfectly. He doesn't spot the rotation, but it still works out well for him in the end there. That's going to be a 4-1 lead now for Adrian College. What a mad dash, though, from Burster. As soon as he got that kill, he booked it across train to get it down over on the other side.
It's the right play call to make. I don't know if it was the right play call to run right up into overpass. This is where you knew Vortex was. He got a kill from up here, but I mean, if he was ready for that shot, he got him down to half HP. You can get around with the pre-fire, maybe walk away with that kill, and a round win clutched up from Burster. And the 1v2, he made it interesting, but Adrian College now elevating their lead to 4-1 as they go back on the offense here. Last time around, or constantly, they've been getting this B site under control. This time they're going to head to A, and A is completely open for the taking.
It really is, and this is back-to-back rounds now where you've seen pretty much a hard counter coming from Ferris State and them not really be able to find anything, but Vortex is going to have a lot to work with here. You can find a first. It's going to open up so much for their team as well. Bomb does go down, but I mean, there's still some really interesting positions from these Ferris State players. They might be able to catch a couple people off guard.
Knowing it's quiet, Karaka cleans up Vortex. Still advantage to Adrian College, though. And Sargent cleans up the flanker now. They know where NMB is going to be coming from. Ken IQ cleans it up. A very clean round from Adrian once again. It's Ferris State just playing these 50-50s before they stack the A site. This time they stack the B site. And it's Adrian College really getting away with these open sites for them to set up these post plants.
Yeah, it's really just not working out for Ferris State right now. These big setups going down, trying to... And you know what would be great is if Ferris State went to the B site and everybody on Adrian also went to the B site in that round. It would have worked out perfectly for them. They would have had such great positioning to shut it down. Unfortunately for them, though, Adrian College are just setting so many hard counters, and it's working out so perfectly. We're actually going to see a 4-on-2 on the B site now as well. But Vortex and All Day Sergeant just found 3 of 4, and they were just them two by themselves.
Burster to keep him in it. 1v3. Has the bomb in hand. Gonna rush right into the ticket booth. Players from Adrian all over the place. You're gonna need a miracle. And there it is, but you're not able to get the kill. Adrian College 6-1 on Express. I don't know who that was that absolutely just worked him inside that ticket booth. But I wish I knew it was, because they just gave him the magic hands there. What an Express we saw from Adrian College. Ferris State drop 0-2 in the series. And this has constantly been what we've seen. The story of the day is 0-2 off the start. Can you make the comeback? What are we seeing out of Ferris State, Jesse?
Are you ready for some caster curses, Colin? Actually, I'll give it to you after this. We'll watch our highlights here first, and I'll give you my caster curse.
Okay, let's see it. Let's see it. I'm sad that he didn't let the assassination go through. I wanted to see it.
I know. I feel you on that one. I absolutely would have loved to have seen the assassination right there, but this is the first round where we saw some gunplay and All Day Sergeant really just turning up. But I mean, what can you really say about about Adrian College? I mean, it did come down to a couple one-on-ones, but they just seem to always be in the right position to be able to win the rounds.
I mean, constantly you did see Ferris State University attempting to make their make the plays and change things up. They were trying to approach things different, but they just were being read by Adrian College constantly. I feel like they were really unlucky on Express in that sense. They were trying to change it up, like what I was saying. You sent 4 to A one round, Adrian College goes to B. The next round you sent everybody to B, Adrian College goes to A. It's like, it's just wasn't working in their favor. And Express is, it's easy to take those 4-on-4s when it happens. It's kind of like a 50-50 at that point. But as soon as that bomb gets planted and you read the play wrong, it puts it into a 75-25 situation.
It definitely puts you into a really, really rough spot. Now, It's time for the caster curse here, Colin. So, I mean, going into this one, Adrian College, like I kind of pointed out, every team outside of the top 4 that they've played, they've 3-0'd so far. They're in a shot to do it again here. Ferris State, they're on 3 3-0s in a row that they've lost after starting the season 3-0. So, I mean, all signs are leading to a 3-0 here, in my opinion.
And it's up to control. Of course, it's up to a raid control too. What do we see last match in our match number 2? Between those two teams, they went to raid in that map number 3. It was Kaiser and Midway. Kind of slipped my mind for a second, but it was Kaiser and Midway. They go to that raid. Kaiser looks good all series long, and then what is this? Midway, they pull out the stops. They find these attacking rounds. I mean, the story of the day, like it has been 2 O's to lead the way into these series, it's also been attacking rounds are dominant uncontrolled today. So curious what we're going to see out of these two teams, and if Ferris State want to make the comeback, it's obviously has to start here. They need a reverse sweep.
What if we see all defense in this control now?
I don't know what to say about that one.
I'm calling it. Defense is going to reign supreme in this search and destroy.
I feel like there's always something in the
control.
week, Jesse, that we bet on, and we're always wrong when we.
No,
bet.
I'm betting. I'm putting money down. I've got a quarter right here. I'm putting it down. We're seeing only defensive wins here in this control.
Oh, you're a rich guy. I don't have a quarter around me.
It's my lucky quarter. I flip it to make decisions on food.
That's the best thing I've ever heard today. I have to say, I'm intrigued to see what Ferris State can bring out into this control round. If you're really going to put any highlights on anything for Raid, maybe something that they can really take out of the books for match 2, what's it going to be?
It's got to be that Ferris State. You need to kind of look at that last defense that we saw on stream and how it was able to be won by the likes of Kaiser. If Ferris State can find a way to play defense the way that we saw Kaiser play defense in that last round, where you're constantly just pinching the players and keeping them in the back of their spawn and killing them off on the B site, but also keeping a player over at A so that they don't spawn there. If you can find a way to manipulate spawns the way that we were seeing in that last round, that's how you're going to make defenses a lot easier for you. And I think that's something that we definitely could see one of these two teams doing. If it's going to be Ferris State, that's how they could very well possibly start to bring this series back.
And it's something that we've seen changing throughout the whole thing. I mean, Ferris State, they are opting to make these changes, but they weren't working in Search and Destroy. So I can definitely see them making these changes going into the control. What we're going to see it firsthand now as we head over to Raid for this control in map 3. Ferris State looking for the retake, looking for the reverse sweep. Adrian College, like you said, looking to put this away like they have all the other teams outside of that top 4. If they can find that 3-0 on the night, they're just going to keep the pattern going for you, Jesse.
Yeah, it should be interesting if they are able to do it as well. Like, because all right, well, heading towards the game now. I believe we had a player drop from the lobby. That's why we were about to transition into talking a little bit more here. But it does look like everybody's here and we're playing it out. So I think we're all good to go, Colin.
Nikki West into the roster for Ferris State. Another substitute. And substitutes haven't really been working, so I'm going to keep my eyes on to Nikki, see what he can do here. Already, presence to B. Vortex going to shut him down. And they have the control there. They just really need to stack this out. They're only going to have all-day Sergeant here, so time's going to be closing out very shortly. But they're winning their one-on-ones. They're keeping Ferris State away from the site. And they're doing a damn good job at closing out this B side. Working on that second tick now. Nikki West is going to be up here. The nade from All Day Sergeant to shut out these returning players. He's on 6 in a row to start off this raid control, and he's looking really good out here.
I mean, what can you do when you got All Day Sergeant 6-0 right now? He caps the B site by himself, gets full streaks. I mean, Colin, am I out of my prediction already here? I mean, it's going to take
out now.
You're right. Ferris State, come on, pull it together here, guys.
I'm taking your lucky quarter, Jesse, and there's nothing you can do about it.
We're down only 8 lives. They can definitely bring this one back here for themselves. They're not in a great spot to do it with full streaks on All Day Sergeant and having only 2 players over here. And oh my God, that's the best timing ever for All Day as he finds another kill in the back. He is 8-0 off to a fantastic start here in the game. And I mean, this should be the A zone probably done and dusted here.
Well, A-Zone, actually, they only have one person on here, so it's going to go short and slow. So there is going to be potential for a retake here. Ken IQ and Vortex are going to drop in unison. They overwhelm this last player. All Day Sergeant still in the backline, 9-0 now, but he is on an island here. We're going to keep his team in it. Karaka, push to the aggression, is going to get that trade out. Sergeant's on 10 in a row. He's going to wrap back around. Nikki West alone and scared inside this ring. He is able to shut down All Day Sergeant, though, so maybe a chance for Fair State to claw their way back into this. He doubles down on the Ken IQ, and Adrian College are struggling to get through this A site.
Incredible start for All Day Sergeant, though. 10-1. They have streaks. I mean, I'm not too worried about them in this round here. They've got a minute 9 to find 7 kills here on the game. And even if they don't find those 7 kills, I mean, I'm sure that they can get this A tick with only having one player right here for the time being from the likes of Fair State. I mean, it's just, you're in such a bad spot here in this round for Fair State.
No more respawns. Adrian College, it would take a miracle for them to throw this one away. 3 players left. All Day Sergeant gets in behind, takes down Burster. Last 2 players for Fair State, they are going to be taking up shop to the middle of the map, but not for long. Ken IQ is going to put this one away. Adrian College, a very convincing first round, but I'm curious to see what they change up because, I mean, stacking one player onto the site, it's making these rounds really long, but they're getting the job done.
It's tough. I mean, like, you got to think that if All Day Sergeant doesn't go off to a 10-0 start there and completely cap the B site by himself, I mean, that's probably a lot harder of a round win there for the likes of Adrian College. But, I mean, All Day Sergeant has absolutely just turned it on his head throughout this game here. We'll see what they decide to do here on defense. Those streaks are going to make defense so much easier to win as well because you get put into a tough situation, just drop some streaks into the hill and get them off of it completely. So we'll see what they end up doing here. But I mean, a break off from Fair State. Everybody's going over towards this A site, and Ken IQ is just trying to tuck his tail between his legs and get out with his life here.
Sims looking to kill him off spawn. Can't walk away with the kill onto Nikki. And actually, a player sneaks their way through onto the A side. Sims, though, still inside Art, looking to rain terror from behind. Kills going the way of Fair State, but just like that, snap of a finger, 3 go down in favor of Adrian College. Lord Shortle alone at A and cleaned up. So not able to get that second take around. They're looking to convert right away over to B.
Did you see that spawn? Everybody just spawned up on the opposite side of that wall inside Garage on Vortex. And so Vortex will be in behind all of these players. I'm sure he has a chance to be able to shut them down here, but it's just such an unfortunate spot. He doesn't read it right, and they will finally get that play down, and all the players, once again, they're going to drop and spawn right back up inside a Garage. And, I mean, they are just, again, just another tough spot. This is where you're really starting to see this lane factor from Adrian College coming into state over the likes of Ferris here.
If Ferris could find a good 4 down, they could cap the B site, but look at the map control that Adrian College has. You have Vortex in over towards AC, spawning them out into AC now as they're looking to get in behind and clean them up in driveway. But I mean, Fair State, they haven't really cleaned up their spawn yet, and they just constantly keep on getting shot in from behind. But exactly, Lord Shortle is able to give Vortex the work, shut him down from behind. They hop onto the B side. This is a chance to extend the clock a minute. Burster tucked away. Ken IQ cleans him up. They know exactly where Shortle is, and the hunt is going to be fun, but Karaka.
I was right there with you. I thought that was a team kill as well. I heard it in your voice. I thought that was a team kill. But no, they will get the B site. The lives, though, man, it just might not be enough here. They're down, what, 7-19. Make that 6-19 left. They've got they've got 1 tick of progress over towards A, but no map control at all right now. That's going to be really, really tough.
No respawns either, Jesse.
That's not looking good.
Yeah, Adrian looking to get 2 rounds in a row now. There's 3 players left. Ken IQ, what did you just do to him? Shortle was hoarding the head glitch on that. And Ken IQ just jumps around the corner already tagged up and gives him the work. Rock is alone inside gym and get a good workout out. You would need to walk into round 3 a different beast, a different unit. Adrian College, they are on pace for this 3-0.
1v18, light work. Raka, he'll find it first. All right, well, I spoiled that, but nonetheless, I mean, Adrian College, they've looked honestly amazing so far here in this control. I don't know if we're just seeing different versions of this roster from Ferris State coming in. They're just having some fun trying to figure out what to do at the moment, but it really has been kind of all Adrian College right now. It's all serious, no play right now from them. As I mean, they've just looked fantastic here. All Day Sergeant has died 3 times in 2 rounds. I just realized.
Yeah,
On
I mean,
another 7 spree.
not the prettiest sight. As if I was him, I'd use a streak because you're about to double up on them as well. It doesn't matter anymore. As you're 8 in a row, you already have the complete overlap of streaks for All Day Sergeant. 9 in a row, Jesse. Can you make it 10? Did we get 10? No. This burster shuts him down now. He's looking to get in there, but Sims on the rotation overextends through their spawn, is able to take them down. Another 3 down to the kill feed as Ferris State are spawning on the B site. That's how backed up they are. That's how much they're having these spawns get absolutely collapsed on. As Sergeant slides on out, is able to find the burster. They're looking to collapse into the B site and take it over, but for some reason, A has just been the site for Adrian College to take this whole time, and they haven't given up.
We're a minute into this game, into this round maybe, and we are already a 10 life lead to the likes of Adrian College. Trying to make their push in through jungle. They just want to hit through the back here. Everybody should still spawn up onto B if you're Ferris State. This is where you need to make a good defensive hold if you want any chance of coming back here in this series. It hasn't looked likely yet. Oh, and here come the streaks. Perfect time to use them. Everybody's so close. He does end up finding one of his own, but he'll find 2 from the opposing team. It's such a good chance now for them to make their break into the hill.
Yes, it is. Mercer finds 1, but also a teammate. 20 lives to 10. Completely doubled out here. Shot punch for Ken IQ. He's able to double down onto Karaka. As his last little stint out of Ferris State. B-site has to be marginally perfect, and that's just not going to be the case out of Adrian College. Their collapse has been so subtle. Seamless transitions into this. Sarge's going to hop onto this, draw these players back, and they go side by side. Shortle is going to take him down. A little bit awkward out here. But 3 go down for Adrian College, and Ferris State with the remaining 5 players are going to look to maybe bring this one out. Artillery strike. It does land. 3 players remaining for Ferris State. Adrian College on pace to put this one through. Karaka inside Tiki. He's going to find 1. Transition slides out for the 2nd. Sims in money. Nice shots from Karaka. He is out of his mind right now. 20 and 22.
Would have been a 1v10 if
Out
he
of
was
his
able to pull
mind,
that
though.
off. But yeah, I mean, Karaka had a very good performance here today for the likes of Ferris State University. It just was not enough to go up against the likes of Adrian College. They were on a different level today. Probably the best we have seen from Adrian College against one of their better opponents that they've faced so far. I mean, outside of this, they've pretty much played what? Cleary, who is also 3-3, and who's the other team? I can't remember. It was LU Esports that is also sitting 1-5 right now. So they definitely, those were the other 2 3-0s that they were able to get. But I mean, 3-0s all around. They haven't had a series yet that hasn't finished a 3-0 for them, whether it's been for them or against them. They played those top 4 teams, like we said, going into this one. They've played the couple of the mid-pack teams, a couple of the bottom teams now. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Adrian College finish as the 5th place team in this league, or in this conference, and really make a statement going in towards the Vanguard season.
No, I mean, that's really what some of these teams are now going to have to play for. The Vanguard season, that's going to be coming up, as Vanguard does release November 5th, if I do remember
right.
correctly. Once it comes out, I mean, that's really going to be where the prize is for a lot of these squads. And as a team of 4 coming into a new semester, a new year of college or university, and a lot of these teams are just playing for the first time together as well. So I think if Adrian College are really starting to piece things together now, I think they can make waves going into that Vanguard season if they're able to kind of solidify themselves as a core 4. They look good. You saw Ferris State consistently trying to like weed in players, try some new players into the roster as they subbed out a player in search and a player in control. But it just wasn't working. They weren't able to find Adrian. They had their number all the way through, and they were constantly manipulating the way Ferris State was playing the game.
Absolutely. I think you need to look at Ken IQ in this series too. I mean, What a series for him as well. I mean, yeah, you had a great pop-off game in the last one for All Day Sergeant, but consistency throughout all 3 game modes was Ken IQ today. I mean, that first game popped off almost double positive throughout that hard point, especially towards the second half of that hard point on the Apocalypse. I mean, they didn't look great in the first half, but in the second half, they definitely turned it on. The Express Search and Destroy 6-1, he was very good in that map as well. And then the Raid Control, I mean, you can't complain at all about what you're getting from him. He was kind of hard to pop off when you're watching All Day Sergeant going and dropping 3 deaths in 2 rounds. But nonetheless, I mean, a great day from Ken IQ.
We got our interview ready, Jesse, for this third match. Ken's going to join us into the booth after a phenomenal match against Ferris State University. Stand out from start to finish. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Had a good game.
Oh, you did. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to cut you
Oh,
off.
no, you're good. I was just saying we had a good game today as a team.
You guys played great today, especially you leading the way. I mean, after that first map, I had a feeling that you were ready to just take it all and take the whole thing. Well, how are you guys feeling going into this? How are you guys feeling about the rest of the season?
I think we're feeling really good about this season. You know, we're a first-year team, and I feel like even though we had a little slow start, but I think we're gonna end the season strong, above 500, and if we can go back and restart those games, it would be maybe a different outcome. We're just first-year team. We're getting adjusted to it. Next season, we'll be back there. I feel like we'll be a top 3 team next season.
Okay. I like that. I like the changes that are coming through from Adrian College right now. And you guys definitely, from the last time I see you guys, look like a new and improved Adrian College. And I like the changes that are coming through. What were some of the things you needed to, or you were working on going into the rest of the season?
Basically, when we lose, we'd watch film, see what we did wrong, and you know, we have our strats. We got to change up some angles, change up some rotations, and just learn a little more when to rotate and when not to, and take gunfights, play your life, stuff like that. So definitely improved on that as a team, and it's showing.
It is showing, and I know Jesse's got some questions ready for you. So Jesse, why don't you ask him away?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, you guys obviously got put into a really, really hard division here for this conference. I mean, four of the top 5 teams here are all sitting at 1 or 2 losses right now, so that's obviously not an easy spot for you guys. And you guys had a really tough kind of start to the season. You guys are looking to probably finish. My prediction for you guys, I was just saying it to Colin here, is that I'm predicting you guys to probably finish 5th here in this division, just because how you guys are and where your schedule is going for the rest of this. But I'm kind of more interested in the long term after this season's over. What are you guys kind of focusing on going in towards the Vanguard season? What's the main focus for the team?
Main focus for the team next year for Vanguard. We want to take it all. We're coming with Avengers next year.
Love to hear it.
There's some of these games, you know, we lost. We're 3-4 now. 4 of those losses, you know, we could have won those 2 losses if we went back right now. I'm not gonna say which teams, but definitely could have won those.
Love to hear it.
That's what you truly want to see, right there. The change up, the revenge story from Ken IQ. You want it all? I can't wait to see you take it into the future, the future games that you do have, Ken. Anything you want to say to the stream before we let you go to celebrate the victory for the night?
Just a few things. I don't really got much else to say. I just, you know, I'm proud of my team. You know, we've been improving every day. We practice every day, try to get better, improve every day, and you know, like next season we're gonna come back stronger, and we're really confident. You know, I think for sure we're gonna be a top 3 team next year. Like, I think we're underrated, and I think we're gonna go crazy next year.
I can't wait to see it. I love the confidence right now. I love it. I honestly, from the start that I saw you guys to now when I see you guys, I definitely see the improvement, and I don't doubt that you guys are gonna make waves in this Vanguard season.
Can I say one more thing?
Go for it.
I just want to say, you know, Illinois State had us to lose this game today, but like that win. I want to point that out. Keep underrating us, yeah. Come on. Come on.
Let them know.
Yeah.
Let them know. You gotta let them know. But once again, thank you for coming on. Congratulations on the victory tonight, Ken. You guys earned it.
Thank you.
And Jesse, with our third match off, we only have one more for the night. We really just heard the revenge tour of Can
It's
IQ
coming.
get started. It
The
got
Adrian
announced.
College Revenge Tour. It's coming on its way. I'm telling you, at least 5th place in this division. I'm calling it right now.
I
at the
got
end of
my
the season.
tickets already. I'm ready for this tour to come through. They do look better from the last time I see them. I can see the improvement, and if we run back those games, like he says, I'm curious to see the differences that we would have from the squad, because I'm sure that there would be differences.
I mean, Illinois State has dropped one map all year, so I mean, he's calling out the
Yeah.
top dog right now. That would be a tough match. I can't say it wouldn't be, but you know what? I'm loving the confidence as well. We'll just have to wait till we see them either later in the season or in towards the Vanguard season to see how those improvements come along. The Revenge Tour, though, it's on.
I need to see it to believe it against Illinois State. I think that's one where I do truly need to see it happen if I was going to believe it. But coming up after the break is going to be Spring Hill College versus St. Mary's University, a 4-2 squad against a 3-3. So things a little bit closer and a lot more banking on this series. So catch us on the flip side after this break. We got more Call of Duty here at NACE Starleague. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague. Match number 4 coming up after this break. We have Spring Hill College versus St. Mary's University. A big story between the two of them, Jesse, because when you look at St. Mary's after the win last week, it really propelled them into a successful position. Let's take a look at this head-to-head, and we can see the Spring Hill College Badgers against the St. Mary's University squad. Spring Hill sitting 3-3. They might not have the best chance in this division to make it into the top 3. And if they can beat St. Mary's here, they're really kind of putting St. Mary's in that exact same position. It seems like what you were saying, a must-win for St. Mary's here.
Oh, it's kind of a must-win for both teams as well. Like St. Mary's, like you said, 4-2. They now propel themselves up into that third place spot with the win over over the University of Alabama in Huntsville last week. And I mean, we're getting so much St. Mary's on stream right now. I'm starting to really love it. I'm starting to really dig watching this team. Seeker's been playing fantastic. I think the big thing with this whole division right now, when you look over the whole thing, is you've got St. Mary's, you've got University of Alabama and Huntsville, both tied at 4-2. But then you've got 5th, 6th, and 7th, all at 3-3. That's St. Ambrose, Northwest State University, and Spring Hill College. So, I mean, Spring Hill's definitely not out of this by any means right now. If they're able to catch this win this week, and say we get a St. Ambrose loss again this week, or sorry, a Alabama and Huntsville loss this week, that's going to be 3 teams tied at 4-3. So, I mean, definitely all to play for here still from the Spring Hill College team.
Oh, all to play for indeed. And to introduce these rosters on the side of St. Mary's University, Seeker, Gonzo, Jitsu, and Xander Clan. We've seen them on stream plenty of times, so you should know this squad by now. They're flashy, they're exciting to watch, and they're looking for blood tonight. However, on the opposite side, the Badgers of Spring Hill College, Random X, Cody Schaefer, Jungus, and Niwao, looking to shut down this squad on the opposite side and keep their play-in prospect alive. Let's take a look at this map mode combo, Jesse, and see exactly where we're going to throw down. It's starting off on Raid Hardpoint, standoff for a search and destroy, checkmate control, Hardpoint on Garrison, and to go off, if we go the distance, Raid search and destroy. One thing that pops my mind, Jesse, is this is the first time we have checkmate control in the lineup.
I was going to say, is this the first checkmate control that we have seen all season so far at NACE Starleague? We're 7 weeks in. I actually think this is the first one that we're seeing on stream. Am I right in that? I'm gonna need to get fact checked on that by somebody, but I think that's honestly correct, and that's crazy to think. I mean, definitely not my favorite control map, but definitely a map that can play into a team's favor. It's one of those maps where if you can get control of the other team's side and just absolutely bully them off spawn, it can sometimes be worse than Garrison. That is absolutely for sure. But I mean, look at the rest of the map set though. You got Raid starting us off and finishing us off. Very good map for Hardpoint. Really good map for Search and Destroy. We've seen Search today, but I don't think we've seen Hardpoint on Raid yet today. So that should be a great one to start us off. I always like Raid as an opening map. It's always one of those maps where you can generally see how team's fundamentals are. It's so rotation heavy, but also if your team is slaying out, you can still end up winning the maps even without rotating. So I mean, it's a really good map set. I'm excited to get into this one.
It's a great icebreaker indeed to see that, but I'm excited for standoff too. We've had an interesting set of search and destroy maps today for our map number 2s. I mean, we had, what was it, Moscow earlier today. We've had Express. We've had Raid. No, we've had Raid,
I think, right?
And we've already had standoff once. Yeah, so this is going to be our second standoff for map number 2. Something that you normally see as a closer, but coming into the series right now, a map that I think that St. Mary's University has looked very strong on.
I'm just trying to go back to last week. I can't remember if we saw them play on it last week. I'm going through it right now. St. Mary's, they did. They won 6-2 in Game 5 last week against Alabama.
Ooh.
So they're definitely a map they're very comfortable on going into this one as well. So absolutely love to see the pick coming in from St. Mary's.
I love to see it as well, but we got to get through Raid Hardpoint first. So let's hop right into it. Spring Hill going to be on the lesser preferred side. Looking to flood on in and flip sides immediately. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Xander inside the ring has Jitsu watching over them. Be playing this patiently. Cody spots him out, losing some teammates just yet. Spring Hill keeping their toes in the water just for the chance to keep this contested. However, St. Mary's here to strike. Seeker finds the player inside the hill. No contestation just yet. It's Chunkus who comes out on board for Spring Hill College.
No, we've barely gotten any time earned by either team so far in this. I mean, not even either team breaking over that 10-second mark yet. A very, very contested first hill here, but honestly, the stall just works out in St. Mary's favor. They get a good contestation here on hill 1, basically no time going either way, and they've got the full rotation and set up here for hill number 2. These last 6 seconds should go to the way of Spring Hill, bring them right around 20 seconds, but St. Mary's, I mean, they're going to be able to answer back with a big hold of their own here.
Yep, from the front line. Going to push faster than the back line can set up. 3 go down for Spring Hill immediately. And it's just a little bit too fast for Spring Hill to deal with. They didn't have enough time to allow Random as well as their follow-up player to flank in behind, and Spring Hill take advantage of that. However, on the flip side, you see that Spring Hill group up. They're able to break from the front line. Now into this point, looking to collect this time. Cody around the pillar. He finds Jitsu. Recovers the submachine gun as well. Peeks on out, and with the help of Chungus, they're actually able to shut St. Mary's down here.
I don't even think that's a terrible situation for St. Mary's as long as they're able to hold on to these right-hand side spawns now. They just need to pretty much focus on, hey, you know what, let's throw a body maybe at the hill, contest a little bit here, but the full focus should be on these garage spawns. That Cody on 4 in a row, he's going to try to be that route man for the Spring Hill side, and he's able to find another one, so he's going to get up to 5. He will get shut down from Seeker in the back, though.
Yep, the setup's still here. If they can take down Random, it's going to be good, but Seeker doesn't check it. Random's still there. You are going to have the cleanup coming up very shortly. Gonzo is able to find him, but now the flood from Spring Hill looking to push on through Jim's side. Chungus knows Jitsu's in the corner. Shots are good, but can't walk away with the elimination. 3 players here for Spring Hill to get this break, but it's Seeker from behind. I didn't even see him come out through there, but he's able to shut 2 players down. St. Mary's looking to reinforce this now. Niwao in for the contestation, but he's not able to find a kill. Jitsu doubles down to hold down the side, and Gonzo is making the wrap around to make sure that he can disrupt the spawns for Spring Hill and behind.
St. Mary's was in a little bit of a scary spot there as well. If they ended up losing any of those gunfights when the Spring Hill players were all pinching in on them, they would have been spawned out absolutely. And it's very similar to what's happening to these Spring Hill players right now. The hill hasn't popped yet. They do end up winning a couple of gunfights out, though, but the first few that they lost, it did force the spawn out. But now, with all those kills coming in and the 4 down, they should be able to get a nice, clean setup here for this new hill.
Yes, they do. Got a little bit shaky with Gonzo doing that, but excellent job for Spring Hill to keep this in. A 12-point game right now. Seeker's going to open this up. The collapse, great from St. Mary's now. You see the spawns from Spring Hill are going to be across the pool, and they're just going to keep this tumbling on through. Niwao, the last one in sight. The jump shots from Gonzo is going to bring him out in the break immediately from St. Mary's. Still 30 seconds to be had, but close front spawns from Spring Hill. They're going to have another shot at this time, so you see the group up for the front. They find Seeker. Gonzo looking to play cut off, and that's exactly what he does with the help of Xander. They shut down the attack for Spring Hill, and they're going to collect the scrap time.
And with only 15 seconds here, Spring Hill, you just need to give this up. Just rotate towards the new hill. They will lose one more body in Cody S, who was just trying to throw in a last-minute contest there. But the rotation very much on here from the likes of Spring Hill College. They can now try to set up in a couple of different spots here underneath. The only situation is they're kind of turtling inside this hill, so this might actually be able to be a little bit easier of a break from St. Mary's than it's looking like.
Seeker finds Cody. Gonzo wins another one-on-one.
Yeah.
Spring Hill are falling apart onto this. Niwao doesn't even know what hit him.
They turtled.
That break from St. Mary's is just so ruthless.
And it's so easy because of the positioning from the Spring Hill players. Everybody was kind of just sitting in corners, and not just any corners. It was very predictable corners as to where you would normally see a lot of players set up. And when you're in those situations and you hold onto the hill, you want one player inside the hill, and you want to be able to push out different sides. And that's what forces the spawn out. Yes, the break comes in almost the exact same fashion, but as you can see, because St. Mary's pushed out, they were able to break right back in with their few players that weren't inside the hill, and just makes the break back in that much easier for the St. Mary's players, who are now going to have around a 60-point lead as we head towards our second set of rotations.
We go back to this hill 1. You talked about it a lot, Jesse, that this hill 1 can be a money hill in the second time around. If your spawns aren't comfortable enough. Well, Spring Hill, who were spawning up on the garage side, now has a pinch from side to side, so they can really collapse into this hill as one and really suffocate St. Mary's. Is exactly what we see here. Random's able to find a triple kill to open this one up, so they're able to get this one in, and now St. Mary's on the opposite side with the preferred spawn Can they get a similar break? 34 seconds here. You can see Xander leading the charge with Gonzo on the opposite side. A split feed, blue and orange. But who's going to come out on top? It looks like St. Mary's with Xander inside this. A big one-on-one time. Xander's going to play a little bit of ring around the rosy here. Burn this clock and allow for the rotations to come on in, as they're going to look to get the scrap time once again.
And it's so similar to the first set of rotations where a contest there, it just helps St. Mary's because they have the rotation locked down once again. I mean, yes, they were in the midst of locking it down there, but that's just trusting your team. You know that they're going to lock that down. You know they're going to win those gunfights over on that side of the map. But as I say that, 2 will go down from RX and Chungus, and now that should be able to make this push from the front just that little bit much easier.
Kills coming in. St. Mary's full advantage. Near flawless, only losing 1. The spawns from Spring Hill through the courtyard. They're going to have a quick counterattack into it. And Niwow's going to find that first one. Great transition. 3 go down for the break. Gonzo in behind. He's able to find 3. Stuns them out. 5 kills in a row. You get the spawns right coming up in the back line of that kitchen. And they overwhelm Random right there. It's a race over to the garage. Gonzo's going to be the first one here. And if he can find 2, he's going to have streaks. There's the first one. Chungus in behind. Can't find the shots. The shots are going to be putting in a lot of damage. But with the rotation from Random, they shut him down and they minimize the damage.
And St. Mary's is already back here. They have a good chance to be able to break right back into this. If they check their corners, they're not going to. RX at least finds 1. It's really only Jitsu who's here. He gets a teammate finally to come in from behind him. So the break, it's still very much possible from the front here. Jitsu will be the first player in, but it's Chungus once again holding onto that car head glitch. He does just enough to give his team enough time to be able to come in and reinforce.
They're looking like a big Chungus out here, Jesse. Niwow for the contestant on the van. Oh, the nade's going to catch him from Xander. It's going to be a blitz inside. The chaos is going to ensue. St. Mary's need 33 seconds to close out this map number 1. And they're not going to be able to finish this off here, but they are going to get damn close.
There'll be 1 tick off if it doesn't get contested at the end of this. And it looks like Chungus, once again, will be that player to try to contest on into the hill. But you can see St. Mary's, they know what's at stake here. They're going to put the full focus on trying to win the rotational battle over towards the new site. I do believe we lost a player from the game as well. But, I mean, at this stage of the game, it's so close to a St. Mary's win, I don't think it's going to matter. And with only 5 seconds left needed, St. Mary's now with a man advantage as well. You got to think that this game is very close to being closed out.
Yeah, the collapse, the player numbers, everything is going to be here. Gonzo is going to find that way in. 3 seconds left for the victory. St. Mary's are going to find your raid to start this off. Curious as to the disconnect at the end there, but I expect it would have been the same outcome, like you say, Jesse. Not too much changing out here. We did see a couple glimpses of success out of the likes of Spring Hill College. Their breaks were good, but I feel like they weren't enough. On the opposite side, St. Mary's were kind of matching them in the breaks, and then they were getting a leg up on them by actually being able to hold on to the hills for a little bit of time, for a majority of the time after, and constantly you saw St. Mary's cleaning up and finding the scrap time at the end of it. So just to make matters worse, they were also picking up the last little bit of time.
Yeah, I think the big thing that really shines out to me, and you can tell me if you think I'm wrong on this one, but it just kind of felt like St. Mary's felt like a lot more confident in their ability to hold on to sites. And what I mean by that is they're not just kind of sitting back inside the site. They're pushing out the site. They're forcing spawn outs, making their opponents spawn in uncomfortable spots where they're not just spawning close enough to the hill where they can constantly just try to break back in, as opposed to Spring Hill. And I think the biggest example of the situation was the first set of rotations, that P5 hold. Spring Hill gets an early setup, but everybody just kind of turtles inside the hill, and St. Mary's is able to find those kills just so easily because they pinch it from every side. When you need to look at 4 different angles at once, it's not very easy to find a couple of kills.
We talked about a little bit of hypothetical if Spring Hill College were looking a little bit more comfortable on those holes. You called it yourself in the middle of it. The turtles that we were seeing from Spring Hill, it wasn't enough to find those gunfights. And St. Mary's, they're just relentless pressure onto the hills. They were at least finding 1-for-1 trades. So when you find that difference, when you connect 2 in a row from a player, I just feel like Spring Hill weren't able to keep up in that factor either. The pressure from St. Mary's were making sure that Spring Hill couldn't get comfortable into that raid. And now we're moving over into standoff, something where pressure is a big factor, and first bloods are going to be everything. So when you have St. Mary's, a team that's looking to be heavily pressuring out Spring Hill College. I don't expect them to let off the gas going into this map number 2. I'm looking at them to control the map again and find those first bloods. And I think that St. Mary's have a good chance after what we've seen from last week to kind of repeat their success on standoff here.
Yeah, they looked great on it last week. They're 5-2 in the search and destroy mode just in general for itself. So, I mean, take from that what you will, everybody. But St. Mary's University, I mean, this is their best game mode. I'd be very surprised if we saw Spring Hill College come in to be able to take it off of them. Although, looking at Spring Hill's record right now as well, they are 4-3 in search and destroy. So, it's one of their better modes as well. Very even between hardpoint and search and destroy. But the one thing that's really stands out for me right now for Spring Hill is that they're 2-4 in control. So you got to think that this is probably a must-win map here for Spring Hill College. They don't want to go in towards that control down 2-0 in the series. You don't want to give St. Mary's the chance to be able to 3-0 you, because this team is relentless. They will just take it and run away with it.
Oh, they'll take it, and they will never turn around. Now, talk to me a little bit that you want to see from Spring Hill College. What kind of strategies can they bring out to really stump St. Mary's here? Because you're looking at St. Mary's, a team that's heavily pressuring out the Badgers. What can Spring Hill do to counteract that pressure?
I think we need to see some team pushes from Spring Hill. I think that first map, especially if we take anything away from it, is that we saw a lot of little individual pushes, especially in the middle of that map. I think if we can kind of focus it more towards, hey, let's set up and let's get a good amount of us on one site, and maybe just if they don't come here with how close the sites are on that map, let's just play for a retake, play towards the other side. But I mean, you hit the nail on the head off the start. Is first bloods are going to be everything. Who's going to be the player on Spring Hill College? Who's going to step up, find those first bloods for your team, so where you can just play that pack of dog mentality. You can just play all your players together and find a couple of kills in succession to win those rounds out. Just play your trades, find those first bloods. It's an easy recipe for success on standoff.
Right now, if you're St. Mary's, I'd be feeling good with the position you're going in, especially you have a bye next week, and the fact that you're able to take that hard point. You know, Spring Hill is probably the, I guess, lesser team you'd say in control when you're looking at the records. If you walk away with this search and destroy, you have a really good chance at maybe securing yourself a play-in spot going into the rest of the season. So I feel like walking away with this is definitely a must-win map for Spring Hill College. If they want a chance to send this to the distance and really upset St. Mary's here, I feel like this is where you need to start. And I think that you bring out some good facts when saying that it needs to kind of start with their team coordination.
And a big thing here too for St. Mary's is not only do they want to get this series done with a win, but they also want a 3-0 right now. They are still in a tie for that third place seed with University of Alabama and Huntsville. And I'm not too sure how the tiebreaker fully works, if it's whoever wins the head-to-head, because if that's the case, St. Mary's obviously has the head-to-head win. But if it comes down to map count right now, St. Mary's is just barely ahead of Alabama and Huntsville, so a 3-0 would definitely help with that ledger.
Looking at so many factors going to the play-ins. I love this time of year when we're getting into the playoffs, when we're kind of separating the good teams from the great teams and seeing exactly who is going to move on in. It's all just a fantastic story that's just coming together here in the NACE Starleague. So let's see it. Pressure on. Let's see the story move forward. Let's head over to standoff, search and destroy. And into this first round, we're hopping on board with Spring Hill's attack. Meanwhile, with the bomb in, but Seeker's already in behind this bomb down. 2 players out of the picture for Spring Hill. And Chungus looking for this trade. He's going to find it, but that is a big hit to take right off the bat.
At least Chungus finds one, though, so they have a chance where if they can pick that bomb up and make a rotation over towards A, they'll at least be in another situation where they're in a 1v2. Nade comes in, great duck in behind, and I mean, that was just great awareness. He had a feeling that it was coming. Makes the big dodge in it. I mean, if they can find a way to isolate out RVD Gonzo up on the top right, that's how they can make a better chance of being able to win this round out.
Yeah, Gonzo has really found their positioning here. Shots on to random from behind. He's going to lock it down. 1v3 for Chungus. Do you have the ice here? Those are some good shots, but not able to walk away with the kill. Position is going to be given up 21 seconds. And if you look at the midi map, St. Mary's are not even biting to the bait. Jitsu's going to be throwing shoulders towards B. Spots him out and even finds the kill. You're not even needed inside Delhi just yet, even though it was getting pretty close. Spring Hill, they dropped the first round here, and everything was looking solid out of this one. Big shots from Gonzo to open this up, and able to find that positioning outside onto tank even better.
Well, first bloods. I mean, we talk about it all the time, Colin. St. Mary's, they do get the first blood in that round. What happens? They close the round out. And I mean, that route that Seeker took through the middle of Hotel, jumping out of it and just able to find the second as well. It just put them in a great spot to be able to close that out. Not sure about his positioning right after when he kind of, dodged in and just kind of laid down. Was waiting, hopefully, to find a trade. Didn't realize that Chungus had already made his way all the way through. But we're going to see a two-man push now through the back of Alley. But Spring Hill, they have two players here ready to deal with it. And a beautiful wall jump from Chungus will be able to find the second as well. One will fall for Spring Hill, but it's still going to leave us in a 2 versus 3 now for St. Mary's with all the work to do.
Yeah, a bit of a call to arms there from Chungus, able to help Niwao win that 2v1. But Godzo was able to find the equalizer. And Jitsu just got a lot of information. Niwao's going to have to force back into the alley. I'm sure they know they have bombed down, so I don't want to see them stray too far away from it. Niwao's going to try to cut through courtyard. He's going to be caught by Jitsu. So Cody now in a 1v2. Actually getting the reposition out here, and this might not favor you. Gonzo is going to be tucked away here. Doesn't check the corner, and that's going to be the round. St. Mary's set up for the better positioning. 2-0.
It's a great start to the search and destroy here. You go down what? It was a 2v4 at one point in that round, and they're able to bring it back. And I mean, you got to put it on Gonzo once again here. He finds that opening to put us into a 2 versus 3, and then he even finds the second to make it a 2v2. Gonzo's been the player so far here in the Search and Destroy that's really turned up. And if I remember correctly from a couple weeks ago, I believe he was the player in that Search and Destroy once again that has just been turning it up for St. Mary's here, especially on standoff.
Plenty of things to take away here from St. Mary's, Jesse. Already. Just the way they're coordinated, the way they're setting tempo.
They're looking like a playoff team to me right now, that's for sure.
Oh, they are. I mean, you look at the way they're commanding this route. I mean, they have control of about 50% of this map, and Spring Hill are struggling to find that mediator. I think that's a good start there, random finding Seeker. It opens up that A site, but now you have to worry about Gonzo, and he's going to be tucked away inside that archway, waiting for the cross to come through and just feeding information to the rest of St. Mary's. He should be letting them know that this is going to be a B hit.
I actually really like this play too, because they knew they got that first split over at A, but they didn't see any of the other players over there, so they figured the cross was watched. They make a better play to hit in towards back alley, but what they need to be ready for is Jitsu here in the top window. You can't just make a push through the back and not expect anybody up there.
Yeah, random. Seep his way through. Xander's going to drop that bomb. Jitsu's going to double down. Spring Hill now backed into a corner they have to fight out of. They have to claw their way out of. Gonzo's still in this archway. Left alone now that Chungus finds Jitsu. Oh, but they don't check it. They don't check Gonzo. They don't check him up. They line up, in fact. Cody now very weak, and he's going to find the clutch in this 1v1. That got scary, but hats off to that Diamante shot from Cody.
Oh, and he had to flick for it too. That's not an easy shot to make there. Luckily, his opponent one shot, and he's able to close it out. When you're looking at that round, though, the reason that gets so tough for Spring Hill in the middle of that round is because of the St. Mary's positioning. They had so much map control, like you were alluding to off the break. And you got to think that's something that Spring Hill needs to be focusing on right now. They need to try to get a little bit more map control to make the rounds a little bit easier for themselves here. Cody trying to go for the wall bang through the hay. He's not going to be able to find anything. This is completely open up the A side. They can get this bomb down for practically free right now.
Yeah,
and look at the map control again.
Spring Hill given the respect. Bomb's going to get planted. First time in the map that bomb's going to get planted, Jesse. So they can set up this post plant. And look at player number 8. Xander peeks out. It is going to go 1 for 1. So this retake's still even, but I'd be worried about Gonzo in the back line there as he has the crossfire set up. Random is going to find that out very quick. This is where the clap's going to come through. Seeker finds an exit strategy. Now Niwao caught between a rock and a hard place. And Seeker is going to make sure that that rock is there to shut this down. A great hold towards A. St. Mary's bring their lead back up to 2.
I was not expecting to see Seeker just jump out like that at the very end there. I thought he was going to, maybe play his life a little bit here, play some time. You knew he wasn't on the bomb. But no, Seeker just takes the full gunfight. And I think he's a little bit lucky to get away with that one there. If he doesn't win that gunfight, Gonzo wasn't in a great position to be able to trade it. I mean, no, he wasn't terribly far, but definitely could have went the other way, but nonetheless, Secret gets the job done. So it does. So it does not matter. You know, I'm just out here throwing up hypotheticals again for absolutely no reason. Nonetheless, Spring Hill, the back on offense, going to head over towards this A site. Only one player over here for Gonzo, or for St. Mary's and Gonzo, and he finds the first blood again.
But Random saw his way through. Oh, the nade lands, and Gonzo's actually able to clean that up.
He's been
So now
incredible.
St. Mary's can group up and hunt down these last couple of players. Cody, as well as his counterpart, not there for long. 4 rounds out for St. Mary's. They are commanding standoff, like you said, like a playoff team. And this play from Gonzo, just the heads-up strategy just to hop in here. The nade, they didn't land onto Random like I thought, but he was able to snap and shut this down so quick.
Yeah, really, really impressive final kill there coming in. And now, I mean, if you're Spring Hill, you just got to start throwing some different looks here. I feel like you need to put more pressure on the middle of the map to give you a better chance of being able to win these game out. But you're just keep kind of putting yourselves in a spot where you're kind of stuck at the back and you can't really move out and do anything. And I'm not sure what's going on here in this round. Looks like we may have dropped a player from the lobby again. Not too sure. Nobody really moving right now.
It seems like we're having some connection issues inside standoff search and destroy right now. St. Mary's with their lead 4-1. It seems like we are going to be hopping out of the map and figuring things out on their end or our end, see what the problem is. This isn't supposed to happen though, folks. So we are going to figure this one out as a team. Let's talk about St. Mary's right now, because just like last week, Jesse, they're looking great on standoff. And it's the way that they're commanding standoff. In fact, like the way that they're holding their positioning, making sure that all routes are covered and that Spring Hill cannot turn over a rock without taking a gunfight.
Yeah, and it's about the map positioning, right? It's St. Mary's off the break of what feels like every single round. They push so far up the map that Spring Hill, by the time they get there and by the time they decide what they want to do, it feels like the indecisiveness is really what's killing Spring Hill right now. They can't push up far enough because everybody on St. Mary's is already in a power position on the map, and it's so hard to get people off of power positions, especially with the TTK in this game. We're going to see some highlights here as well, but just look at it. Like, this was on the defensive round, and Gonzo's on the offensive side of the map right now. That's how much map control these guys have had.
Gonzo was so far into enemy territory that he was literally just pivoting like a turret here. I thought he was able to line him up here, but as we see from Cody's perspective, he was able to slip away from a few shots, and that Demati can be so lethal at close range. And this is where you were surprised seeing Seeker jump right onto this bomb and challenge Niwao on that sense. I mean, no matter what Seeker did there, Gonzo was in a position to clean that up. He just wanted to get a little bit of damage, so Gonzo had a little bit of a better factor when he was taking that gunfight at the end there. So St. Mary's 4-1 right now on this standoff search and destroy. After map number 1, I just feel like this is a series that they're looking to kind of take away.
St. Mary's just wants to come in and leave with a 3-0. I mean, what were they up there in that game? 4-1 or 5-1? We'll have to find out if that last round ends up being counted. I doubt it does. I would imagine that we're going to be 4-1. Yeah, okay. Looking at our director notes right now, it's going to be a 4-1 lead to the likes of St. Mary's, and we will be restarting back with that map as soon as we can get right back into it. It just seems like we had a player drop, unfortunately, from the lobby. But, I mean, I don't think it would be a broadcast if we didn't get at least one lobby drop tonight, right, Colin?
I don't think it would be a game of Call of Duty without a little bit of issues on the lobby. So as we get it back in, from what you've seen from Spring Hill College, what is the problem right now? What do they need to figure out?
It's all map control. I mean, I hate to keep beating around the same bush, but they need to make that push. They need to get more map control so they can win some of these gunfights. Because if you just keep taking it away and only hold on to 30% of the map before you figure out what you want to do, and then St. Mary's is already on that other 70, you've already given up so much control where it's just hard to win those gunfights. And St. Mary's is always in a position where they're able to trade out and help each other in those gunfights. So Spring Hill College, I mean, you want to win it, take some of that map away.
It's another situation like Ferris State that we saw before on Express Search and Destroy, trying to change up so many things, and it's like they're overthinking to an extent. And in that round that you saw Gonzo sitting in the archway watching the crossfire that we were saying, and Spring Hill decide that they're going to rotate back alley, they're walking right into St. Mary's trap. As soon as they took down Seeker, even if Gonzo's watching that crossfire, I would have liked to see them actually kind of extend into the A site, get that bomb down, and then set up for the post plant, because even if Gonzo like throws some shots, you can't slip past that easily. They might be figuring you out, but you have the player advantage, and I feel like they're just playing right into St. Mary's hands in some turns. So as we load up into it, I think there's some this is a great opportunity for Spring Hill to kind of sit back and talk things over and have a chance to kind of recuperate getting into the standoff.
It's a great chance to rebound. You're not wrong at all. They absolutely just need to take kind of every little bit that they have right now. Forget about those rounds that they've lost. You're only down 4-1. You win a couple rounds right off the rip here. You're right back into this game. You just need to take it one round at a time. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, because, I mean, honestly, as much as we want to sit here and talk about it, like how they can come back into the same areas, it's just looked very dominant in this series so far.
Oh, yes, they are. St. Mary's is smoking them right now. Let's see that regain. Let's see that rebound. Chungus opens up with first blood. Not for long. This is going to be an instant trade. Overwhelming pressure towards A, and Cody actually undetected drops that bomb. Looks for 2, and he's going to take it. So St. Mary's in a 1v3 just like that into this round. You got to remember, it might say 0-0, but they are up 4-1. Spring Hill looking for the second round in the map.
And Xander all by himself, bombed down in a terrible spot for himself. But a great opening round now from Cody as he found those 2 kills over towards that tractor side of the map. They will find the final kill as well, and that's going to be a second round on the board for Spring Hill here. It's just going to be a tough one for them to be able to win out.
This play from Cody was big. The fact that Jitsu was ready for that and Cody still finds that kill. That's that headshot multiplier for you.
I was going to say, if Jitsu is able to keep shooting like that, they are definitely going to be in a better situation here for themselves to be able to come back into this game.
Ooh.
But offense, I think, has really been where they've been struggling. Defense, they've looked okay. Offense, it just feels like they don't really know what they want to do, where they want to go with this bomb. And it looks like it's going to be a hit towards this A side of the map. Only one player over here right now for St. Mary's, so if they can single out Gonzo and get away with this bomb down, I mean, this is their chance to win the round.
Oh, Gonzo lines them up. He's looking for the Great Escape, and he's going to find the Great Escape 3 in a row. Can you find the ace? Cody's sitting on that tank, and it seems like Gonzo wants it. He knows exactly where he is. He's out hunting. Give him the ace, guys. Give it to him. Cody, just peek on out. Oh, he gives him the work.
Gonzo only had 3 bullets there, but yeah. made it a little bit easier once he shot 3 and he couldn't finish off the kill. But nonetheless, I mean, look at this opening, though. This opening wins them the round right here. They line up. He finds the first 2. This is absolutely a gunfight that you got to win, Yuao, and he does not. And Gonzo just takes it away. That's why he was feeling so confident going into that last gunfight there. But, I mean, what can you say about the man? He was looking great before the break. He looks great after the break. Now we're seeing a 5-2 lead here for St. Mary's.
5-2. Map point. It's going to be across to A right away. Only one defender here. And I don't think player number 7 actually spotted this cross. In fact, Seeker's going to be looking to take this aggression. A nice disengage from Cody. That's first blood and bomb down for Spring Hill. So Xander's looking to trade this one out. Finds the opening behind. Transfers onto 2. This is a big one. Because Niwao actually puts them in a 1v2. Xander clan looking for the escape, but he can't take it. Spring Hill answer back with a fast one, Jesse. They put 3 on the board and just dominating the middle of the map. Xander clan gets in, finds 2, but Chungus out here ripping through that player on statue.
Defense was able to hold strong there as they win off their 3rd round. I'm not too sure what's going on here.
It's only 5-3. You're not done.
Right back into it. You guys got to see us for a brief little second there, but you know, we're right back in. Spring Hill still needs 3 more rounds here to win their game out. St. Mary's only needing 1.
Oh, Seeker! He's got to run. 72 HP. Oh, he's going back in. He is not giving this one up. Bomb's going to be slow rolling into the through hotel. Look at this defensive setup from
It's
St.
just-
Mary's.
Yeah, you can't break it. There's just so much map control. It's once again, Spring Hill's offense just looks awful. They don't know what to do against the St. Mary's defense.
Well, this is exactly like we saw last time, and it was Seeker that fell, and then Spring Hill decided to push through alleyway and try to take the fight to Grandma's, but it was basically just geese in a barrel at that point.
And Gonzo with the
Gonzo-
first blood.
Watching that cross, he's actually going to find that first. Like you said, Niwao knows he's there and actually spots the shoulder. Cody's going to find Jitsu inside the Grandma's. And Xander's going to look to push aggressively. He's going to pay for that. Chungus off screen. He's going to find Seeker. Now Gonzo, all of a sudden in a 1v2. Finding Niwao, that's bombed down, but shouldn't be for long as Cody's going to recover it and get it planted ASAP. Gonzo 6-3, looking to go 8-3 to clutch this out and put away the map. But Spring Hill in a great position to find this round and get one step closer at closing this one out. Chungus, top hotel, he spots him out. Shots transfer over from each side. Damage brings Gonzo down to 58. And Spring Hill, they're just toying with him at this point. They're just throwing shoulders, doing damage, keeping Gonzo out of the picture. 22 seconds, they can burn this clock. If you look at the mini-map, Cody is making the full wraparound from Gammas to have an alternate hold on this. He's going to spot Gonzo, but Gonzo finds the victory. Chungus to the next up, and he's going to keep Spring Hill in this, Jesse. 4 on the board now for Spring Hill College, as we're going to have a 5-4 now.
Yeah, I think this whole round gets opened up from that one kill right there from Cody. He finds that kill, and then not only one, but Xander gets way too aggressive. No need to push that out. Cody wasn't even weak after the first gunfight there. Xander pushes like he's one shot. Maybe the one shot call came in. You know, sometimes you get those from your teammates, but
Jitsu sitting there like, one shot, go get him.
definitely not the right call in that situation. As he definitely got around that, got away with his life, but nonetheless, we'll see what St. Mary's can do after finally Spring Hill pick up an offensive round win.
Ooh, electric attack to A. Cody again, first blood. And they're just going to disengage of this. Gonzo's hunting, and Cody again! Lights out plays from your assault rifle player as he's getting into this reset, and the regain is immaculate from Spring Hill College.
Jitsu needs to find something here. He's had a very rough time since this restart. Has not really been able to find any kills for his team. Niwa is watching that cross too, so he's going to see it, but Xander will open it up. They'll find one, leave us in a 2 versus 3. But that call, it's got to come in. They got to know Xander's still there, right?
Oh, Cody didn't see the gun. Cody
Can't see
didn't
him.
see Xander's gun, and right now, if they get a little bit too aggressive and don't check that corner, Xander could be in a
Oh
position.
my God.
Talk about God timing. I am on my knees right now off that. And there you go, Chungus. They don't check it. Xander equalizes. Bombs down 2v2. They know Xander's off site. And Cody's going to clean him up now. Jitsu tucked away. Cody sees him again. Cody actually on 3 in a row. This is for the ace, Jesse. So they know where Jitsu's playing. He's 0-3 for the clutch. The collapse is going to come out. Niwa's going to find that. Damage is done. 21 HP. Are you going to find the cleanup? Yes, Cody puts this away for the ace. Round 11 on standoff from 0 to hero in Spring Hill College.
Kind of out of nowhere, too. Spring Hill, I mean, they didn't look great through those first couple of rounds, but holy, have they brought it back through these last few. I mean, much better defenses than what we're seeing. And it's really coming down to, look at this map positioning that Cody's getting. He's pushing up. He's getting right onto that tractor consistently. And it's helping them win these rounds. And then even the reposition back, he's not even at full health yet. And he still wins that gunfight out on the head glitch. Just playing much better spots here. I thought Cody was looking like he was one of the better players on Spring Hill through the first little bit of this map. But as we head into round 11, it's really going to be all up to this offense here from Spring Hill. Can they redeem themselves after an early, poor start to their game?
We get the lobby reset when St. Mary's is 4-1 now. Spring Hill, it looks like it's 4-1 on their end, but it's 5-5 round 11. I don't know what motivational speech they gave on that reset, but I need it.
They hit that quick regain. I need that. Absolutely.
The bomb's going to be rotating out of hotel. Jitsu's getting this close position. He's going to have early contact. Cody throws a shoulder. They know he's here. They can swing out and clean him up. He gets caught on the fridge with the escape. Oh, he barely gets away, Jesse. And now the map control is coming this way. Off screen, Gonzo's going to find first blood.
Oh no, Xander. I just saw Xander. I thought he was about to fly out again. I was just...
Look at Gonzo. Gonzo's on the optic fan. He's going to swing out for another. Cody's going to get caught in the rotation. Things are falling apart for Spring Hill. And they need to find an answer soon because 27 seconds to get the spike down. And Seeker's on the run. Chunk is going to fall. They know where Niwao is. The nade into Alley. Maybe they don't know, but now they do. So 17 seconds, 3v1. Gonzo around the corner, but Jitsu cleans it up. St. Mary's clutch up in round 11 for a 2-0 lead in the series.
Like, that was getting a little scary there for St. Mary's. I don't know what was going on towards the back half of that standoff search and destroy, but that did not look like the same St. Mary's that we saw in the first 5 rounds, let alone last week. That looked very dominant on that map mode combo. Great comeback from the likes of Spring Hill College to bring that game back for themselves there and really give them a good chance to be able to win it.
2-0 now, Jesse, into this. Exactly what we expected. Might not be the journey that we expected, but the journey is much appreciated on my end. I like round 11s. It got dicey for the off that reset, but they hit that fast regain. They brought it back in that last round. And they were able to just manipulate the map once again. It's Gonzo making the big plays, finding first blood, and then rotating out to that optic van to catch Cody off rotation. I think he's been stellar. He's been pivotal on both ends. The assault rifle players dictating the pace of this map. It's Gonzo on St. Mary's, and it's Cody on Spring Hill. Both coming up big when they need them.
I was really impressed with Spring Hill's kind of turnaround in that map. I know we kind of talk about it all the time, like when a team is losing, we're like, man, what do they need to do? We kind of say it, but they did it. They started getting a lot more map control throughout the second half of that game, and it was very impressive to see the kind of rebound and the control that they needed to bring that game back for themselves, and that should give them a lot of confidence going in towards this checkmate control as well. Like, yes, you went down, and yes, you just lost that S&D, but if you didn't just start down 4-1 against that St. Mary's team and you played the same way you played those last 6 rounds, very likely you could have closed out a game win there. Now heading towards control on checkmate, something that we really, like we were talking about earlier, have not seen very much here in the NACE Starleague. I mean, it's one of those maps where, I mean, if you put Cody into the right spot, you got to think Cody has very, very much so has pop-off potential here for Spring Hill College.
I definitely agree that Cody can be the means to an end for St. Mary's attacks. Maybe even on St. Mary's defense if you can find a few opening. But, I mean, checkmate, we talked about it. You don't get to see it very often. That's because it's a very niche map in control. This could be Spring Hill's wrench in the side of St. Mary's University's veto picks. I don't think we've seen it at all in the NACE Starleague, let alone have any highlights on St. Mary's playing it. So this is going to be interesting because this is our first time seeing Spring Hill College. The Badgers, their assault rifle players looking good, Cody. And you're heading to an assault rifle map, this could very well be their pick. But if Gonzo's playing the way he's playing, I feel like when you ask who's going to step up to the plate to block off Cody, it's going to be Gonzo.
Yeah, could Gonzo be that player that's just going to be the thorn in the side of Spring Hill College all day? Absolutely. Just his pure AR ability is what gives him just that great shot. And surprisingly today, Seeker's been very quiet as well. We haven't really seen the same Seeker that we're kind of used to seeing from the St. Mary's team. So maybe he might be able to turn it around a little bit.
Did you see him jump out on that bomb?
I mean, yes, but that was also before the reset. How did he look after it? He didn't really look too
you're
great.
right. You're right.
Maybe he got iced.
You're right about that one. Well, let's see if they can turn it around here on checkmate. Let's head over to checkmate control. Already deep into the round, we've missed the break, but when the dust settles, it is 28 lives to 28. Spring Hill on the offense. They're looking to break St. Mary's defense, and off that break off, it's not the one that you want. You can see Jitsu looking to set up camp in their spawn. Is 3 in a row right now. Not even looking for more. Dips in behind Niwao, and this is just insane by Jitsu. This playing them like a fiddle.
Jitsu looked really, really uncomfortable at the end of the search and destroy too. So nice to see him already bouncing back here in this game. Off to a good start at 4-1. And they had a good amount of plane control. And you can see Spring Hill, that's what they're putting their main focus on right now. They know they need to get control of this plane so they can push out either towards that A site or towards that B site. But either way, both sites are pretty much wrapped around and involved from this middle plane.
Yep. Xander hops up on the wing. St. Mary's with plane controls. They have an avenue to both B and A right now. Cody's looking to contest that. He's able to take away Jitsu. So Spring Hill, they have an exit strategy right now to get onto the site, but they're losing players fast. It's a 2v3 right now inside the A objective. The nade is going to get cleaned up by the trophy. The stick onto Gonzo. Niwa was able to take forward positioning now. It's St. Mary's looking to force their issue right into the A site, and Jitsu getting cleaned up. That's going to put a tick towards the A site, Jesse. Seeker looking to turn this around. He's actually turning the aggression back into the way of St. Mary's. He cleans up once, so it's going to be a slow capture to the A site. Jitsu gets back. They clean up random in 25 seconds now.
Playing control right now, though. Still inside the favor of Spring Hill. They're not going to give this up too much without a fight here. They do finally end up falling. I'm not sure. Is there still one player there? Yeah, it does look like Niwao was still inside, but he ends up falling as well. So, I mean, as close as they are to A, they just have really no map control right now, and this should just be a really easy break back in from the likes of St. Mary's.
Well, Spring Hill still keeping their foot on this A objective. Jitsu and Xander collapse. Nice trades. It's going to clean up A. 13 seconds left. Last chance for Spring Hill to get there. 11 lives to 5, and they're falling as they line up. No respawns remaining. Spring Hill stuck in their spawn. And with 3 seconds left, this is going to be St. Mary's taking round 1 on checkmate. The defense looking good, Jesse. Looking good indeed out of St. Mary's, but Spring Hill, it's now their chance to show what they have on defense.
Yeah, and I mean, that wasn't honestly the cleanest defense at all from St. Mary's team either. I feel like there was definitely multiple times in that game where Spring Hill really had a chance to be able to lock down a site. It was just kind of at the end of it, St. Mary's just able to clutch up, able to close out a few of these rounds. The slightest little bit, you got to think if Spring Hill wins a couple more gunfights there, that's very easily their round to have taken away.
Now the turnaround, St. Mary's on the offense. You talked about Seeker being a little bit quiet. Well, you need your submachine guns to really close this gap and take control of playing because, as I said in the past run, it's the avenue to A and B. Ran in for the Kadesh, and they were ready for it. It dropped so fast, but off this break-off, it's still going to be dicey for St. Mary's. They have the advantage in numbers. They're going to get onto this B site to stop the clock, but Spring Hill will be quick to the jump to recontest. Cody's leading the way. Random's getting caught off. The wide swings out of St. Mary's, good enough to keep them in the advantage, and with one tick looking to be capped out here by Jitsu, Spring Hill, they need to find an answer, and that's exactly it. Newell, big one-on-one victory over at the B site.
The A site is still very much so on here. They have a very good chance at it, but Gonzo does fall. RX finds one as well. Completely shuts that down. I don't even think they get the first tick of progress in, but Jitsu, he's waiting for his team. He doesn't want to hop on the site yet, give up their positioning, but it's very much so an A hit now coming in from the likes of St. Mary's College.
It's like what you get from Raid. If B doesn't work, go to A. If A doesn't work, go to B. You're just really trying to rotate your defenders out and spread this defense thin. So meanwhile, going back in for playing control. You have 2 players on for a little bit of a quick cap towards A. You're going to need this recontestation from your player number 4 out here as Cody to lead it in. Contestion's going to be there, but Gonzo and Seeker are swift to get back into it, and you still have playing control from Xander. So this is going to be the avenue back to the B site.
Playing control, 3 life lead, A tick progress completed. So now you've got a minute 45 to work with here as well. With that nice life lead, if you guys can just play out lives here, you guys might just be able to close this round out if you're St. Mary's College. And Seeker from behind. This guy could not be more annoying to play against right now for these for the likes of Spring Hill.
Off to respawn, Spring Hill. Starting off with playing control. They have their avenue of success. The collapses through, the contestants in. Random's gonna fall. Gonzo's good for 2. Can he find a third? He can't. Cody with the crossfire. Backs up Chungus into the side. They clear up B. Only giving up 1 tick, Jesse. 1 minute 31. Spring Hill down by a couple lives, but you find one attacking. You kind of dissuade the attackers one time, and you're gonna be right back into it. However, it's because this is so split on either side, Cody now needs to turn up heroic, and that's exactly what he did, is finding Jitsu. He can't find Seeker, though.
With only 5 lives left in a minute, you got to think St. Mary's, even without having been on the zone for this entire time, you got to think that they have a great chance of closing this one out. Only 3 lives left, and it is just not looking good here for Spring Hill. 2 now for Niwao and Cody by themselves. They're going to put up the best fight that they can, but St. Mary's, I mean, the offense has come. It's come to stay. This should be an offensive round win as they close it out here, putting themselves 1 round away from a 3-0 and closing out the series.
That's a big string, especially the fact that they're able to deter Cody, who's looked good on that assault rifle roll, close the gap through plane. Jitsu being that player, being that nuisance inside the plane, as some like to call it, king plane in this map. It's really enough though to not allow Cody to shine. He's 14 and 10. He's positive, but not the
Not getting
same.
the supporting cast.
No, really, you're not seeing anything out of the rest of them. So Cody is 14 and 10, but I mean, you look at Niwao 6 and 16 when you're comparing them to the submachine guns between Jitsu and Seeker. You can see it's a big difference.
It absolutely is. The submachine guns really turned up on that offensive round. This should just give them the most amount of confidence here heading in towards this final defensive round. And Jitsu is winning some ridiculous gunfights. I said he might have gotten iced there in that search and destroy because he didn't really look comfortable throughout the whole thing, but he looks much more comfortable now. And now the forward progression from St. Mary's, they want to just push up. They want to pin these Spring Hill players in the back and try to just shut this down. They don't want any more momentum going in their favor. They want to close it out here.
Well, 3 go down for St. Mary's. This is the chance to hop on A. Clock's gonna be stopped at 50 seconds. You have plane control. You have forward positioning at A. Gonzo even messes up his stun, so things looking good for Spring Hill. Here comes the collapse. Gonzo opens up. Contestion's gonna be on board, only giving up 2 ticks so far. You see the collapse is very thorough from St. Mary's, working their way out of plane, looking to just collapse all avenues of Spring Hill, but they're struggling to get through Cody. It's Seeker who needs to take out Chungus, and that's exactly what he does inside the site. See, off spawn, Spring Hill, they're going right back for the A side. They get rid of Seeker, and the rest of St. Mary's, they're just surrounded and kind of dispersed around the map, so they have that early recontest into A, and they completely overwhelm it.
Really on Cody here. He was on 5 in a row. If he could have found streaks, they might have just been able to help him close that round out. But with everybody being pushed back and pretty much getting a reset of spawns now, Spring Hill, with only 25 seconds left, you need a tick at A, 3 ticks at B still just to get an extra minute put onto the clock, and they are just not in a great spot here. Everybody on St. Mary's in some power positions, but RX just burnt Jitsu, who had not been missing at all this map.
13 seconds left. You need A or B. Random. Is we getting that? Gonzo's tagged up. He still finds the kill. So 10 seconds left. Last chance. Last attack out of Spring Hill. And they're lining up right now. Seekers in the back line with 4 seconds left. You're looking at 3-0 in the series at a St. Mary's University for the night to finish off today's matches. What a showing out of the LatAm Phenom. You said he's been quiet all series long. Well, he flew into checkmate, and he was owning.
All right, Gonzo, a fantastic series for him as well. I mean, this is going to be the final kill that we get to see him take. And I mean, he took that gunfight at like 20 HP, and the movement must have been on point because he didn't get touched once there in that fight. But oh man, I mean, Spring Hill, there's so much potential there in that series.
So much.
Definitely could have won either one of those offenses, barring a couple gunfights go their way. They lose that defense. I mean, they got pretty beat up on the defense. I'll give St. Mary's that, but I mean, I feel like the hard point, definitely situations there where they looked like they could have popped off, came out on top. St. Mary's gets a big break and is able to run away with that score. And then the search and destroy. I mean, if they don't start down 4-1 there in that search and destroy, you got to think they could have come back in that map.
You would have thought that if Spring Hill finds that round 11 victory inside the search and destroy, then they're iced going into the control. But the fact that you get a little bit of life breathing into your lungs after that search and destroy, you're able to just kind of let it out and be like, okay, we didn't get reverse swept on that 4-1 lead that they had off that reset. I think that St. Mary's, they got pushed against the wall, but the fact that they were able to win that round 11 just kind of brought them right back into it for the control.
Yeah, it really did. It's a good momentum booster. And I wonder what the rest of the series would have looked like if we did see that big comeback from Spring Hill there on the search and destroy. Maybe it gives them the confidence and that little bit of a boost to win that first offensive round for themselves there in the control, which then maybe leads towards winning the defense. You never really know. It's just an unfortunate situation. They start down 4-1 in the search. They can't bring it back all the way. They gave it their best though. I mean, and mad props to them. But now looking at overall in the standings, St. Mary's now improves to 5-2. I believe they get a bye week next week. Am I right on that? I'm not right on that. St. Mary's does not get a bye week next week. Next week they go. Oh yes, they do. Okay, yes, they get a bye week next week, and then round 9 they play NSU as their final matchup. So very, very strong chance for St. Mary's to be able to finish the season at 7-2, and that would put them right up there with SEU and with ICC for a very good chance of being able to be in these top 3.
And a chance is all St. Mary's needs. It seems like they've been hunting for that chance all season long right now. And I mean, we saw them play against Independence College not last week, but a couple weeks ago, in fact, and they got beat pretty bad. So I imagine that St. Mary's, they want the revenge and they want a chance to go against them again. And right now they have that with a bye next week. They're going to be able to once again just kind of hit the books, study over, and see what they can bring into week number 9. And even if they're not too worried about week number 9, they can study for those play-in spots, expecting who they're going to play in that number 2 spot or that number 1 spot if they do make it into the round 2 of those play-ins. But we are trying to get this interview together, everyone. Patience, the patience is much appreciated out here. But as soon as we get it, we'll see. Jesse, is there any kind of favorites out of the night? Anything that really kind of piqued your interest today?
Mean, we had the best match that we've had on NACE Starleague broadcast yet as our first map of the day. I mean, we can kind of look back over that. It was a fantastic match between... I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong... It was a fantastic match between Old Dominion and Lebanon Valley College that ended up going the full 5 before LVC obviously took that final search and destroy 6-1. But, I mean, if you guys weren't here for that matchup, you guys missed a banger. And if these VODs save, you guys should definitely go back and take a look at that one.
Oh, 100%. It went all the way to the distance. But we do have Gonzo here in the casting booth for an interview. Congratulations on the win tonight, a quick 3-0, and you guys are one step closer to that play-in spot.
Yeah, thank you guys. I mean, it was a 3-0. It was what we expected. It was what we wanted, and that's what we got.
Nice. Very, very clean, very easy answer off that one. Well, you guys looked good. I'm going to kind of address the elephant in the room on that standoff search and destroy. It got a little bit too close for comfort there. What happened?
I don't know. I mean, we were doing pretty well, and then the disconnect happened, and I think, like, I mean, I'm not saying it's a disconnect, but yeah, they came out. They were playing very well that's after the disconnect. But we had a few like bit of game adjustments and we managed to close it out.
That's all that matters at the end of it. That closeout was good. You guys finished off strong from that. In the bounce back, we could see like the momentum carrying on from that round 11 win. What came to light inside that checkmate control as well. Jesse, do you have anything to ask?
Yeah, so I mean, kind of not really about the match tonight. Obviously, you guys had a very clean match win over the likes of Spring Hill tonight. Kind of looking forward. You guys obviously have your bye week next week. Then the following week, you guys go up against NSU. Very likely now, looking with the win from last week against the likes of University of Alabama and Huntsville, you guys are looking like you could secure that 3rd place seed. If all the standings stay the same now, you guys will end up going up against ICC, who kind of had your number a couple weeks ago. What are some differences and some changes you guys are looking to make going in towards that matchup if you guys do end up playing them in round 1 of the play-in?
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, we're expecting that to be the case. So, I mean, we just got to practice. We got to look over the VOD, see what we did wrong. They're a very tough opponent. So I think just going over the VOD and seeing what they did and seeing what we did and seeing how that interaction just favored them, obviously. And just seeing those little mistakes that we made on the maps, I think it can really help us in the future. So just practicing for ICC from here on out.
I mean, we saw the board that Seeker had behind him last week. He's got the notes.
We've got it
studying
here right now too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, before every match, we try to get here a little early, try to warm up and try to go over just previous VOD that we have on any other teams, what we're going to do throughout the maps that we've chosen. So yeah, we prep thoroughly before matches just to make sure we come out 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way to be.
Mm-hmm.
So we had it. I know you guys have a good system going on over there. It's always a team, always a pleasure to watch you guys play. I feel like you guys get better every single week, and I know that you guys are going to come swinging in the play-in, so big congratulations on the win tonight. Anything you want to say to the stream before we let you go, Gonzo?
I mean, just thanks for all the support. Thanks to you guys for casting and showing love. Teammates did very well tonight. And we're gonna see you next time for ICC, and hopefully we get the win.
That's what I'm talking about. I'll go enjoy the night. You earned it.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you guys.
Jesse, we are done with our matches for NACE Starleague Week 7. On the stream, at least, you guys can check out the schedule over on NACE's website, I'm sure, and see exactly how everybody else is opting out for the divisions. But for this stream, let's get a little bit of a recap, because we started off over in the Eastern division with Old Dominion versus Lebanon Valley. It went the distance to map number 5, and it was close the whole way through. That was, like you said, probably the best match we ever got. When we went to Kaiser University Lakeland versus Midway, it was a lot different. Lakeland came out, and they kind of stomped away Midway. They looked good the whole way through. In fact, we actually had 3-0s for the rest of the day. Adrian College versus Ferris State University. Adrian College, a complete turnaround. I mean, they were saying to themselves, revenge tour on the way. Can't wait to see that. But I think a big highlight, a big thing to come away with is this match number 4. I think it was probably one of my favorites because of the storyline is driving for the future. I think that St. Mary's are making the right changes for their team going into the playoffs. And if they play ICC, I would hope that Independence College are expecting a different team out here, because if they're not, they might get caught off guard.
They absolutely could get caught off guard. I'm here for the St. Mary's revenge tour. I mean, I know we were hearing the Adrian College revenge tour. That one might not be till the Vanguard season, let's be honest here, but St. Mary's, they got a chance to be a dark horse come in these playoffs, man. And that win over St. Ambrose last week, they just need to make sure they stay clean right now. They can't lose a match, because if they end up losing out that match to the NSU, they can't take them very lightly either. But if they lose that match, that could end up spelling disasters for their play-in chances. So, I mean, it's all to play for still here for them, but they have a very, very good chance. And I would absolutely love to see them go up against ICC again and see that rematch.
I can't wait either. Well, folks, that's going to wrap it up here for NACE Starleague Week number 7. Only 2 more weeks of the regular season. Tune in next Wednesday for some more Call of Duty action right here. Same time, same place. I can't wait to see you. Have a great night, everyone.